Hello and welcome to yet another video. This is the fourth episode of the story, in which 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen transports Naruto to an alternate universe where Minato is still alive. Soon, Minato begins to regard this Naruto from another universe as his own son. Will Minato from the alternate universe return Naruto to his original universe? This story is from Random Flyer. Please support him, her. Please like and subscribe to show your support. Let's get the show started. Minato sat by Jiraiya's bedside, frowning down at the notes in his lap. Faint sounds of the hospital beyond floated in through the closed door. Initially, Jiraiya had been too unstable to move to the hospital, and when he was finally out of danger, Tsunade had him transferred to a private room at Konoha's General Hospital to better monitor his recovery. Though the danger was over, the Sannin would be weak for some time to come, confined to bed with orders to rest. Or else. Jiraiya had been sleeping deeply since Tsunade gave him the pain reliever the first time he woke, but according to the medical ninja he should be coming round again soon. Minato hoped he would be there for it, and then he could ask about Jiraiya's mysterious message. There's more than one of them. Minato noticed something stir from the bed. He sat up, sliding forward in his seat, eyes locked onto Jiraiya's face. "Sensei?" Jiraiya groaned, shifting under the sheets as his face scrunched. His eyes fluttered open and he looked around the room half awake. "Minato?" "I'm here," Minato said, pulling his chair closer and dropping his most recent project into his lap. He grabbed the cup of water from the nightstand as he caught Jiraiya's searching hand. "Have some water." One hand behind Jiraiya's head, Minato helped his sensei take a few sips from the cup before placing the water back by the bed. "Sake would be better," Jiraiya moaned, face scrunching again in discomfort. "That's between you and Tsunade," Minato said, settling back into his chair. "I'm just following the doctor's orders, and right now she's more of a threat than you." "Fine," Jiraiya huffed. "How long have I been out?" "Almost 2 days. You're lucky Rin was there when you appeared. She was able to start treatment immediately, shaved some time off your recovery and probably saved your life." Minato thought about asking about the fight, but he didn't want to push his sensei too fast too soon. He could give the older man a few minutes to orientate himself and wake up a little more. "I'll have to thank her," Jiraiya said, closing his eyes a moment before opening them again and looking at Minato. He took a moment to focus, a worried frown covering his face. "What happened to your hands?" Minato looked down at his bandaged hands. His sleeves covered the true extent of the injuries, which was just fine with him. "There was an incident," Minato said, looking down at the notes in his laps and shuffling them around. He glanced up and found Jiraiya staring at him. "The latent chakra from the Kyuubi has been gravitating to Naruto, causing his nightmares, affecting his moods. One night it just became too much for him. And he lost control," Jiraiya finished, glaring up at the ceiling. "I guess we should have seen that coming. The seal he has lets the Kyuubi's chakra leak out. It would only make sense it would also be a way for chakra to leak in," he grumbled, disgusted with his own oversight. Minato shrugged. Hindsight was 20/20. "I've sealed off the house from the latent chakra. He should be safe for the time being." "What did you learn in Amigakure?" Minato put a restraining hand on Jiraiya's shoulder when the injured man tried to push himself up into a sitting position. It didn't take much effort to hold his sensei down. Jiraiya stopped struggling with a baleful glare at Minato. His white face and the beads of perspiration on his forehead betrayed him, though. The country itself is still trapped in civil war, though things seem to have fallen into a stalemate. Hanzo's dead, but a few of his generals were able to rally the last of their men in the eastern half of the country. The most worrying thing, though, is Pain. "He is here, then?" "What did you mean? There's more than one of him." "Is Pain the one you were talking about?" Minato had to bite his tongue to keep any more questions from coming out in a rush. He'd been working on assumptions and half-clues ever since the entire thing had started. he was more than ready to get some real information with which he could work. Jiraiya held up both hands in a halting gesture, wincing as he brought one of them up to his head. Yes, he's here, and just as much of a mystery as the one we saw in the mirror. Stopping a moment, Jiraiya took in a steady breath and let it out again. Minato let his sensei collect his thoughts before continuing. You remember I said Nagato had the Rinnegan, but that it was Yahiko on the other side of the mirror? Minato nodded. That discrepancy had been one of the reasons underlying Jiraiya's misadventure. I ran into the same thing in Amigakure. Yahiko's face with Nagato's Rinnegan. It was Nagato, though. Despite what he looked like, I'm positive it was him. He called himself Pain and he's the leader of the anti-Hanzo faction. Jiraiya shifted in his bed, eyes focused on the ceiling. Was he as powerful as you thought? Minato asked, needing to know what they would be going up against. His sensei nodded, grimacing at the memory. More powerful than I thought he would be. I had to use my sage mode to even stand a chance. There was more than one of him. A wave of dread washed through Minato. He gripped the arms on the chair a moment, feeling the still sharp sting from the burns cut into his palms. Jiraiya was beaten while he was using his senjutsu abilities, not just beaten but almost killed. Minato never expected to face an opponent as powerful as that and with his hands still injured. What do you mean, more than one of him? Jiraiya shook his head, loose white hair flopping over his face. I don't know how, but he had more than one body. They weren't clones. They were different people, but they all had the red hair, piercings, and the Rinnegan. I've never seen anything like it before. Minato ran a hand through his hair. He didn't like what he was hearing one bit. Did you notice any weaknesses? Anything we could take advantage of in a fight? Jiraiya rubbed his hands across his eyes. He was silent a moment, eyes closed and deep frown on his face. Their vision was linked, he said slowly as he sifted through his memory. They could see what the other was seeing, so when they fought together in close quarters there were almost no blind spots. Separating them out and conducting one-on-one or two-on-one battles would help mitigate that. They also only used one technique each, summoning technique, a chakra absorption technique, and a technique to attract or repel both physical objects and jutsu. Minato was silent a moment as he considered the intel. So you only saw 3 bodies? He asked. Jiraiya snorted, as if 3 of them weren't enough. They didn't seem affected by physical injury or pain, worked in perfect unison, and there's no way to tell if there are more bodies or not. He grunted in pain as he shifted to another position. Jiraiya glanced back to Minato, this time looking at the stack of paper and notebooks in Minato's lap. What's that? Jiraiya asked, gesturing to the papers in Minato's hands. Minato looked down at his latest project, half his thoughts still on the information concerning Amigakure and Pain. It's a contingency plan, an emergency stop for the mirror. This seal should disrupt the chakra paths and immediately cut the connection. Minato picked up the papers, leafing through them as he slumped in his seat. He ran a hand over his face and let out a heavy sigh. Unfortunately, I don't know what that will do to the mirror itself. It might make the crystal inert, destroying any chance at contacting that other world again. Jiraiya's tired, half-lidded eyes watched him for a moment before voicing Minato's thoughts. And you can't decide if that's a good thing or a bad thing. No, Minato admitted, scrubbing at his head. His blonde hair stuck up at all ends when he pulled his hand away, messier than normal. We know the Pain we saw in the mirror has a version of himself in the Amigakure of our own world. We know he's extremely dangerous and hostile. Minato gestured to Jiraiya's figure laid out on the bed, as demonstrated by yourself. We also know in that other world he was dangerous and determined enough to invade Konoha. Is he planning to do something similar in this world? The potential for intelligence with the mirror is as great as the danger it presents. At the moment, we know they can activate the mirror, but can they come through? From what we understood, only the Sandaime had that ability. That's no guarantee though. Minato fell silent, frowning down at the floor, elbows propped on the arms of the chair and hands clasped against his chin. He could see Jiraiya watching him in his periphery. His sensei didn't say anything, just watched with a sad expression as the Hokage struggled with his burdens of responsibility. I'm glad I opened the looking glass if for no other reason than I have Naruto now, but I've also put the village in grave danger. Am still putting it in danger. Do I have the right to be so selfish? Eventually, Jiraiya reached out a shaky hand and laid it on Minato's knee. Minato-can, he said, making Minato look up at him. Minato's thoughts flashed to a time when he was still a child, just out of the academy with no concept of the challenges and heartbreak that he would face. Then, the moment was gone and he was back in his seat, looking at his sensei lying injured and bedridden, feeling tired, worried, and old. You had no way to know this would happen, and now that you're in the situation, you're doing the best you can. That's all anyone can ask of you. Despite what your many admirers say, you're not a god, you're just a man and doing your best in the circumstances. Jiraiya paused, letting his message sink in before continuing, and don't let me hear you reproach yourself for trying to grab a little happiness. You have a right to it as much as anyone, and you've already sacrificed enough as it is. Minato thought about what Jiraiya said in silence for a moment. The last 8 years of his life had been so wrapped up in the village it was difficult to justify putting any part of him or anything else first. Perhaps, he didn't have to think of it as an either/or decision, though. Both Naruto and the village needed protecting. He would just have to figure out a way to protect both at the same time. Now, what's this about Pain opening the mirror from his end? Jiraiya asked, breaking the silence that had fallen. Heaving a sigh, Minato was grateful for the change in subject, but wished that the conversation could have turned to something less troubling. The other day the ANBU guards reported that the mirror was activated. Pain was on the other side. He didn't say or attempt anything, just made observations for a few minutes and then shut the mirror down again. He's learning quick, Jiraiya grunted, straining to push himself into a more upright position, only to be stopped by Minato a second time. Jiraiya grimaced but lay still. So this new seal you have, it's a last resort measure then? Minato nodded, looking back down at his papers. Let me see. Jiraiya held out a shaky hand. Oh no. Minato shook his head, pulling the papers closer to his chest. Tsunade will have my head if I let you strain yourself. You're resting, that means no work. I'm going to go nuts just lying here all day, Jiraiya grumbled, but his hand dropped immediately back to the bed. Maybe I'll set up some seals around the room and let Naruto keep you occupied. He can talk your ear off about ramen and the differences between the two worlds' miso pork flavor. Minato watched Jiraiya's heavy eyes blink as they wandered over the room. Though I have a feeling you'll be sleeping most of the time. Not likely, Jiraiya fought through a yawn. Minato shook his head. Sleep. You're not going to be any good to anyone if you don't let yourself rest and recover. Just as pushy as Tsunade, Jiraiya grumbled, but his eyes were already closed and his voice slurred as he slipped into sleep. Waiting a moment to make sure his sensei was definitely asleep, Minato gathered his things and quietly moved out of the room. He left the hospital using a side door to avoid any additional attention. He was already a little late for lunch but started walking through the streets taking the longer route home. Rin and Kakashi knew he would be stopping by to visit Jiraiya. They would either hold it for him or save him some leftovers. The talk with Jiraiya had given him plenty to think about and he needed a few extra moments to clear his head before arriving home and seeing Naruto. Minato didn't get more than a block from the hospital when an ANBU appeared next to him, Hokage-sama. They're attacking through the mirror, the ANBU said without preamble. The words barely left her mouth when an explosion rocked through the village. Ice growing in his chest, Minato spun and looked toward the tower and the cloud of black smoke rising into the sky. In an instant, a huge dog appeared, except it was a twisted version of a dog with 3 heads, wings, and a large piercing through its muzzle. Screams rose up from the area and alarms sounded as the dog began a rampage. Hokage, one of the shinobi near him called, looking for orders. Minato didn't bother turning to him, eyes still on the attack upon his village. Jounin will contain and defeat the summons, its shinobi, and any other invading forces. Genin will evacuate civilians from the village and lead them to the shelters. They are not to go into the area immediately surrounding the battle. Chunin will conduct evacuations in the area of battle itself as well as protect the evacuation efforts. Minato looked to the Anbu still standing next to him, ignoring the "Hi, Hokage," from the few surrounding shinobi as they disappeared to carry out and spread his orders. Have Kakashi meet me at the tower. Rin and Itachi are to stay at the house and guard Naruto. They are to leave the house only if there is no other option, make sure they understand that. Then, not waiting to hear any acknowledgement, he flashed to his office. The cries of distress and sounds of battle were closer when he arrived. Glancing out the window on his way to the door, Minato could see debris and damage already in the street. Running out into the corridor he found more disarray as clerks hurried through the hall, securing, sealing, and moving documents. A few stopped and noticed his arrival, calling out in relief. Hokage. Now Hokage-sama's here, he'll take care of everything. They're in the lower levels, Hokage. Darting past everyone without stopping to acknowledge their calls, Minato ran for the stairs. The floor shook a moment and dust dropped from the ceiling as an explosion detonated nearby, closely accompanied by an outraged roar. The sound didn't seem like it would come from a dog, even one twisted and deformed like the monster he'd seen outside. Minato hoped that the intruder responsible hadn't summoned more creatures to assist in the assault. He would trust his Anbu and Jounin to contain the enemy forces, for the moment. It was far more important to cut off the enemy's possibility of reinforcements or escape through the mirror. Coming down to the first floor, Minato rushed past the main entrance. Careening around the turn to the next set of stairs, his gaze locked on the sight before him. Where there should have been a row of offices, walls, and a ceiling, there was instead a large hole, blue sky peering through buildings and the hectic street view beyond the tower walls. Minato increased his speed, leaping down the broken staircase into the lower levels below. He prayed his seal would work. He needed to end the battle quickly before the enemy could gain a foothold. XXXXX Naruto made his way around the kitchen table, setting dishes down as he moved past each seat. Lunch was late today and not ramen, again, but they had added one more place setting at the table and that made up for everything. He still thought Itachi was weird and quiet and a little intimidating, but Naruto was getting used to it. The new guard wasn't nearly as stern as he appeared to be at first. Plus, Itachi had a younger brother. When he had found that out, Naruto's first reaction was that maybe he could get a friend his own age. Then he'd found out that younger brother was the jerk-faced Sasuke. Still, he reminded himself, this was new Konoha. Perhaps the Sasuke here wouldn't be the stuck-up show-off that he was in Naruto's old Konoha. The more he thought about it, the more Naruto realized that the reasons for people not liking him in the old world just didn't exist here, as far as he could tell. In the old Konoha, he'd been alone, an orphan, and he had a reputation for always causing trouble. Here, in the new Konoha, he not only had a dad, but his dad was the Hokage. Minato even said he was allowed one prank a day, so they couldn't label him a troublemaker just for a few pranks if he was allowed. It meant he would be able to have a group of real friends, maybe even a best friend. Naruto frowned as he made a second trip around the table, setting down glasses next to the plate. The immediate people who came to mind were Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. They had played with him. Even if they had never been close, maybe here they could all be real friends. The more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea. Passing close to the wall as he placed the last 2 cups down, Naruto's eyes glanced over the black seal painted on the wall, like every other wall through the house. His plans for making new and ever-increasing numbers of friends in this new world would have to wait until he was allowed outside again, a prospect on which he was honestly torn. "Rinizan?" Naruto asked, pausing after he set down the last glass. "Yes, Naruto-kun?" Rin asked, head still bent over the counter. She wasn't working on lunch, that was already done. She was looking over some medical report that was too complicated for Naruto to understand when he had asked about it. Naruto looked from Rin back to the window, focusing first on the scene outside, then the black markings drawn around the room at regular intervals. "What are the seals for?" There was a pause, then a sigh from Rin's end of the room. Naruto looked up and found the kunoichi watching him. "Figures I'd be the one you asked when you got around to it," Rin muttered as she moved to the table. "Sit down, Naruto-kan." Naruto pulled out the nearest chair and sat down at the end of the table. He watched as Rin settled herself, growing trepidation in his stomach at her serious expression. She opened her mouth to speak, then closed it, opened it, then closed it, a grimace flashing across her face before it smoothed out again. The struggle made her look vaguely like a fish and would have been funny to watch if Naruto wasn't getting so nervous waiting for the answer. "It's difficult to explain. It's a very complicated matter," Rin said slowly, furrowed gaze on the table. She looked up at Naruto. "The simplest way to put it is they're there for our protection." Naruto's frown deepened. His first reaction was to think they were safe in the village, but the old Konoha hadn't been safe and there was definitely something outside the house trying to get in. He could feel it every time the door opened. "Are they keeping back the thing outside?" Rin's face pinched with worry and confusion. "What thing outside?" Scrunching his face as he thought, Naruto slouched back in the chair, folding his arms over his chest. "It's hard to describe. There's something out there, but I can't see it. I think Itachi-san and Kakashi-san can, but they say they can't see anything either." He ducked his head, running his hands through it. "This is too confusing." "Calm down, Naruto-kan." Rin gently tipped Naruto's chin up till he was looking at her again. "We're going to figure all of this out. Now just tell me what you can." "I don't know," Naruto said, throwing out his arms. It's more like a feeling than anything else. Like there's something out there waiting to get in, but there isn't anything." Rin thought for a moment and opened her mouth, but a loud explosion from outside cut off any reply she was about to make. Her mouth immediately snapped shut and her eyes flew to the window behind the blonde. Naruto flinched at the sound and spun in his seat, twisting around to look. His eyes found the curling smoke rising up over trees and roofs in the distance. Rin's chair roughly scraped the floor as she jumped up, toppling it in her haste, and in the next instant she was at the window. She turned and grabbed Naruto's arm, pulling him out of his chair and toward the door. "Come on, let's get you someplace more secure. There's a secure shelter in the basement." "What's going on?" Naruto asked, eyes still locked on the window as Rin quickly pulled him from the kitchen. The quick pace down the hall, being dragged by the arm, plucked at something in his memory, but it slid from his grasp. A strange sense of displacement with the same restless knocking took its place, jockeying with the growing fear in his stomach for attention. "I don't know, but I don't like it." Rin hurried them both into the entrance hall, stopping short when they almost ran into Itachi. "Itachi-san, are you both all right?" Itachi asked, glancing them over, then looking out toward the window. From outside, more sounds of destruction filtered through the door and walls. Naruto tightened his grip on Rin's hand, the uneasy sense of déjà vu rising higher. He barely heard Rin answer the question before flinching back as the door opened and an ANBU appeared in the hall. "Enemies have come through the mirror," the ANBU said without preamble. "Kakashi is already on his way there. You're to stay here and guard Naruto-kun." Hokage stressed not to leave the house unless there is no other choice. Rin nodded, eyes and face hardened into an expression that Naruto had never seen on her. She tightened her grip on his hand, quelling some, but not all of the panic rising in Naruto's chest. "We understand," Itachi said, expression, if possible, more serious than ever. With a nod, the ANBU spun and disappeared through the door again. As the door drifted shut, Naruto shuddered, wrapping one arm around his stomach. The feeling from before seemed worse, but he couldn't tell if it was his own panic. Itachi moved to the door in several quick steps, securing it. Another terrible crash from outside shook the ground and rattled the windows. More explosions followed the sound, all coming from the direction of the tower. Naruto heard Rin say something above him, but the words were lost to him. His eyes were locked on the door, all focus centered on what was happening outside. The village was under attack, just like his village had been. The increasing explosions from outside mirrored the ones from his dreams and the terrifying moments before he left the old Konoha. He vaguely registered Rin pulling him away from the door, deeper into the house. Panic curled its way up through his stomach and Naruto found breathing grow increasingly difficult. It was happening all over again. Naruto didn't want it to happen again. He finally had a home, he didn't want to lose it so soon. The next explosion was close, entirely too close. It shook the entire house and rained dust down from the ceiling. Another explosion came immediately after, this one bringing chunks of the ceiling down instead of just dust. Naruto flinched against Rin, realizing after a moment they had stopped moving and that Rin was nearly crushing his hand. He looked up and blinked, unsure if this was another version of his nightmare for a moment. Bits of paper were crawling through the cracks from outside. Like little living origami creatures they pushed their way into the building, struggling to fit between window panes and under doors. There were dozens of them coming in from the outer walls as Naruto watched in confusion. Itachi stood between Naruto and Rin and the paper. Looking up into Rin's face, Naruto saw her eyes narrowed and face set and her other hand gripped a kunai. Naruto opened his mouth but he never got the chance to ask a question. One of the scraps of paper flailing in the window exploded. It was a small explosion compared to the ones they could hear from outside, but it shattered the window spraying glass and splinters in all directions. Naruto cried out in fear and surprise while Rin spun on the spot, dragging him behind her and shielding him from the debris. Two more explosions went off in quick succession. Rin took advantage of the brief pause between the explosions and ran back the way they had come down the hall, dragging Naruto behind her. Naruto whimpered as the same turbulent sensation washed over him from the broken window. Naruto managed a quick glance over his shoulder to check if Itachi was following, but Itachi was already locked kunai to kunai with a pale, red-haired ninja. Behind them the wall was broken open as a blue-haired woman stood just outside the house and more slips of paper flew through into the hall. The paper shot toward Naruto with the speed of a shuriken. Instead of stabbing into him, though, they plastered onto his legs, stiffening till he could hardly keep up with Rin's quick steps. Naruto cried out in panic as he tripped and stumbled to the ground. Rin turned eyes wide as she saw the increasing number of paper slips attaching to him. Spinning, Rin pulled Naruto toward and past her, graping one of his legs with a glowing green hand. Naruto felt her hand run down the length of his leg in a quick motion sweeping and cutting the paper off him, the chakra surrounding her hand crackling against him even through his pant leg. She did the same to his other side and suddenly he could move again. The relief was only temporary, though, as more paper came after them. Pushing Naruto behind her, Naruto saw a flash of hand signs before Rin blew out a strong wave of water. She sprayed it over the paper, drenching and weighing it down. Then, turned again and dragged Naruto into the entrance hall. They hadn't taken more than a few steps toward the stairs when the front door was blasted open and three more ninja appeared. Rin swept Naruto behind her as she faced off with the new threats. The push made Naruto stumble. His legs felt weak against an onslaught of negative emotion that reared up stronger than ever. It battled with the panic that was already coursing through him and the flashes of memory overlaying from the night the old Konoha was attacked. Clashes of metal rang in front of him as Rin defended against the 3 enemy ninja, but Naruto didn't notice. He didn't register the fight or Rin's yell for him to get back. He barely registered his own. Frantic realization that whatever had been outside was getting into the house and it was coming for him. He wrapped his arms around his stomach, curling into himself as he hopelessly willed it away, whatever it was. A hand grabbing his shirt and dragging him forward brought Naruto back to the events unfolding around him. It wasn't Rin dragging him to safety, it was one of the enemy shinobi, pulling him toward the broken and shattered door. Moving closer to the source of the sinister force brought feeling back into Naruto's limbs and he dug his heels into the ground. He couldn't go outside, there was something waiting for him, reaching through the holes blasted in the protective seals. Grabbing the enemy's hand, Naruto tried to pull it from his shirt. When that didn't help, he bit down as hard as he could on the arm grabbing him. His attacker cried out in surprise and fury before hauling back and hitting Naruto across the head. The blow made Naruto see stars for a moment as the world dipped and spun as much from being hefted under the enemy's arm as from the hit itself. Naruto! Rin cried from somewhere, her voice reaching him as he blinked in confusion. Looking up, Naruto caught the sight of Rin holding off the other 2 enemy shinobi. Her concentration momentarily broke as she looked in panic to where he was being carried out the door. One of her opponents seized the opening and dodged forward, driving a kunai into Rin's side, then she was lost to view. Naruto gasped when he hit the outside air. It felt like it was burning. The temperature wasn't any different from inside the house, but at the same time it boiled against his skin and twisted his stomach. It was like being assaulted in his nightmare again, but he couldn't see the red mist, only feel it, and this time he couldn't wake up. He writhed, trying to pull away from his abductor, just as desperate to get back into the house as to get away from the enemy. The arm around him tightened painfully, but Naruto barely noticed. He was too caught up in the searing pain in his gut. He didn't register where they were taking him or if the others had followed him from the house, he only knew they were moving. Then the anger seeped in with the pain. It started as something foreign, like it was alive and separate, but then it latched onto Naruto's own anger. The force fed on his outrage over the kidnapping, hurting his friends, destroying his new home, attacking his new village. It gorged and grew until Naruto couldn't distinguish between the foreign anger seeping through him and his own. It burned through him, not just in his gut but down his limbs and over his skin with such intensity that he lost track of the external world. He didn't even hear his own screams before he lost all rational thought and the red mist blotted out everything. Minato flew down the corridor wishing he had placed his transportation seals in more areas of the Hokage Tower. He'd never needed anything more than the seal in his office, though. No enemy had ever breached this far into the village. However, he berated himself for not thinking of it sooner, considering that he, himself, had created a back door into the tower. He'd been occupied with so many other things. It was a moot point in any case, and one he could deal with after solving the crisis in which they currently found themselves. The hallway was unusually bright thanks to the gaping hole in the building farther down the corridor. The added light allowed Minato to take in vital details as he sped toward the mirror room. He noticed that, besides general damage from the fight and explosion, the other door and chambers containing top-secret information and techniques were completely untouched. That fact alone strengthened Minato's belief that Naruto was the main target for the invading forces. There was also the ease with which he moved down the corridor. If it were a full invasion, the enemy would need a large force to secure and occupy a foothold. All signs pointed to a smaller force, more of a strike than invasion, and they were making no attempt to secure the tower itself, the logical choice for a foothold in the city. Growing closer, Minato could pick out the casualties scattered amongst the rubble already, mainly the ANBU set to guard the mirror. Increasing his speed, he burst into the sunlight streaming into the hallway as he reached the end of the broken wall. From the corner of his eye and just over the edge of the crater, he could see one of the large invading summons sent crashing into the village wall. That would be Tsunade, he thought to himself. Hopefully, she doesn't destroy more of the village than the actual enemy. Minato focused on the goal ahead of him. One figure stood in his path, blocking him from a direct line to the mirror. The black cloak with red clouds was easy to make out. With a flick of movement, Minato had one of his kunai in one hand and a Rasengan forming in the other. As soon as he was in range, he threw the kunai, then flashed to its location seconds before impact. Instantly closing the distance between himself and his unsuspecting opponent, Minato thrust the Rasengan forward with as much power as possible. Pushing that much chakra through his still injured hands was painful, but he wanted to disable his opponent with one hit and move onto the mirror before more troops could come through. The Rasengan never hit, though. It disappeared, drained away before it even touched his opponent. Minato cut short his surprise and redirected the energy to block and dodge the counterattack. Summoning a shadow clone, he had the clone attack from one side, also using a Rasengan, while Minato himself came from the opposite side using taijutsu. Sure enough, the clone's Rasengan never made contact, dissipating into nothing before it hit. Everything Minato had seen indicated this particular version of pain possessed the ability to absorb chakra, precisely as Jiraiya had mentioned. That meant Minato was restricted to taijutsu for his offensive. It also gave insight into how the protective barrier was broken, Minato reflected as he launched a series of punches in combination with his clone. Seals and barriers needed chakra to be sustained, take the chakra away and the barrier became incredibly weak. The clone disappeared in a puff of smoke as Minato dodged to the side. Whether the shadow clone was affected by the chakra absorption or not, he was unsure. He could tell, however, that much of what Jiraiya reported was true. His opponent had the Rinnegan and apparently could only use one special technique. The body he was facing was also extremely resilient, taking the blows Minato managed to land with almost no reaction. Aiming an attack to the pain's blind spot, Minato scowled when his opponent dodged. A quick glance around as he twisted away, Minato found the original image of pain he'd encountered kneeling on the other side of the mirror. A series of kunai flew from the corridor aimed at the pain guarding the gate. Kakashi followed immediately behind, Chidori already in hand and Sharingan uncovered as he launched toward the fight. He absorbs chakra. Minato called, pulling out another special kunai. Their opponent was fast and had the advantage of two sets of eyes, but with Kakashi to provide an opening, Minato knew he could get to the mirror. From the corner of his eye, Minato saw another body fall through the glass and into their world. He needed to close the portal, now, before any more enemy troops could arrive. Ending the contact between the two pains would also give them the advantage against the one already in their world. Minato threw his kunai at the mirror, then cursed as the pain used one of Kakashi's kunai to know his own off course. The yellow flash still transported to it, bringing himself further around their foe. Pushing off the wall as Kakashi launched an onslaught of taijutsu, Minato aimed for the mirror. He drew in a deep breath and sent a strong wind attack to the mirror, throwing debris into the air and blocking the other pain's direct view of the battle. To his surprise, some of the attack passed through portal and into the adjacent world, cutting gouges into the other room. Minato shot past the body that had just come through. Crumpled on the ground and bleeding heavily, he dismissed the new arrival as not a threat. Perhaps the ninja was a casualty from a battle occurring on the other side? Dismissing the issue from his mind, Minato slammed his experimental seal into the mirror. Behind the text spreading out over the chakra glass, he could see the remains of the wind attack sent through the crystal. The chamber on the other side had a large seal drawn out on paper and spread over the floor, but it was cut and ripped from the force of his wind attack. Minato could only assume it was the means pain used to send troops through the mirror. He hoped the damage meant the enemy would be at least temporarily prevented from sending anyone else through in case his seal to shut down the mirror failed. Minato needn't have worried. The image flickered a moment before blacking out in the next instant. He blew out a momentary breath of relief. Behind him, a body clattered to the floor and the sounds of battle stopped just as abruptly as the mirror had died. Glancing over his shoulder, Minato could see the invading Pain crumple to the ground like a puppet. In the brief silence that followed, he heard it, a faint cracking noise. Eyes sweeping back over the blank surface, Minato found the source. The crack started somewhere behind the strip of paper bearing his new seal and spread out across the face of the mirror. It moved erratically, in fits and starts as it jumped its way from a single blemish to 3 long cracks moving across the surface. Almost without thinking, Minato formed a Rasengan in his palm, ready to finish the job and end the troubles caused by the damned device, but he hesitated. "Sensei." The call brought Minato around, Rasengan still in one hand as he turned. There, on the ground where the most recent arrival lay was Kakashi, badly injured and unconscious, while above him was also Kakashi. Minato blinked, taking a moment to realize what had happened. "Damn," he said to himself, and allowed the spinning chakra in his hand to die. He turned back to look at the mirror again. The crack stretched clear across from one corner to the other, but the mirror still remained whole. The moment was gone. He'd have to put up with the thing for a little while longer if he wanted any chance to send the new Kakashi to his home world. "Damn!" Minato repeated, staring at the mirror as frustration boiled inside him. Then, he turned to face the newest complication in an ever-increasingly complicated situation. "How is he?" "Not good," Kakashi said, going over the wounds of his alternate self with surprising calm, though with eyes a little wider than normal. Minato glanced up as more footsteps echoed through the hall and reinforcements appeared with a medical team close behind them. "This one's in serious condition." But Minato stopped, whirling around to face the blown open section of the wall. "That chakra. Look after him." Minato pointed at the new Kakashi, not bothering to notice the medic's confused expression as he looked from one Kakashi to the next. Minato was already gone, flashing to Naruto and the sharp spike of Kyuubi's chakra he sensed. XXXXX Pain stared in growing rage at the blank chakra glass before him. He ran through the signs to activate it again. The seal allowing travel through the portal was cut to ribbons around his feet and useless, but he might be able to find a way to send chakra through to his paths on the other side. This had been their best chance to capture the Kyuubi. Now all elements of surprise were wasted and more importantly Conan was trapped on the other side. Nothing happened. Pain ran through the activation hand signs again. Not because he thought they would work, but he was growing desperate for his remaining friend trapped in enemy territory. Still, the looking glass remained blank, his own reflection distorted by the cracks marring its surface. There had to be a way around whatever the Yondaime had done to cut off the mirror. He couldn't have lost Conan so quickly or so easily. They had been through too much, survived too much, lost too much already. Getting to his feet, Pain spun to the exit, fists clenched and determination making his limbs shake. The plan had been risky from the start, Pain knew that, but he had never expected it to fail so completely or quickly. Striding down the dark corridor and back to the research on the mirror, he ran over all the possible reasons for the failure. The primary reason was clear. He had underestimated his opponent. The Yondaime of that world had 8 more years to hone his skill and deepen his knowledge, not to mention the life experiences that he would have had along the way. No, that Yondaime would be a different person than the one who had died fighting the Kyuubi. Pain had taken too much for granted, relied too much on what he had learned and heard about the Yondaime in his own world. Plus, Naruto's appearance must have given them at least a little more forewarning than expected. Pain berated himself as he thought the situation over in hindsight. He should have anticipated a stronger resistance from the other side. Perhaps, the success in the Konoha of his own world had made him overconfident, as well. He should have sent more troops, even pulled them away from the front line if necessary and kept Conan with him in their own world. He slammed a fist against the wall, cracking the already damaged surface. The setback would have been nothing if not for the loss of Conan. Taking a moment, Pain drew in a deep breath and set aside the self-recriminations. They didn't help anything. Whatever the reasons for the failure or possible steps he could have taken to prevent the situation, they didn't change the reality of the outcome, or what he had to do to fix it. He would get Conan back and take the Kyuubi from that world even if had to build his own portal to do it. XXXXX Naruto came to in a world of eerie quiet. The first thing he was aware of was the slow drip-dripping that echoed around him. The next thing he was aware of was his inability to move. He opened his eyes and found himself looking at a gigantic set of cage doors, bordered by decorative inlay on either side and stretching up to the high vaulted ceiling. He glanced down, shifting his eyes to see what was wrong with his body, and gasped. He was surrounded by the red mist, but it was more than just mist now. It was in the shape of two clawed red hands reaching out from behind the bars and pinning his limbs to the side. Naruto struggled, desperate to get free and escape. More red mist seeped in from the walls and bubbled up from beneath the water-covered floor. The more he struggled, though, the tighter the claws gripped him till it was difficult to breathe and his skin burned from the contact. A low chuckle made Naruto freeze. The sound came from behind the bars. "Well, little brat," the voice drawled in low amusement. "We finally meet." Naruto stared with wide eyes at the cage. He couldn't see much beyond the dark shadows inside, just a pair of malicious red eyes that glowed from the depths. Who are you?" The voice chuckled again, low rolling waves of sound that drew their strength from Naruto's stumbling and fearful question. "I don't suppose they would have told you," the Sandaime being the fool he was. The glowing eyes drew closer until a widely, wickedly grinning mouth appeared, and soon after the face of a giant fox. Naruto looked at the fox face, sinister in the half-shadows with open-mouthed horror. He forgot to continue his struggles as he tried to understand what he was seeing. He'd only been a baby when the Kyuubi attacked and subsequently killed by the Yondaime, but he was positive that was who he was seeing. Just behind the many sharp-toothed grin and narrowed eyes he could see the shadowy flicks of tails. There were too many to count, but he knew there must be 9 of them. This had to be the Kyuubi. But how? That was where Naruto's mind stopped. He couldn't think of any explanation for it save one. Am I dead? He asked, stumbling to spit the words out in a fearful whisper. If he was dead and trapped in the same place as the Kyuubi, well, he didn't want to think of the implications that held. The fox laughed again, honest amusement mixing in with the dark enjoyment he was deriving from the situation. "No, little brat, you're not dead. Neither of us is, but you will be if you're taken by those men. Be happy I stepped in to save us." Naruto shook his head. He wasn't sure he wanted whatever kind of saving the fox was offering. "The Yondaime killed you." It was more a knee-jerk reaction than anything else. The Kyuubi couldn't be alive. It just wasn't possible. The Yondaime died killing the demon fox. It was that act more than anything that cemented the Yondaime's stance as a hero in Naruto's old village and Naruto's own personal hero. The fact that the Yondaime in the old Konoha was also Minato and Naruto's father didn't even register at that moment. All that mattered to Naruto as he looked into the rage-filled eyes peering at him was that the Kyuubi was dead and the Yondaime killed it. The fox huffed another chuckle before propping its head on one paw. "They supposedly killed me in this world, too, but am I really dead? Just look around." Naruto couldn't move his head thanks to the 2 chakra fists wrapped around his body. Instead, he rolled his eyes, swerving them across the chamber. More red mist leaked through the walls, so thick in places that he couldn't see the walls. It rolled through the bars into the cage and across the floor, merging with the chakra hands. Grasping Naruto. He whimpered as the grip around him tightened even more, if that was possible. Naruto didn't understand what was going on, but he could see that the red mist was mixing with the Kyuubi's chakra. With each passing moment the fox seemed to grow larger and more solid, its grip firming till Naruto felt like he was encased in rock. "That's my chakra," the fox continued, eyes roving proudly around the chamber, coming home to where it belongs. Closing his eyes, Naruto wished the scene to go away, telling himself to wake up and escape the awful nightmare. It wasn't a dream though, and no matter how much he tried to convince himself, Naruto knew waking up in his bed was not the way to escape the fox's clutches. He opened his eyes again, rolling them around the room in a desperate attempt to find a way out of the chamber, but the red mist had grown too thick to see the walls, much less find some manner of escape. Even if he did manage to escape the claws and get out of the chamber, how would he find his way back to the village? Keh, the Kyuubi scoffed, drawing Naruto's gaze away from his search. The Kyuubi's grin stretched wider, showing his long row of pointed teeth through the bars. "Wondering where we are, brat?" it asked, pressing up to the cage and pulling Naruto closer to the bars separating them. The fox continued on, speaking with relish and wide laughing eyes. "You don't have to worry. We're still in Konoha, not too far from your house even." Naruto opened his mouth, confused by what the fox was saying but ready to deny it no matter what. This place, wherever he was not Konoha. "Don't you see," the Kyuubi continued with knowing glee, "we haven't left the village because I'm inside you. I've been inside you this entire time. No matter where you go you'll never escape me." "That's not true," Naruto whispered, but it was drowned out by the Kyuubi's laugh. "Of course it is," the fox grinned, showing every one of its pointed teeth, nose pressed almost through the bars. "And do you want to know who put me here?" Naruto struggled to shake his head, but couldn't move. He could barely breathe. "It's not," he wheezed. It couldn't be true. He couldn't have the demon inside him. What did that make him? A monster, too? Naruto didn't have time to ponder the subject even if he could bring his mind out of the frozen state of denial that fell over him. Itachi appeared, standing next to the large claws gripping Naruto. Straining, Naruto could barely see him from the corner of his eyes. He was just standing there facing the Kyuubi with set shoulders. Naruto wanted to tell him to run, to escape, but he couldn't whisper, much less yell. The Kyuubi's grip was squeezing all breath out of him. "A Sharingan," the fox said, "you must be an Uchiha. It's been a very long time since I last saw one of your clan." "I have no interest in that," Itachi said, looking to Naruto. His eyes were the same red that Naruto had seen earlier at the house. And focused in concentration. Itachi reached out and grabbed hold of the chakra surrounding Naruto. Like a balloon popping, the chakra expanded then burst, dissipating back behind the bars as Naruto dropped to the ground gasping for breath. He barely touched the floor when he realized it wasn't floor at all but grass. He was in Konoha again. Naruto opened his eyes to confusion. There were sounds all around him and it hurt to move his limbs, though the pain slowly faded with each passing moment. The first thing that truly registered beyond jumbled sounds and pain was the blood. It was splattered across the ground as though someone had thrown it from a bucket. The trees and buildings in the immediate area were destroyed, broken and shattered. The sounds finally fell into some sort of order and Naruto registered a gurgling sort of gasp. He turned his head and felt his mouth go dry. Rin knelt on the scarred ground less than a stone's throw away. She was bent over someone gasping for breath. It took a moment for Naruto to realize it was one of the shinobi who tried to kidnap him. He couldn't see the extent of the injuries thanks to Rin's position blocking the way, but he could see the bright green glow of medical jutsu from the other side of her. With each gasping breath the man choked up more blood and choked and sputtered to breath. Tearing his eyes away from the sight, Naruto frantically directed his gaze anywhere but at the dying soldier. This time, however, he could pick out the other slain. Their bodies were dismembered, ripped in pieces and scattered across the landscape like the wreckage of trees and buildings. "Naruto!" Minato's voice cut through to Naruto and his father was suddenly there next to him. Nausea rose up in Naruto seeing the destruction, the blood, and now his father there to see for himself what Naruto had done was too much to take. He backed away from the gruesome sight, back away from Minato, clumsily scrabbling across the ground on all fours. The destruction was all around him, though, and no matter where he turned he confronted the same sight. There was nothing in his stomach to expel. Rin didn't let him snack before meals lest it ruin his appetite, but that didn't stop the nausea. Turning over to his hands and knees, Naruto gagged on bile, spitting it out through painful, hiccuping sobs. Coughing, he turned away from the smelly patch on the ground and sucked in mouthfuls of air. He was covered in seals, the same seal that lined his room back at the house. He could see them on his arms and feel them stuck to his clothes in the way it failed to give and stretch. The chakra suppressants only confirmed what he'd been afraid of while speaking to the fox. It was him, Naruto knew it. He was the one who destroyed the landscape around. Shaking his head, he wanted to deny it, but the demon fox trapped in its cage came back to mind. "I'm inside you," the Kyuubi had said, and, though everything in Naruto screamed not to believe. The demon fox, nothing else made sense. Everyone in the old village had known, that was why they all hated him so much. They knew he had a monster inside of him. They knew he was dangerous. "Naruto, listen to me," Minato's voice filtered in again. Naruto could feel a hand on his shoulder and another on his back rubbing circles. "Just take deep breaths, Naruto-can." Naruto shook his head frantically. He couldn't. There wasn't enough air to take deep breaths. "Naruto-kun, calm down." Now, it was Itachi's voice that filtered in through the panic coursing through Naruto from the other side of him. Naruto's breathing was galloping out of control. No matter how much air he drew, he couldn't seem to get enough. Minato was speaking again, but it was almost too much just focusing on the important function of breathing. He couldn't spare any attention to the words passing over his head. Itachi had a hold of Naruto's shoulders now, trying to catch his gaze. "You must calm down." But Naruto couldn't. The frantic gasps came quicker and more uncontrolled as he thought about what the Kyuubi told him, what it meant for his life, and the destruction laid out around him. What would Minato say when he realized? Right now the man was next to him trying to comfort and calm him, but that would change once he knew the truth. Naruto couldn't bear to be left alone, not by the only father he'd known. Suddenly, he couldn't even get in the small amount of air he'd managed before. The air couldn't get past his lips. Black spots gathered at the edge of his vision. "Naruto-can." Minato sounded so worried, and that only made it worse. Itachi grabbed Naruto's chin and pulled it up to look directly into his eyes. Itachi's eyes seemed to glow red, the black specks swirling around the pupil. Naruto felt his own breath slowing as he watched them. His eyelids grew heavy, as well, and he felt suddenly exhausted. Naruto only broke the gaze when his eyes became too tired to keep open and he collapsed into Minato's arms in a deep sleep. Minato cradled Naruto in his arms. The boy was sleeping peacefully now, face relaxed and devoid of the anguish it held only moments ago. The tranquility was an illusion, though, brought on by Itachi's technique. Minato knew that as soon as Naruto woke again, the pain, anger, and shock would return and Minato would be hard-pressed to put it to rest. Dealing with the village and missions, for all their complexities, never came close to the difficulty and uncertainty that Naruto brought with him with each new crisis. Straightening up, Minato stood for a moment, staring at his son with a worried frown. Around them the destruction from the Kyuubi spread out almost as foreshadow for what could come. There had to be a way to stop the latent Kyuubi chakra from being absorbed by Naruto, a way to protect his son from the dangerous effects of the demon fox. Behind him, 2 ANBU shinobi appeared kneeling on the ground. "Hokage-sama, all threats have been neutralized. The village is secured," one of the ANBU said. Minato looked at the two. Cat and bird were disheveled and covered with cuts. The battle, though short, had been hard fought. He looked from the ANBU to the many columns of smoke trailing from the village to the skies. Several buildings were missing from the skyline. There would be casualties, injured from the battle, people caught in the rubble. He held Naruto tighter, torn between seeing to the care of the village and his son. "Sensei," Rin said, stepping forward from where the enemy shinobi lay dead. "Itakusan and I can go to the damaged areas right now. You should look after Naruto-kan." Minato looked at his former student. She was covered in blood and dirt, much of it from the enemy she had tried to save, though a large dark spot on her side and a corresponding rip in her shirt hinted at a possible injury. He knew how much she had grown from the hesitant girl out of the academy, but there were times she still surprised him. This was one of those times. "Naruto-kun will sleep for several hours at least," Itachi said after another moment of silence from the Hokage. Sighing, Minato nodded. "Stand down from high alert," he said, giving the immediate directions he thought would be necessary. "Civilians may leave the shelters, but they may not go into the damaged areas or buildings until those areas have been deemed safe. Increase patrols around the village by half. All other shinobi are to help in the search and rescue for anyone trapped in the wreckage. I'll be along to survey the damage in a little while." Rin nodded. "Hi, Hokage-sama," she said. Then, she and the other 3 shinobi disappeared. Minato stood in the silence. In a few minutes others would arrive to collect the bodies of the enemy shinobi for examination. The bodies of the dead, especially those of enemies, contained vital intelligence. Even if the bodies were dismembered, like those surrounding him, they could hold clues about the enemy and their methods. Looking around once more, Minato heaved another sigh, then flashed away to his home. Once home, Minato couldn't decide if the damage was worse than he hoped or better than he feared. The house was still standing, and that was the best Minato could really say. The front door and surrounding wall were blown open, revealing the front hall to the outside. Debris from the destroyed walls and smashed furniture littered the gouged floor. Most of the windows on the first floor were shattered and several on the second floor were broken as well. Minato stepped cautiously over the threshold. The floor groaned and creaked in protest from the added weight, but quieted after a moment. Down the hallway he could see more sunlight pouring in from the new holes in the wall. Minato found the hallway lined with paper, with more scraps lying in heaps on the floor. A large collection of paper scraps lay in a soggy mess, probably Rin's doing if Minato had to guess. There were bodies here as well, 2 of them on the floor. Minato immediately recognized Paine's red hair and piercings. The other person was the dark-haired woman he'd seen through the mirror. Paine's body appeared dead, but the woman, Jiraiya had called her Conan, was merely unconscious. Minato glared at the 2 invaders before shifting Naruto in his arms and summoning a toad. Gamma Hero appeared in a puff of smoke, pale green, and the swords he was just beginning to learn to wield strapped to his back. Minato pointed to Pain and Conan in turn as he gave his instructions. "I need you to take this body to the medical examiners and this prisoner to the interrogators. Then, return here, you'll be guarding my son." The toad glanced at the 2 bodies before nodding, gathering up his charges, and disappearing. Minato moved back to the stairs. The damage to the building, though extensive, didn't seem to be structural, only cosmetic. Still, he took the stairs slowly, testing each as he went. The boards creaked and groaned more than usual, but not in any way that made him nervous. The second floor appeared relatively undamaged. Minato was sure if he opened the doors to rooms bordering the front of the house that there would be damage, but the hall only had a few things out of place, a shifted desk here, a broken vase there, nothing of significance. He hurried down the hall, deciding on Naruto's room after a briefly hesitating by his office. The office was more secure against break-ins, but Naruto would probably feel more comfortable in his own room. Also, more chakra seals were placed in the bedroom to protect the boy. The bedroom was almost as untouched as the hall. The furniture was slightly out of place, no doubt from the explosion that blasted open the front door, but there was little else damaged in the still bare space. Minato shoved the bed back into place with one foot and then laid Naruto down, pulling the covers back to make space for the child. He looked at the suppressant seals still covering Naruto's body. After a moment's thought he pulled away the seals that would become uncomfortable, mainly around the boy's head and neck, then tucked the blankets back up around his son. With nothing left to do but wait, Minato sank down onto the bed watching the slow rise and fall of his son's chest. He reached out and brushed the blonde hair from Naruto's face. Naruto seemed peaceful sleeping there, but Minato knew an illusion when he saw one. The easy rest was only thanks to Itachi's genjutsu, it was as brittle and frail as colored glass. Minato dreaded Naruto waking up. How was he going to explain everything? How much did Naruto realize? Did he know about the fox? Did he know about Minato putting the fox inside of him? Minato let out a shuddering sigh, the sound loud in the heavy silence. Naruto was too young to know the truth, too young for the burden, but Minato couldn't lie to him. Pushing himself to his feet, Minato paced around the room. A large part of him wished he was back in his office or out in the street. He knew how to handle those situations, knew how to be a leader. Being a father was still shaky ground. He didn't quite know what he should do when Naruto awoke, didn't know how to explain. He shuddered at admitting to his son that Minato's own counterpart, Naruto's real father, had placed that monster inside his son. How could anyone accept that? When Gamahiro returned, Minato left, trying not to think on the guilty relief he felt upon leaving the house and throwing himself into his duties as Hokage. He'd have to face Naruto eventually, but for now he could focus on the relatively simple task of taking care of the village. XXXXX. It was well past sunset before Minato ordered all work to stop for the night. They had combed the debris and damaged areas and were fairly certain there were no more casualties trapped in the rubble. The dead lay in the street before the hospital, covered in white sheets and waiting to be claimed by family, or in some cases simply identified. So far, they had determined that 17 people died in the attack, mostly from the collapsing buildings, and scores more had been injured. It was a hard day for the village, the worst since the attack of the Kyubi 8 years previous. With the border guards on high alert, Minato sent everyone non-essential home to rest. Though he didn't tell anyone directly, he knew they were far from over the difficulties caused by the mirror and the enemies on the other side of the blank glass. For himself, Minato found he was too keyed up to sleep despite the exhaustion dogging his heels. He didn't want to go home either. For the first time since Naruto moved into the house, Minato didn't want to be home. The only things that could be waiting for him at home were a long and difficult talk with his son or the long wait for Naruto to wake up from his deep sleep. Call it cowardly, but Minato didn't want to face either after the hours of searching for survivors in the rubble. Instead, Minato found himself at the door to the new Kakashi's hospital room. He still hadn't checked on the most recent dimensional traveler since the battle, besides receiving a quick message while working through the wreckage from Tsunade informing him that Kakashi would survive. However, he needed to know more. Minato needed details on how badly his student's alternate had been injured, how long he would take to recover, and most importantly what was happening on the other side of the mirror. But, even with the vital intel that he needed to collect for the village, as Minato pushed the door open, the main thought running through his head was that maybe the man in this room could help him understand his son a little better. The room was dark, only the light from the hall spilling in across the tiled floor gave any visibility. Still, Minato closed the door softly behind him and stood with his back against it as his eyes adjusted. On further inspection, the scant moonlight did filter through the drapes, allowing him to pick out the dark outline of a bed, chair, and small table. Minato sighed at the dark room. He should have realized that the time would mean the patient would be asleep. Perhaps it would be for the best, though. Minato wasn't sure if he was up to talking with this other version Kakashi either, when he was really honest with himself. He shuffled farther into the room, finding the medical chart hung at the end of the bed. It took a few moments, but he managed to locate the dim yellow light the nurses on the night shift used and flicked it on. He flipped through the notes written out in untidy, cryptic medical scrawl. He honestly wasn't sure how the medical staff got by with such poor handwriting. Of course, Jiraiya had said the same thing about Minato's penmanship when they'd first started Fuinjutsu. From what Minato could gather, Kakashi was stable and recovering, though how long a full recovery would take was still unclear. There were a few lines concerning chakra exhaustion that he could make out in the dim light, but anything more than that was lost in jumbled scribbles and abbreviated medical jargon. Minato huffed in annoyance, wondering if the hospital staff wrote that way on purpose simply to thwart nosy patients, visitors, and Hokage. Shaking his head, Minato hung the chart back on the bed and flicked off the light. He sank down into the bedside chair and ran a hand tiredly over his face. His own Kakashi could take days or even more than a week to recover from chakra exhaustion, but they didn't need this alternate Kakashi to be up and about, they just needed him to be awake and well enough to answer questions. Hopefully, that wouldn't take more than a day or two and then they could finally get some answers about the other world. Minato didn't realize he had fallen asleep until the opening door woke him. He sat still a moment, anticipating the pain in his neck when he moved from his position propped up by one supporting hand. "Didn't expect to see you here," he said, slowly pulling his head upright with a grimace. He scrubbed his face, pressing his fingers into his eyes in an attempt to rouse himself faster. "Call it morbid curiosity," Kakashi said as he stepped away from the door. The Kopinin moved to the bed, staring at his counterpart a moment before pulling down the blanket hiding half the face. "Aichi looks old," Kakashi said, pulling the bedspread back up to cover the patient's nose. "He's had a difficult couple of weeks," Minato said, stifling a yawn as he pushed himself to a more upright position. His eyes traveled down to the half-hidden face on the bed. "Probably had a rough couple of years," he amended. The room was still too dark to see detail, but a faint dawn light slanted across the alternate Kakashi's face, deepening lines and shadows. The silence drew out long and almost uncomfortable before Kakashi spoke again. "Rin said he's suffering from chakra exhaustion. Soldier pill poisoning, and general exhaustion besides the wound in his abdomen." "Did she say when he'd wake up?" Minato asked. Kakashi shook his head. "No, but she didn't think it would be long. What are we going to do with him?" Minato tore his eyes away from the bed and looked at the man standing next to it. "What would you want in his position? How would you feel about it?" Kakashi shook his head, hooking his hands in his pockets. "I can't say. He's a different man from me. The past 8 years have given him a different life and created someone else entirely." "Fair enough," Minato nodded, "but if you, yourself were in that position, what would you want?" "Just me as I am?" Kakashi pointed to himself with one finger. Minato had the distinct impression that the man was delaying answering, but Kakashi answered almost immediately. "I'd find my way back home. You're here, and so is Rin and everyone I care about. I don't know if he has anyone there, maybe the village is all he has left and if that's the case, I just don't know what he'll want." Minato took in the answer, turning the problem over and over. The mirror was still relatively intact, even if it was inert. They could try to reactivate it, to send the new Kakashi back when he was fit and ready, but what would he be going back to? A destroyed Konoha? On the other hand, Minato could finish the job and smash the mirror like he had planned to at the end of the attack. A large part of him was still tempted to do just that. It was the simplest answer to their problem. "Fancy having a twin brother?" Minato asked, half in jest. "I don't think it's really up to me." Kakashi shrugged. "It's not my life so much as his that's going to be most affected." "We'll just have to wait till he wakes up," Minato agreed. He couldn't destroy the mirror until he asked the alternate Kakashi about it, not in good conscience at least. It was the alternate Kakashi's choice to make. Silence fell on the two men as they stared at the dimensional visitor. Through the window drapes the sky slowly lightened as dawn approached. Minato noted the approaching day. It would soon be light enough to begin working again. They couldn't afford to waste daylight during the cleaning and reconstruction efforts. You should go home, sensei, Kakashi broke the silence. We can handle the cleanup, and if something drastic happens we'll know where to find you. Minato hesitated. I need to be visible, he sighed, the village needs to see their Hokage is present during a crisis. Kakashi crossed his arms over his chest and thought a moment. Send a shadow clone. I'll stay with it, make sure nothing happens. Minato frowned at the suggestion, but it was half-hearted at best. The elders disapprove of shirking official duties off onto shadow clones. He was already pushing himself out of the chair, though, and preparing the hand sign needed. The clone poofed into existence, just as disheveled and dark-eyed as the original. Kakashi waved away the concerns with his usual nonchalance. If anyone asks any questions, I'll tell them you're attending to an important matter somewhere else in the village. It's true enough, after all. Rolling his eyes, Minato moved to the window. His gaze passed over the other Kakashi, still unconscious in the bed, and he briefly wondered if that alternate version of his student was as carefree and laid back as his own Kakashi. You know, Minato said, as he opened the window, we're going to need to figure out what to call the two of you when he wakes up. It'll get confusing with the both of you here, though I don't suppose he'll be going anywhere outside of the hospital for a while. If he really is my alternate, he'll be here at least a week, maybe 2, Kakashi said, and not to sound childish, but I was here first, this world is my home. Let him get the nickname. Minato snorted, jumping onto the window sill before glancing over his shoulder with one final order. When he wakes up and understands his situation, have him moved to Sensei Jiraiya's room. It'll be easier to protect them both in one location and Sensei can ask him questions. The silver-haired ninja nodded with a tilt of his head. Then Minato jumped out into the growing dawn light and turned in the direction of home. XXXXX Naruto didn't know how he got to his bedroom. The last thing in his fuzzy memory had been getting ready for lunch with Rin and Itachi. Sitting up, he shook his head to try to dispel the cotton that seemed to fill it. The movement set off a series of aches and pains all through his body that hadn't been there when he last remembered. He frowned at the discomfort and the growing confusion. Clambering out from under the covers tucked around him, Naruto swung his legs over the side of the bed only to pause before dropping to the ground. Sitting next to the bed was a very large toad, different shades of pale green and over half the size of the bed. Naruto blinked at the toad, unsure what to think of his strange visitor. The toad only blinked back with 2 large yellow eyes. Why's a toad in my room? Naruto mumbled to himself as he attempted to rub the sleep from his eyes. He wished his brain would wake up faster. Though, a part of him thought he might still be asleep, perhaps he was dreaming, fallen asleep on the kitchen table as he waited for lunch to begin. Minato-sama asked that I watch over you while he was away tending to the village, the toad said, voice deep and a little raspy. Gah! Naruto yelled, falling farther back on the bed as he jumped. It talks. The toad tilted its chin, managing to look affronted in its own amphibian-like way. Of course I talk, it mumbled before speaking up again, my name's Gamahiro. Now show proper manners and introduce yourself. The kind tone belied the scolding words as the toad shifted around to face Naruto properly. Naruto gaped a moment, the mystery of how he got into bed forgotten with the new oddity of a giant talking toad in front of him. As Gamahiro stared, though, Naruto slowly gathered his wits. He wasn't entirely sure of the proper way to introduce himself to a toad. No one had ever showed him the procedure for introductions to other people, much less talking animals, but he gave it his best attempt. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. It's nice to meet you. The toad nodded in satisfaction. Likewise, Naruto-kun. Naruto's stomach chose that moment to join the conversation, rumbling loudly in the pause. Ha! Naruto laughed off the sound with one hand going to his stomach and the other to the back of his head. Sorry, I don't know how long it's been since lunch. He glanced to the window, but the curtains were drawn. Now that he looked, the room itself was actually quite dim. He frowned as he tried to think if he'd actually eaten lunch or not and how long it had been since then. Hesitating, Gamahiro glanced over his shoulder before looking back to Naruto. "We can get some food from the kitchen. I believe the mess has been mostly cleaned up and there should be extra guards around the perimeter by now." The prospect of food was dampened by what the toad had said. Mess? Guards? Had something happened? Naruto didn't have time to ask, though. The toad had already turned, picking up a pair of swords Naruto hadn't noticed. Naruto moved to shuffle off the bed but stopped as he noticed the crinkle of paper stuck to his shirt. Glancing down, he saw the chakra suppression seals that were becoming steadily familiar. The sight made him freeze, an uneasy feeling growing in the pit of Naruto's stomach. Jumping off the bed with a shake of his head, Naruto followed Gamahiro out into the hall, running a few steps to catch up with the toad's hopping steps. Naruto's frown deepened and the uneasy feeling settled into a permanent nest inside his stomach as they moved down the hall and more evidence of something happening came into view. There was furniture broken and missing along with a cold draft and the scent of fresh air wafting up from the ground floor. It wasn't until they reached the stairs, though, that Naruto saw the full extent. Frozen at the landing, Naruto looked down in horror at what was supposed to be the front hall. It was all but destroyed. The front door was missing entirely. Someone had tacked up a tarp marked with seals over the hole which blocked out the wind and elements. The floor was cracked and splintered, slivers of wood, debris, and paper still scattered around the floor. Even with his limited vantage point, he could tell the damage continued out of sight down the hall. The battle had raged through the house, he vaguely thought before realizing what was going through his head. The enemy had come to the house, there had been a battle from the hall and to the front door. For a moment, Naruto could remember the confusion, fighting, and fear in perfect clarity, as though it were happening again. He stood frozen on the stairs, wide-eyed and breathless as he tried to piece it together in some coherent sequence. First, there were the explosions in the distance interrupting lunch preparations, the ANBU appearing with the warning and directions to get to safety. Then, the paper lady and red-haired man had attacked. Rin was injured and the three other enemy ninja. Naruto gasped, breathing after what felt like minutes. The demon fox, it had been there, it had killed the three ninja that kidnapped him, but that wasn't right. He was forgetting something. There was more to it. Naruto-kun? Gamahiro asked. The toad was already on the ground floor, realizing the boy hadn't followed him down the stairs. The Kyuubi had been there, Naruto was sure of it, but it hadn't been there, couldn't be there since it was dead. Naruto grabbed the front of his shirt, twisting it as he remembered a choking, constricted feeling. The paper seals crinkled under the movement, making Naruto look down at them again. The light wasn't much brighter in the hall than the bedroom, but it was a little better, and the re-examination of his shirt allowed him to see something he'd missed before in the room. Blood. I'm inside you. The realization hit with the same gut-wrenching force as it had the first time. He had the Kyuubi inside of him. Naruto, himself, had killed the three enemy soldiers. He'd spilled the blood that dotted his arms, legs, and shirt. The seals that were scattered over the walls, tarp, and himself were for him and the demon inside of him, to keep him from hurting anyone else like he had the three ninja. Naruto staggered back from the stairs, all thoughts of food gone as his appetite shriveled and disappeared. Minato had been there at the scene, he'd seen what Naruto had done. Rin had been there, too. What would they think of him? Naruto turned from the stairs and ran back down the hall. He skidded into his room, slamming the door behind him with a loud bang. The seal was painted large on the inside of the door in black strokes that stood out even in the dim lighting. He spun from the sight and dove under the bed, scrambling for the farthest corner. The seals covering his arms and shirt pulled at the frantic movement. Naruto's fingers itched to pull them off, but he was afraid to take them off, thinking of the destruction he'd caused earlier. The seal-lined room felt more like a prison now than anything else, and yet he wasn't sure if he didn't deserve to be locked up considering the danger he posed. He'd never forgive himself if he hurt Rin, Kakashi, or Minato, not after the kindness they'd shown him. There was a voice at the door, maybe Gamahiro, but Naruto didn't respond. He closed his eyes and willed it to go away, for once in his life wishing to be alone. Time passed, but Naruto didn't acknowledge it. It faded into a numb sense of disbelief. He couldn't sense any of the angry red chakra from the Kyuubi, but he could still see the sneering grin of the demon fox peering out at him from behind. Prison bars. The fox had been so real, he didn't imagine it. Then the blood and the debris afterwards, Naruto knew he didn't imagine that. The only thing keeping the awful power at bay was the seal surrounding him, so he stayed where he was in the gray shadow under the bed. A knock to the door roused Naruto from his daze. He twitched, pulling his arms tighter around his legs, and wished the person would leave. The knock came again, this time accompanied by a voice. "Naruto-kan?" It was Minato. "Naruto-kan, I'm coming in." The door latch clicked and a bright light sliced through the dim room. Naruto gasped, panicked at the thought of seeing his father or even leaving the room. He scrambled out from under the bed, ignoring the stiffness that had settled into his limbs, and threw himself against the door. The door snapped close again, Minato apparently unprepared for the sudden weight pushing against him. "Don't come in!" Naruto cried, choking on the words. He grabbed the doorknob and held it fast, hoping he could keep it from turning again. There was no attempt to open the door, though. Instead, a heavy silence followed Naruto's outburst. For a moment, he thought Minato had left and he was alone again, but then his father's voice came through the wood again, muted and sad. Okay, I won't come in unless you want me to," Minato said. "But we need to talk." Naruto shook his head. There was nothing to talk about. He had a monster inside of him, everyone would hate him again, and he'd be locked up and kept from hurting anyone else. "I don't want to talk," he said. It was only because his head was pressed against the door that Naruto heard the heavy sigh on the other side. "Naruto, you don't have to be afraid," Minato said, "everything's fine now, we've taken care of all the enemies in the village. You can come out. You're safe now, are you listening to me?" Naruto turned his back to the door and slid down to the floor. He could hear his father on the other side of the wood planks, certainly, but he shook his head at the words. He wasn't safe, the people around him weren't safe. From some dim half-memory of the first attack, the one that had started everything in the old Konoha, Naruto recalled the old man saying he was the reason for the attack. Naruto reached up and grabbed his hair in two tight fists. They had been after him then and nothing had changed. This place was going to turn into the old Konoha. The people here would hate him because of the demon fox inside, and the ninja from before would come and invade this place. They already had less than a day ago and they would return. "Naruto, talk to me," Minato said through the door, his voice closer to the ground now. "Either you talk to me or I'm coming in." "No." Naruto jumped to his feet again and grabbed the door knob. "You can't come in." "Why can't I?" Minato's response came back instantly. "Give me a reason." "I don't want to hurt you." Naruto cried, choking on the words. Admitting it out loud made it worse, made it twice as real. "Naruto-kan, you're not going to hurt me," Minato said, followed by a weak, forced chuckle, "unless you think you're ready to beat the Hokage." Naruto let his head hang forward, thumping against the wood. He struggled with himself to speak until he finally pushed the words out. "They were after me." His father's voice came through the door, equally quiet but still audible. "I know." Naruto's eyes snapped open, staring at the bright line under the door. His hands shook as he turned the knob and pulled the door open, blinking in the sudden light. "You did?" Minato was sitting in front of the door, settled down for a long wait. He nodded, face solemn and serious, and when he spoke his voice reflected that same gravity. I want you to understand something, Naruto-kan, this isn't your fault. Cringing, Naruto turned his gaze to the floor. They want the Kyuubi. That's me. They invaded to get to me. You are not the Kyuubi, Minato's voice was stern and not to be contradicted. He climbed to his feet, a brief grimace passing over his face before he took Naruto's shoulders and gently spun him back into the room. Minato directed Naruto to the bed and settled down next to him so they were sitting facing each other on the unmade covers. Naruto-kan, I want you to listen to me carefully. I can explain this, but you have to listen. Naruto nodded, desperate to find out why he had a demon inside of him and what he could do to fix it. Minato looked at him with a pained expression before getting up and pacing the room. After a few turns the Hokage spun back around, his once pristine Hokage's coat rumpled, torn, and stained beyond repair. Minato dropped back on the bed and ran a hand over his head with huff. There are beings in the world that are entirely made up of chakra called Biju. The Kyuubi is one of them. A long time ago, people locked up the Biju to keep them from destroying things. It's very difficult to contain a Biju because they're all very powerful, but one of the ways is to put it in a person. But why did they have to lock up the Biju in the first place? Naruto asked, confused as he watched his struggling father. It's complicated, Minato sighed, frowning down at the bed before looking back up to Naruto. He placed his hands on either side on Naruto's face, blue gaze locked on blue gaze. What you need to understand right now is that you are not the Kyuubi. You're guarding the Kyuubi, protecting the village from it by keeping it locked inside you, but that does not make you the demon fox nor responsible for anything it does if it gets away. Do you understand? Naruto tried to nod but he couldn't with his head captured. This is not your fault. Do you understand? Minato asked again, more insistent. His gaze was so fierce Naruto couldn't help but stare with wide eyes that stung and strained against tears. Yes, Naruto breathed, unsure if he really believed it but unable to give any other response. Minato pulled him into a crushing hug. No you don't, Minato's voice rumbled above him, more felt than heard. But someday you will. I'll make sure of it. XXXXX Kakashi woke to muffled confusion. Something was terribly wrong, but he couldn't grasp what it was. His thoughts were slow and muddled, smothered by exhaustion and the distinct cottony feel of pain relievers. He forced his eyes open as fragments of memory came back. He'd been behind enemy lines, in the heart of the Hokage Tower. There'd been a fight, he vaguely remembered that, but not how it ended. There were gaps in Kakashi's memory, but one thing he was sure of, he should not be lying in a hospital bed. Based on his last coherent recollection, the best he could hope for was capture by the enemy, or death. Neither one of those options bore much hope for a soft bed in Konoha's hospital. Sliding his eyes around the room, he could see that indeed, Konoha's hospital was where he was, but something was different. The hospital was on the IWA side of the line, Kakashi remembered, though with the advances Konoha had been making it could have already been retaken. If it had been the case, it would have been in much worse shape than Kakashi was currently seeing. Closing his eyes, Kakashi strained himself looking for any evidence of a genjutsu, but there was none that he could detect. He was missing something, Kakashi knew it, but he couldn't force his brain to work well enough to connect the clues. The door opened and he swiveled his eyes again to catch sight of who it was. His head was too heavy to turn, and moving at all reminded him of the muffled pain burning through his limbs and especially his abdomen. Tsuandesima, Kakashi croaked, his eyes slowly taking in the blonde woman with disbelief. You came back. Did you hear about the invasion? Tsuanda kept her gaze focused on the clipboard, her heels clicking against the tiled floor as she stepped up to the bed. Never left. Minato-kun seduced me with complete control over a brand new medical program and twice the funding before I could get out of the village. Kakashi blinked, trying to sort through the information. But I had heard. Hemophobia? Tsunade said. She looked up from the chart. If Kakashi had been well, he would have read the warning signs in her sharp gaze and clipped movements as she dropped the clipboard to her side. And don't think that was easy to get past. You have the wrong village. You came through the mirror. Don't you remember? Gathering his thoughts and memories around like so many scattered photographs, Kakashi could remember the fight right up to the point where he was run through. After that it became a little hazy. Not particularly, he said, frowning up to the ceiling, noticing a distinct lack of a face mask. Struggling to move, Kakashi inched the blanket up toward his face. However, even that small effort drained his already tired limbs and he was forced to stop before he made any headway. Tsunade watched with a raised eyebrow before tsking at his efforts and pulling up the blanket to just over his nose. You need to lie still and rest, she said, making one final note on the chart before hanging it on the end of the bed. You're suffering from severe chakra depletion, exhaustion, and several wounds, the most extensive being the gaping hole through your middle. In all honesty, I'm surprised you're not dead considering how far you pushed yourself. Tsunade's voice took on a lecturing tone as she continued to drone on about getting rest and taking proper care of himself, but Kakashi wasn't listening. The door had opened at that moment and a head poked through. Kakashi slid his eyes to the newcomer, hoping it was a nurse who would distract Tsunade from her lecture, but his heart froze as he took in the face peering around the door. The sound dropped away and the world seemed to stop. The brown hair was a little longer than he remembered and the clothes were different, but everything else was the same, from the kind eyes to the purple markings on either side of her face. Rin, Kakashi breathed. His only focus was on the startled face looking back at him from the doorway. Idiot! What are you doing? Tsunade said, the words lost on Kakashi, you're not strong enough to be moving around. Get back in bed. Kakashi had no time to heed the orders. He failed to register getting out of bed and immediately collapsing to the floor. He could only stare at his old teammate alive again in white-faced amazement as she rushed to his side and helped Tsunade lift him back to the bed. Rin, Kakashi choked, struggling to reconcile the last time he saw his friend and the grown woman beside him. It was too much to take in with the chakra exhaustion and injury. It all combined to overwhelm him, and before he could gasp out anything more the world tilted, heat rushed to his face, and dizziness overtook him, plunging him back into darkness. Something's happened, Sarutobi said as he looked down at the map showing the latest distribution of forces within Konoha. The IWA forces were still slowly retreating as the defending Konohanan retook their village, but that was not what occupied Sarutobi's attention. The new development that caught his eye was the change within the Amigakure lines. By all reports, the Aimnin had reconstituted, cut off the little help they were giving to the IWA forces and focused their positions around the Hokage Tower. The distribution of troops was distinctly defensive, with no indications they were preparing to attempt for any more territory. Considering the advance of the Konoha forces, the AIM forces would soon be completely separated from their ally, making each more vulnerable. Tactical logic said the invaders should avoid that at all cost. Unless, Sarutobi thought to himself, a cold hand gripping his heart, AIM's tactical goals had changed. Have there been any unusual chakra signatures coming from the AIM lines? The old Hokage asked, glaring at the circle on the map depicting the tower. The aide next to him stumbled, searching through the many reports from the day. For a moment, the only sound in the room was paper crinkling from the stacks of already wrinkled reports. Yes, the Chunnin said, scanning over a scrap of rice paper before holding it out with one hand to Sarutobi. The other hand was bandaged and bound close to his side. He'd been wounded in action and was now fit for nothing more than helping the Hokage shuffle through paper. But it was only a small chakra flare originating from the tower. Sarutobi scanned the paper, feeling his heart constrict in dread. The chakra levels in the report, documented in detail by Konoha's best censor, would not be anything unusual, normally, but the location the chakra was concentrated in was worrying. The lower levels of the Hokage Tower were shielded to prevent chakra from the classified experiments and activities from leaking through and troubling the general population or raising unwanted questions. If the tower and shields were damaged, any chakra activity in the lower levels would start to leak through in muted levels. The fact that their sensors were picking up on anything from the tower close to average chakra levels was very troubling. Shifting his gaze back to the map, the Hokage ran his eyes over the line where the IWA and AIM forces met. He wished Shikaku were present to consult with, but the noted strategist was personally checking on ground situation at the moment. He would have to inform Shikaku of the new development when the Jounin commander returned. Have our forces put pressure on this point between IWA and AIM. We'll drive a wedge between the two and isolate them. Keep the IWA troops in check, but focus on the AIM lines. They needed to get to the tower as quickly as possible. XXXXX Conan woke in a dim and bare prison cell. The fact that she had been captured was self-evident, but it took a moment to understand how. Waking was like coming out of a deep sleep, more like regaining consciousness after being knocked unconscious. That combined with the slight muzziness and disorientation convinced her she'd been caught in a genjutsu. Conan grimaced at the wall, silently berating herself. There were few who could trap her in such an attack, but she had not expected to face an Uchiha, especially not Uchiha Itachi. That was the danger of running into a battle without knowing your enemy's strengths beforehand. Conan sighed, rebuking herself all the more. She had known the dangers. She should have brought them to Nagato's attention directly. It would have done no good, though. He'd known the danger as well as she, and he was right. They needed the Kyuubi, and the invasion of Konoha could be their only chance to acquire it. For a brief moment during the battle, Conan had thought they were going to succeed. It had started so well. The ANBU guards watching the mirror were woefully unprepared for Pain's strength, and they'd had the additional luck of one guard knowing the Kyuubi's location. Ninjendo easily ripped the information from them along with their spirit. Then it was only a matter of hiding their chakra en route while the diversion drew all the attention. That was before they ran into Itachi. Now, though, she wondered if capturing the demon fox would be possible considering all the defenses surrounding it. If it had been anyone else she would have said no, but Nagato had never failed at anything he set out to do. If anyone could do it, he could. Pushing her still waking limbs to a standing position, Conan forced herself to walk around the small cell. The first short lap was to get her legs working properly, the second was to examine the room. There were no windows, in the door or the walls. The only light in the small room came from under the small crack beneath the door. It filtered into the gloom and gave the barest form to the pallet bed she had woken up on only minutes ago. The light was too dim to see the walls properly, but Conan was sure they had chakra suppression seals embedded into them. Feeling along the door, she found a slot that could be opened for meals or conversing through the otherwise heavy metal barrier. She settled herself back onto the meager bed and considered her current situation. They had taken all of her possessions, changed her into a loose-fitting prisoner's shirt and pants. In the dim light she couldn't find any suppressant seals on her person, and the chakra seals for the cell would almost certainly not extend out into the hallway. They wouldn't want to handicap their own guards in maintaining control of the prisoners. It meant Conan would need a way out of the cell without chakra unless she could find a way around the seals, but once she was out she would be able to use her techniques again. She could perhaps manage something small if she got a hand through the slot in the door. There was no latch to open the slot from inside, most likely it was secured against any prisoner attempting to open it. It all meant that Conan's best chance to escape would be when they took out to question her, and they would question her. She had too much valuable information they could use for them to not question her. After that, it would be a matter of getting into the Hokage Tower and back through the mirror to her own world. Retrieving the Kyuubi on her own, while an attractive idea, was unrealistic, and though the idea of being able to get back to Nagato was also unrealistic, it still had more potential than the former. Her first goal was to get out of the prison where she was being held. Eyes roving the cell for any previous unnoticed vulnerability, Conan waited for her chance. XXXXX. He was in a new room. That was the first thing Kakashi noticed the next time he opened his eyes. It was bigger than the first one, judging from the size of the ceiling. Moving was still difficult and painful. Though not as difficult as the first fuzzy recollections he had of waking up. The rustle of scroll paper caught his attention, and for a moment Kakashi cursed himself for not noticing another person in the room right away. It took effort, but eventually he managed to turn his head toward his company. A heavily bandaged Jiraiya sat in the neighboring bed. He was propped up by pillows with his long white hair hanging loose around his shoulders. The older man frowned down at the scroll in his lap. It was a moment before he registered Kakashi's gaze and looked up from the scroll. "Well," Jiraiya said, an earnest grin splitting his tired face, "look who's awake again." "Jiraiya-sama," Kakashi said in the half-croak he had been speaking in since waking. He had heard the Toad Sage had returned to Konoha to help battle the invasion, but hadn't seen it himself. "Wait," Kakashi paused, "hadn't Tsunade-sama said this was the other Konoha?" Squeezing his eyes shut, Kakashi brought one heavy hand up to rub at them, only dimly acknowledging the action. "You're a little confused still," Jiraiya said, deep voice resonating from the neighboring bed with amusement and pity. "This is another version of Konoha. One where, yes," Kakashi croaked, not wanting the man to go any farther. The image of Rin standing in the doorway flashed through his mind, and he didn't want to hear any more, only just starting to come to terms with the painful ramifications of his situation. There was a moment of silence as Kakashi fought to control himself. Jiraiya broke the pause with a light tone. "They put you in here so I can keep an eye on you." Kakashi seized on the lighter tone as he finally regained his customary apathy and pulled his hand away from a bland expression. "As if you're one to talk," he said, eyeing the bandaging covering much of Jiraiya's visible body. Jiraiya sniffed, turning his nose up and away. He smoothed out the scroll laying across his lap as he returned his gaze to the seal diagrams covering its surface. "I'm a model prisoner. Patient, unlike you, trying to get out of bed after suffering severe chakra depletion and being impaled." A pair of footsteps stopped outside their room. Jiraiya threw his blanket over the scroll before dropping himself down on his pillows with a strangled gasp as their door slid open to reveal Tsunade. "You're awake, good," Tsunade said, moving to Kakashi's bedside. She lifted the chart and notes hanging off the foot of the bed frame and started leafing through the pages with a furrowed brow. "You didn't do yourself any favors with that stunt you pulled earlier. I've been tempted to keep you sedated just to give your body time to recoup before your mind gets thrown any more. Unexpected surprises." Kakashi struggled to sit up, but ceased his efforts at a glare from Tsunade. "I actually feel much better than I was expecting," he said, telling the truth. In all reality, several days ago he had expected to be dead, so anything more than that was an improvement. Tsunade nodded, gesturing to a series of green crystals set on seals and positioned around the bed. Kakashi blinked, noticing them for the first time and rebuking himself for the slip. "They're chakra crystals," Tsunade said, hanging the chart back on the bed. "They emit a low level of healing chakra in the immediate vicinity. It helps the body recover faster from exhaustion and overdoing it like you have. However, the hole through your middle will still have to heal the slow way, so don't go thinking you can get out of bed and move around. I'm not above tying you down, if I have to." "And she means it," Jiraiya said with a warning nod. "You, too," Tsunade growled, her hair whipping around her shoulders as she turned to glare at Jiraiya. The old man flinched back from the gaze, eyes going over wide. "Now," Tsunade said, turning back to Kakashi, "you're going to have to convince me that you won't try anything stupid, like getting out of bed, or collapsing if I'm going to allow visitors." Kakashi had doubts about how many visitors he could possibly have in an alternate dimension he had never been to before, but there was Rin and Naruto. That was 2 people, at least. So, he nodded his head with an earnest expression. I'll be fine. Tsunade stared at him from the foot of the bed, arms crossed just beneath her ample chest. I doubt that, she said but didn't comment further. Is that why you climbed out of bed? Because he saw someone? Jiraiya asked, alternating between looking at Kakashi and Tsunade. Kakashi faltered at answering. He didn't want to provide a history about why seeing Rin affected him so much, but he didn't need to. Tsunade was already nodding for him. Took one look at Rin and fainted dead away, after trying to reach her. Rin? Jiraiya's knowing grin split his face. You lover boy, you. Is it a very serious romance in your world? No, wait. You've been separated by the invasion and you weren't sure if she was alive or dead. The old writer grinned, twisting his hands together. I can just picture it now. I might even make it the plot for my next book. Don't worry, I'll change the names so no one will know it's you. Kakashi gaped, wide-eyed as he looked at Jiraiya. Ignore him, Tsunade said with an eye roll and a glare sent to the old man. He's been trapped in here too long already, but unfortunately he's still not well enough for us to kick him out. She turned her attention back to Kakashi. Considering the classified nature of how you came into this world, your presence here is considered a state secret, but I'll let the Hokage know he and a select few will be permitted to visit now. Thank you, Kakashi said. He tore his wide eyes away and struggled to place a neutral expression on his face. He thought a moment before asking, who is the Hokage here? There was a pregnant pause as the medical nin measured him with her gaze, seemingly assessing his vitals with a mere look. Namikaze Minato is currently the Yondaime Hokage. Kakashi made an extra effort to keep his face composed. He only managed it because of the mask. He should have expected that. There was the vaguest memory of the yellow flash streaking past him just before he blacked out during the battle. He'd thought it was a delusion, but that probably was Minato, racing to close the portal as fast as the yellow flash had ever been. Tsunade spoke again, drawing Kakashi out of his circling thoughts. He may be by in a day or two to visit and ask some questions, so it's just as well that you have some advance warning. It'll come as less of a shock, I suppose. As it is, between the secret nature of you being here and your previous reactions, for the time you'll only have a limited number of approved visitors, the Hokage, Naruto, and I suppose Rin and your counterpart if you think you can handle it. Hopefully you won't swoon all over yourself again. I didn't faint, Kakashi said. Really, people were making too big a deal about him passing out after seeing Rin. Tsunade rolled her eyes, turning toward the door as her heels clicked across the tiles. Get some rest, lover boy. You're still recovering. I'm not a lover boy, Kakashi said, but the door was already swinging shut behind the medic. From the bed next to him Jiraiya just laughed. I think it's too late to protest. Jiraiya grinned. Well, at least I'm not afraid of Tsunade-sama, Kakashi muttered looking pointedly at the scroll still hidden under Jiraiya's blanket. What? The older man shrugged, pulling out the forbidden object. She's scary. You haven't seen how scary she can be, so I don't want to hear it. Jiraiya turned back to the scroll. Kakashi knew the Sannin medic could be scary, but he was sure he'd never been misfortunate or thoughtless enough to incur the woman's true wrath. He'd take Jiraiya's word for it. Silence fell over the room, punctuated by the occasionally crinkle of Jiraiya's scroll and a pen against paper. Kakashi tried to imagine what it would be like being confronted by Minato Sensei. The last time he'd seen the man had been the day of the Kyuubi's attack. Then there was Rin, as well. How could he explain why he reacted as strongly as he had? He honestly didn't want to think about his counterpart, what he would have been if he had grown up in the happier world. This felt too much like a dream and he was still too numb to process any of it. Is the village secure? Kakashi asked, staring at the ceiling. The village is secure, Jiraiya said. And the mirror? You don't have to worry about any of that at the moment, the old Sannin said with easy reassurance. You can rest for now. Sighing, Kakashi repositioned himself before closing his eyes, intent on more sleep. XXXXX Pain bent over the mountain of scrolls and papers heaped upon the Hokage's desk. Frowning down at one passage, he reached for another book and slapped it down next to him. A pile of messages from the IWA commander toppled to the ground in a flurry of paper. Most of them remained unopened and unread, and the few Pain had deigned to look at he'd no more than skimmed. He had no interest in Iwa's weakening position or in keeping the city in the long term. The invasion had served its purpose. Not only had Konoha's power been drastically cut, so had Iwa's strength been radically reduced, particularly after the Konoha forces eventually drove them from the city. Those were two of the three main forces that stood as a threat against Amigakure and Pain himself. The Kyuubi would keep all others in check, but a new objective had risen before all others, and it drove him to his frenzied search over papers and theory. He had to get Conan back. Pain couldn't bear losing the only remaining person he considered family. His parents were gone, Jiraiya Sensei had abandoned them, Yahiko was gone. Conan was all he had left. He forced back the self-recriminations at sending her on such a dangerous mission in the first place. He should have considered the maker of the mirror, the blasted fourth Hokage himself, would have a way to sever the connection between the worlds. The Kyuubi was important, and he knew sending his paths on the mission was the only solution possible, but he should have sent another path of Pain, not Conan. He could always find new bodies for the paths, but his childhood friend was irreplaceable. And now she was captured. Glaring down over the papers and charts, Nagato willed something more to jump out of the pages, anything that would help him reopen the mirror or even build another if it was the only way. He'd misjudged his move when he'd opened the mirror without fully understanding it. It was a mistake he didn't often make, but they'd been so close to the Kyuubi and its vast and unique supply of chakra. Pain paused, gaze focusing on somewhere beyond the scroll in front of him. Chakra. The mirror worked entirely off of chakra. Pushing papers aside, Pain dug out the chakra diagram he had made of the mirror, eyes devouring the schematic with frantic concentration. The crystal itself naturally connected the two worlds by its very existence. In a sense, there was only one mirror, and the worlds branched out from it like two sides of a window. The only thing that determined whether the connection was usable was the amount of chakra that went through the crystal. There needed to be a minimal amount for the mirror to open, that was simple to understand and see. The crystal was designed to withstand immense amounts of chakra thanks to the high concentration of chakra which was required to simply make a visible connection. The seal that the Yondaime used to shut down the mirror used an even greater amount of chakra to overwhelm those same systems and shut them down immediately. But what if Pain introduced a small amount of chakra to the mirror, a minuscule amount? All Pain really needed to do was reopen the chakra paths, and a slow, steady stream of chakra might just coax the channels open again. Pain pulled out a fresh sheet of paper, ready to set down his plan. It would take time, longer than he really wanted. There was also the matter of how he would retrieve both Conan and the Kyuubi back from a world defended by the Yondaime Hokage. If the choice came down to one or the other, Pain knew he wouldn't be able to leave Conan behind. Still, that decision would come after he could open the portal again. Any plan he devised later would have to start with opening a door back into that other world, and time was of the essence. The key to fixing the mirror was chakra, and that was something Pain had in spades. XXXXX Minato focused on the task before him, brush in one hand and can of chakra-infused paint in the other. It was a good break to focus on one simple task for a moment instead of trying to unravel the extremely complicated situation that had developed. His hand remained steady, tracing the outline of the seal even as a gasp cut through the quiet behind him. Finishing the complicated design, Minato glanced behind him to the bed, offering an apologetic smile as he sidestepped to a new spot on the wall. "Sorry if I woke you," he said to the wide-eyed Kakashi. Jiraiya slept soundly across the room, a soft snore reverberating through his lungs. Part of Minato wondered if Tsunade was drugging her fellow Sannin to keep him in bed. "It's all right, Hokage-sama," Kakashi said, voice quiet and hesitant, eyes never wavering from Minato's face. I probably should have given you more warning. This has been a shock to you. Minato looked over his student's counterpart, noting the still pale and drawn face. This was probably like seeing a ghost for Kakashi. Minato remembered how he felt the first moment he realized who Naruto was. Shocked was probably an understatement. Even with that, Kakashi still looked better than the last time Minato had seen him. It's all right, Kakashi repeated, tearing his eyes away to look down at his knees with a frown. Tsunadesima told me you were Hokage, but I don't think any amount of warning would have helped. At least, you didn't faint like when you saw Rinsen. Tsunade would have thrown me out. Minato's attempt at levity fell short, drawing only the thin outline of a weak smile from the silver-haired man. An awkward silence descended for a moment before Minato asked, "How are you feeling?" "Better than I would have expected," Kakashi said, carefully pushing himself up into a sitting position. "I think I have Tsunade's chakra therapy to thank for that." Minato nodded, glad he had given the medical expert as much support and leeway as he had. There'd been a lot of pushback from the old warhorses when he'd first backed Tsunade and expanded the village's medical division. The move had been expensive at first and drew needed manpower from other divisions, but it was moments such as these when developments such as the chakra therapy proved their worth that he counted his blessings he hadn't listened to the naysayers. "Are you feeling up to a few questions?" Minato asked. "You want to know how it all started and what the current situation is?" Kakashi, ever the skilled shinobi and sharp mind, knew exactly what Minato needed to know. Minato nodded, eyes glancing to the door to make sure Tsunade wasn't coming back. Tsunade would disapprove. Kakashi needed more rest, but time was not on their side and Minato knew Kakashi was tough. The white-haired man could take it. After all, no matter what universe he was from, Minato had still trained this man. Kakashi was silent a moment as he visibly assembled his thoughts. "It really started over a year ago. We started receiving intelligence about an underground criminal organization called Akatsuki. The intel didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary at first. It was all just rumors about a new gang trying to carve a niche for themselves. Then, our operatives working the case started disappearing. There were reports of attempts to gain information on the Bijou, not just one or two from a specific nation, but all of them, the Kyuubi included. How widespread was the information that Naruto was the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki?" Minato asked. He didn't want to interrupt Kakashi's story, but he was impatient for any information he could gain on his son. Kakashi shook his head, a small, pained movement but better than what the silver-haired man could do a few days ago. The Sandaime declared the information a Class A secret and ordered everyone in the village to never speak of it, especially to Naruto. He had hoped the younger generation, Naruto's peers and all others that came after would not inherit the prejudice that came with the knowledge, but they still learned to ostracize him from their parents. They just didn't know why. Minato finished for him, grimacing to himself. Laws could not change human nature, no matter how well-intentioned they were. Kakashi dropped his eyes, face drawn by a frown in silent agreement. Minato shook himself back to the conversation. He glanced back to the wall, before giving up the thought of painting any other seals during the conversation. "Please continue." "We received word that IWA was increasing their troop movements," Kakashi said after a moment, picking up where he left off. "At first, it was thought to be training, something to keep an eye on, but nothing to cause too much alarm. Then, the units disappeared from our surveillance. The next time we saw them they were at the edges of the village." Minato squeezed his eyes close, pinching the bridge of his nose with his free hand, the other was occupied by the paint can and brush. That was a situation no leader wanted to encounter, suddenly confronted by a large military force appearing at your gates, with little to no warning. It was a nightmare. How much of the village were they able to take? Kakashi ran a tired hand through his already mussed hair. "When I left, they had the Hokage Tower, the front gate, and the hospital. At the high water mark, they had control of perhaps 60% of the village, but we've been gaining ground. They might even have taken back the main gate by now. Minato shook his head as he moved to the bedside chair. He placed the paint can on the floor, setting the brush on top of it before leaning his elbows onto his knees. "How many casualties have you suffered?" "Too many," came the brief reply. Kakashi drew in a breath before he continued in a level tone. "We got the civilians in the shelters as quickly as we could. There's been much talk of moving them away from the village entirely, but we don't have the manpower to protect them, and there's the worry the enemy will attack them on the road to draw our troops away from the front lines. The higher-level shinobi have mostly survived with only minor injuries and fatigue, but the junior ranks they just weren't prepared for all-out war. It's been so long since we had one, almost 10 years. You don't need to explain," Minato said, catching Kakashi's eye. "I understand." It had been a decade since Minato's own Konoha had been to war. They still trained their shinobi recruits as well as they could, better even since they didn't have to rush their young immediately out onto the battlefield. However, training only went so far, and the practical experience most shinobi acquired these days ran along the lines of conducting patrols, fighting criminals, and one-on-one combat, not full-fledged battles to the death between armies. The mentality was just different, more brutal. "Is there any sign the enemy will bring in reinforcements? Would you be able to stop them if they tried?" Minato asked. He needed to understand the situation in its entirety. "I don't think they'll be able to move in any more troops," Kakashi said through a thoughtful frown. "There are two groups that made up the invading forces, Iwagakure and Amigakure. The IWA forces seem to hold the most ground of the two, but AIM's troops hold the tower." Kakashi glanced around himself a moment, and Minato, anticipating his needs, found a sheet of paper for him. "At first, they were working together, but in the last few days our intelligence has been reporting that the AIM forces have been focused on holding the tower and nothing else, even though the IWA troops have been losing some of their ground," Kakashi said as he drew out a sketch of the city and the front lines as they stood the last time he knew. "When the invading forces gained a foothold in the city and it became obvious we wouldn't be able to push them out immediately, the Sandaime ordered some of our forces to gather the patrols and form a line to prevent any enemy reinforcements from getting through. It made defending against the invasion a little more difficult in the short term, but we can't afford the enemy to receive and relief." Minato nodded as he looked over the map and disposition of Kakashi's village. It was a difficult situation no matter how you looked at it, but if Kakashi was correct and Iwa's forces had started losing ground, the other Konoha might still be salvageable. "The Sandaime believed the invasion had at least two purposes," Kakashi said after a moment, "one being to reduce our military power, which they certainly have done, and the second to acquire the Kyubi." "Which they're still attempting," Minato agreed. Laying the map on the bedside table, he pushed himself out of the chair and moved back to the next space on the wall needing a seal. "I'm going to have Naruto moved here for the time being. The house needs repairs and I can't spare enough shinobi to look after him with the increased patrols, repairs, and wounded." Minato finished the seal and shuffled down to the next spot. "He'll probably be bouncing off the walls by the end of the day, so hopefully it'll only be a temporary situation until there's a better solution to be had." At least, Minato was hoping Naruto would be bouncing off the walls. That would be better than the semi-depressed funk that the boy had been sliding into since learning about the Kyubi. He glanced back when the silence stretched longer than he expected. Kakashi's eyes were fixed on his lap, but his gaze was unfocused, a million miles away. His Adam's apple bobbed a few times as he swallowed, then cleared his throat. "We'll look after him, sensei," Kakashi said, his voice was quiet, barely above a whisper. He seemed paler than he was when he first woke up. Minato's face crinkled with worry, tempted to ask what had happened to Kakashi since his counterpart's death, but he held himself back. Kakashi had always been reserved and this one seemed more so than his own. "I know you will," Minato threw a weak smile over his shoulder before turning back to his seal. I will have guards here looking after the three of you, so if for some reason you are threatened by an enemy, let them take care of it. You and Jiraiya are to focus on getting yourselves and Naruto to safety. Neither of you are in any shape to fight if you can avoid it. Hi, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said, voice subdued. You should know Naruto's been having difficulty with the Kyuubi's chakra since arriving here. I won't go into all the details, but in this world the Kyuubi was temporarily dispersed, leaving behind its latent chakra. The chakra is being drawn to Naruto and entering through his seal, making it difficult for him to control the Kyuubi. These seals help control the problem, and I'll leave you both plenty of chakra suppressant seals in case you need the safe area. I'm not expecting there to be any instance where that becomes necessary, but it's best to be prepared. We've had more than our fair share of bad luck, Kakashi agreed. His voice came just above a murmur and was followed by a loud yawn. Get some sleep, Minato said. The suggestion was unnecessary, he could already hear Kakashi's breathing even out behind him. Hours later. Found Minato in the lower levels of the Hokage Tower staring at the cracked mirror as he thought about what Kakashi had revealed concerning what had happened on the other side. He ran a hand over the black glass, touch featherlight, barely brushing the uneven cracks marring the surface of the mirror. Grabbing a light, he turned it one way then the other as he bent to see the damage from all angles. In some ways, the natural sunlight that filtered though from the hole in the ceiling and wall hindered his ability to fully examine the mirror by washing out the more direct artificial lights. He'd compensated by commandeering some of the very bright surgical lamps from the hospital, thankful that they had enough spares in storage to accommodate him. The cracks radiated out from Minato's experimental seal, fracturing the muted image reflected by the inactive mirror. With the flurry of Kakashi's double coming through and Naruto's incident, then with the needs of his son and the village, Minato hadn't had a chance to thoroughly examine the damage until that moment, almost 2 days after the fact. The fractures were superficial, none of them deep or wide enough to risk shattering the mirror in half, but they were still enough to break up the dull image reflected back in a kaleidoscope of shapes. Minato traced the larger cracks with a frown. Some of them were sharp enough to cut, but there was something more going on beneath the surface. Closing his eyes, Minato flattened his palm against the fractured crystal. He sat still a moment, letting himself feel the mirror under his hand. With the seal he had created, the chakra crystal should be inert, similar to any ordinary rock picked off the ground. The chakra flow should be cut and incapable of moving through the channels until the seal was removed. That was if the technique worked as it was meant to, that is. It was all so experimental, from the mirror to the various seals developed to control it, there was really no way to be sure how anything to react. Minato felt it after a few moments. Sitting completely still, focusing on nothing but the mirror under his hand, he could just trace the barest hint of chakra running deep under the surface. It was faint, could be completely missed in a cursory check, but it was there pulsing along the cracks created by his seal. The sensation was so faint it felt more like an echo, but despite this he could tell the chakra was not his own. At first glance, the faint chakra pulse didn't seem to be doing anything. The looking glass was designed to handle a much larger flow of power to make it work, but looks could be deceiving. Just because it didn't seem to be doing anything didn't mean it was benign. Examining the mirror again, Minato found nothing that could be the cause of the faint chakra traces, which meant the chakra flow was likely coming from the other side and the enemy. Sitting back on his heels, Minato glared at the one-time science project turned dangerous threat. Even deactivated, the mirror remained a liability. The temptation to destroy the mirror was still strong, but so was the desire to help the other Konoha. Then, there was the other Kakashi. He deserved a chance to at least try to go back to his world if that was what he wanted. Pain was attempting something, his next move, in the other world, certainly another attempt to get the Kyuubi and retrieve the prisoner, Conan, Minato's Konoha held. There wasn't enough information to know exactly what technique Pain was attempting, but based on what Minato now knew from the other Kakashi, he was certain it was another method to open the doorway between their worlds. Minato couldn't continue to wait for the enemy to make their move, and he wasn't quite ready to completely destroy the mirror either. He needed to develop his own plans past simply defending his Konoha from invasion. Pushing to his feet, he turned back toward the stairs and his office. It was time to go on the offensive. The questioning won't remain this easy for long, the shinobi said, stern frown on his face. We're giving you a chance to work with us in exchange for less retribution for attacking our village, but if you don't start cooperating soon, we'll be forced to resort to less pleasant means to get what we want. The threat did little to intimidate Conan. She had grown up through Amigekure's wars. She'd fought against Hanzo since she was a teenager. She'd experienced torture and capture before, and she was prepared for it again. Still and silent, she kept her eyes fixed straight ahead, all the while observing the room and everyone within it. There was little hope she would be able to escape from her cell on her own, so any attempt would have to be made in the short time she was outside of it. The current interrogation room, though not as secure as her cell, would also be difficult to work with after they restrained her in her place. They used chakra-repressing cuffs on her wrists and ankles, tying her to the uncomfortable wooden chair. The restraints weren't as effective in blocking her chakra as the cell, but she would never gather enough to conduct any kind of meaningful attack. However, there was a moment when they transferred her in and out of the chair that she had no restraints on at all. It was a brief window of time, too short for most shinobi to make any kind of move, and only happened because they underestimated her. Still, it was enough to work with for the moment. Ignoring the questions and threats from the shinobi sitting across from her, Conan focused on molding what little chakra she could manifest. When the interrogator finally grew tired of talking without any response, he called for the guards to come and take Conan back to her cell. They came into the room, 3 of them. 2 unlocked her from her seat while the 3rd stood ready to counter any attack she attempted. As soon as the first restraint dropped from her wrist, Conan focused on trickling the little chakra she had into the interrogator's papers sitting on the desk. As the second restraint dropped away, she expanded the flow and hastily built more chakra. The guards finally noticed the small flow when the last restraint released her ankle. The 2 holding her reacted to the chakra manipulation instantly, slamming her against the table and pulling her arms behind her to prevent any hand signs. Conan grit her teeth as one heavy hand pushed her cheek into the metal table with bruising force. They yelled at her to stop, but the contact with the paper just made it easier to infuse her chakra into it. Then the handcuffs clicked over her wrists and the chakra flow stopped dead. The contrast was drastic and made her gasp for a moment as though she'd been punched in the gut. "Get her back to the cell," the interrogator growled, scooping up his papers. "We might just move on to the next stage all the sooner after that little stunt." The guards dragged her back into the hallway. It took a few steps for Conan to regain her footing and bearings, but when the initial disorientation from being so abruptly cut off from her chakra cleared, she could feel it. It was small and weak, barely noticeable if you weren't looking for it, but there, the clear, almost unconscious link with the papers from the interrogation room. Head hanging low as the guards pushed her back into her cell, Conan forced herself not to smile. "XXXXX, how is he doing?" The muffled voice through the door drew Naruto's attention. He pulled his head around to look at the door, staring at the crack along the bottom of the frame. "He hasn't wanted to leave his room, not even to eat, not even for ramen." Rin's voice was dampened by the wood and the low tone she used, but in the stillness Naruto could hear it plainly and it made him frown. That wasn't true. Well, not entirely. He had refused to leave his room, and at first he hadn't wanted to eat. Then Rin had sat down outside his door with 2 bowls of steaming miso pork ramen. Eventually, the enticing aroma drifting into his room drove Naruto to open the door. They shared a quiet meal sitting on the floor across the threshold. "All right," Minato said, the silence eating up the Hokage's sigh. Naruto pressed up against the door, trying to catch anything else being said, only to jump back when Minato's voice came from much closer. "Naruto?" Minato knocked. "Are you asleep?" "I'm coming in." Naruto scrambled up on the bed as the door opened and Minato stepped into the room. He had changed clothes from the bloody and torn uniform Naruto had last seen him in, but the Hokage still looked rumpled and worn. Minato spotted him sitting on the bed. "It's almost dinner time, why don't you come down to the kitchen?" Naruto eyed the door with a suspicious frown. "Why can't we eat it up here?" Minato sank to the bed with a tired sigh. "Why don't you want to leave the room?" Gesturing to the front of the house, Naruto explained the obvious. "The front wall's busted. What if the Kyuubi's chakra gets in?" The light of understanding filled Minato's face. "Oh, you're worried you'll lose control again?" Naruto nodded, gripping the edge of the bed. He stared at Minato as the man rubbed at his tired face, willing his father to say that wouldn't happen again. Naruto was tired of the room, but he didn't want to risk hurting his new friends again, not after he'd seen what had happened to those enemy shinobi. Minato wrapped an arm around Naruto's shoulders. "I won't lie, there is some risk," he said, pulling Naruto into the warmth of his side. "But it's a small risk and there are people here that will make sure nothing happens to you or anyone else." Naruto huffed, glaring down at his hands. He wanted to believe Minato, he really did, but thinking of the red chakra swirling up to engulf him made him pause. To make matters worse, the subtle itching in the back of his thoughts had returned. It had almost been forgotten in the chaos of the battle, but now that everything had died down again it returned with a vengeance, that small impulse that he needed to be somewhere and doing something. Naruto didn't know which was worse, being cooped up in his room forever with this restlessness or being possessed by the demon fox. "You have to be brave," Minato said before squeezing Naruto once and loosening his hold to look down again. "A lot of resisting the fox will depend on you and your determination." That drew Naruto's head up, tilting back to look at his father. "But the Kyuubi's too strong." "Yes, the Kyuubi's very strong," Minato agreed with a nod. "But I think you're stronger." "You think so?" Naruto asked, feeling stricken. No one had ever told him he was strong before. He was practically dead last in his class. "You still need practice and training, and you have a long way to go in your studies." Minato's face flashed stern for a moment before softening again, "But yes. I don't think the person in your world who put the fox inside of you would have done so if they thought you weren't up to the challenge." Naruto remained silent, weighing the new information against everything else he had known. He wanted to be strong, he practiced every day to be the best in the whole school, but he always seemed to fall short, to fail. For all the trying and the bragging and confidence he projected, it didn't change the outcome of the tests and sparring matches. "Naruto," Minato said again, interrupting the boy's spiraling thoughts. "You're the son of ninjas, and if there's one thing ninjas can do it's endure. You'll get through this, you'll get better, master it, and someday surpass it." Naruto remained silent a moment. It felt like the words were sinking into him, bolstering his flagging confidence. He stared at the floor, solemn as he thought back to something Irika had told their class. It was something to do with everyone being a beginner at some point and not getting frustrated or something like never giving up. "Do you think I could surpass you? Become Hokage someday?" Minato laughed, but it wasn't mocking, it was warmer, kinder, and when he smiled it was filled with pride. It warmed Naruto down to the tips of his toes and made him want to try and live up to that pride, surpass his father and know that Minato wouldn't be angry about it but happy. "Yes, you could," Minato said with a wide grin, "but you're really going to have to work to do that. I won't go down so easily. You have to earn the position of Hokage, you know." "That's all right," Naruto said, scrubbing at his eyes before grinning up at Minato. "I'm the son of a Hokage, I can handle it." "I know you can," Minato said with a confident nod. He gave one last squeeze to Naruto's shoulder before standing up. "Let's go down and see about some lunch, then, shall we?" After that I have something I want you to do for me. Really? Naruto asked, craning his neck back to look at his father as they walked out of the bedroom and down the hall. The Hokage looked down at him from the corner of his eye, mouth curled just ever so slightly on one side. Jiraiya needs someone to look after him in the hospital, make sure he doesn't get out of bed and strain himself. The Kakashi from your world could also do with some looking after, too. Do you think you can handle that? Naruto hesitated a moment, eyes flickering to the heavy-duty tarp nailed over the holes in the wall. You don't have to worry about the Kyuubi, I've warded the hospital room, so you won't have to worry about any of that while you're in their room. Minato paused on the staircase, several steps lower than Naruto and almost eye level. I know I can trust you with this. Something filled Naruto up from the inside. It was like before when Minato said he believed Naruto could beat the Kyuubi, but even more. Now the Hokage was actually relying on him. It was like a mission, but better. He nodded, eager grin trembling to burst out on his face. Don't worry. I'll look after them, Databio. XXXXX11. Kakashi gasped, wide eyes locked on Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded, a smug smile encompassing his face. I'm working on the 12th book now, but it's going a little slower than the last couple. I need to find myself some new inspiration, and with how busy things have gotten since Naruto appeared I haven't had the chance. His gaze turned reflective as he focused somewhere in the far distance. Maybe when this is all over and done I should book myself a stay in a spa, maybe a week or two. That'll probably help. 11. Kakashi breathed again to himself. There were only 4 books in the Ika series in his own world, and the story was really starting to pick up between them, the mystery, the romance, the love triangles. For all that Kakashi hated drama and hassles in his own life, he loved to read about them in fiction. Jiraiya chuckled from his own bed. I see you're as much of a fan as our own Kakashi. Yes. Well. Kakashi searched for some kind of reply. He had specifically avoided thinking about his counterpart and what it must have been like living in a world where both Rin and Minato survived. Dwelling on it was definitely the first stop on a very dangerous road of regret and guilt that could leave a person paralyzed. He'd seen it happen before in colleagues and was determined not to go down that route. Thankfully, a nurse chose that moment to enter the room, flashing a brief glimpse of the hall and the guard stationed outside before she closed the door behind her. She smiled in greeting to Kakashi and Jiraiya. Good afternoon, Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi-san. How are you both feeling? Jiraiya beamed at her. Good enough to go to lunch with you, my little cherry blossom. The young nurse blushed, a small smile spreading to her cheeks. I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sama. Tsunade-sama has warned me about you. You're not to strain yourself yet by excessive mobility. Tsunade, Jiraiya grumbled under his breath, always ruining my fun. The nurse made a sympathetic sound before moving to take care of her duties, checking the charts, replacing the water pitcher, and changing the sheets for the beds. All the while Kakashi brooded on the slow recovery he was making even with the initial aid provided by Tsunade's chakra crystals. He clung to the bedside table and strained to remain on 2 feet, refusing the wheelchair while the nurse changed the bed sheets. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask, the nurse said when she had finished, standing by the door. Kakashi hesitated. She probably wouldn't appreciate the request, but he was going to be trapped in bed for another couple of days and it would help while away the time. Besides, what harm was there in asking? Well, there is one thing. Still, he hesitated. His instincts were telling him this was not a good idea. The nurse smiled, stepping closer to the bed. Oh, please Kakashi-san, anything at all. I know you've had a trying time. Well, the boredom is getting to me. I was wondering if you could pick up the first 6 books of the Ika series for me. Kakashi paused as the nurse's face turned a bright red, only just realizing he had no money to pay for them and couldn't expect the nurse to buy them from her own money. You can charge them to Jiraiya's account, he added helpfully. Kakashi blinked in surprise when the nurse, bright red by now, slapped him. I am willing to do almost anything for my patients, she drew herself up in righteous offense, but I will most certainly not buy you porn. She spun on her heel, every inch the offended medical nin, and stepped out of the room, Jiraiya's deep laughter following her into the hallway. She must be one of Tsunade's apprentices, the older man chuckled as he finally got control of his breathing again. You're lucky all she did was slap you for that. You're probably right, Kakashi agreed, slouching down in the newly made bed. Maybe he'd be able to get the other books another time, maybe he'd be able to take them back with him. Who knew if they'd ever get written in his own world, considering how everything had fallen apart. The Jiraiya from his world was going to be just too busy focusing on his espionage network to write that many books. Rolling over, Kakashi pulled the sheet over his head. Nothing to read, nothing to do, and not a lot to say at the moment. The best thing he could do was sleep. Perhaps he would feel better when he woke again. A couple hours must have passed by the time Kakashi woke up again. The sun streamed in from a completely different angle and two lunch trays sat on the rolling bedside tables, one picked over and the other untouched. Kakashi assumed the second lunch was his, but made no move for it. His appetite still hadn't returned to normal, one of the side effects for overdosing on soldier pills. Jiraiya was back to working on his seals in the quiet room, blanket ready to throw over the pens, scrolls, and paper in case a nurse came by to check on them. Kakashi sighed in the quiet room, the sound just barely covered by the scratching of the older man's pen. After constantly doing something, moving, fighting, working, in the fight to reclaim Konoha, the sudden forced inactivity grated against Kakashi's nerves. In many ways, he felt more stressed and tense sitting here in a clean bed when he knew his fellow shinobi were fighting for their lives in another world than he would if he had been with them. Without warning, Minato Sensei and Naruto appeared in the center of the room with the telltale Hiration. Naruto stumbled slightly, but Minato kept the boy from falling with a hand on his shirt collar. Jiraiya's head shot up as one hand flung the blanket over his work. Don't worry, Sensei, Minato said, making sure Naruto was steady before letting go. I won't tell Tsunade about your illicit seal studies when you should be resting. I've been resting for too long already, Jiraiya spat the word as though it was personally offensive. He turned to fully face his former student, mouth opening to continue, but stopped as a grunt escaped instead and a hand went up to his side. Tsunade knows what she's talking about when it comes to healing, Sensei, and you're not as young as you used to be. Minato smiled and strode to Jiraiya's bed, looking down at the man with crossed arms for a moment before turning his gaze to the seals he had placed on the wall. Kakashi barely noticed the exchange, all of his attention was focused on Naruto. He hadn't seen the boy since the night the attack first began and he couldn't help but look Naruto over for any signs of injury or distress. There were some scratches across his face, but they looked to be days old, almost gone. He looked tired and pale, much paler than Kakashi had ever seen. Naruto was always an active child, his energy never-ending and uncontrollable indoors. They must have been keeping him out of sight. Naruto spun, looking around at the new room, the initial curiosity on his face fading as he took in the standard hospital room. His face brightened again, though when his eyes landed on Kakashi. Kakashi. He jumped on the bed and scrambled up to the headboard. What happened to you? Kakashi said, trying to cover the moment's hesitation at Naruto's reaction to him. Before the invasion Naruto didn't even know who he was, now he seemed genuinely pleased to see Kakashi. Except, it wasn't really Kakashi himself that had gained Naruto's friendship, it was the other Kakashi, the one who lived in this world with Rin and Minato. Kakashi squelched a brief pang of jealousy. I think it'd be shorter to list what didn't happen to me, he said with a light tone. There was a moment where Naruto focused on Kakashi's face, eyes squinted and searching. You're Kakashi from my world, right? Kakashi nodded, unsure what else to say. What's happened to our Konoha? Naruto asked, his face was compressed in a serious line, more serious than anything Kakashi had ever seen on Naruto. Kakashi was very aware of how quiet the room had grown. From somewhere he managed a weak smile and put a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder. "Don't worry, Naruto. We're holding our own. The Sandaime wouldn't let anything happen to the village." Naruto seemed to relax after hearing that, face brightening up again as he hopped off the bed and began examining the room in detail. A quick sidelong glance at Minato and Jiraiya showed matching grim expressions, and for a moment the three adults in the room shared the understanding of how very serious things were in the other Konoha. Minato shook himself away from the dark thoughts first. Stepping to the door, he stopped to put a hand on Naruto's head. "I have to get back to my duties now. The room and the adjoining bathroom is warded, as well as a little bit of the hallway as a buffer. Try not to leave this suit if you can avoid it, though." Naruto nodded, hesitated a moment before throwing his arms around Minato's middle. The following smile chased any remaining shadows from Minato's face. Kakashi was transported back to a time before everything had gone wrong, when Minato was just learning he was going to be a father, or when he'd announced his and Kushina's engagement and all the other moment of happiness between. It hurt to watch. "Keep an eye on them for me," Minato said, still talking to Naruto as he pulled away from the hug, and then swept out the door. "XXXXX, this is one of the invaders?" the medical nin asked, frowning at the red-haired corpse before him. "Yes," Tsunade said, examining the body herself. The long hair had been dyed to the alarming shade and the body was pale, covered with piercings. There was no visible sign of cause of death, no visible sign of injury at all, which was odd considering Tsunade was certain she had smashed the summoning shinobi several times. Very high-level ninja could avoid major injury in such fights through a combination of chakra manipulation and knowledge of how to roll with the impact of their opponent's attacks. However, it was unheard of to get out unscathed, without so much as a scratch of a major battle. This body had simply dropped dead for no apparent reason, and Tsunade was sure when she examined the other two red-haired corpses that they would be the same. Then there were the eyes, the legendary Rinnegan. Tsunade was sure examining these three red-haired corpses was the key to uncovering Nagato's weakness and eventually defeating him. She didn't believe that destroying the mirror would keep their world safe. What would prevent Pain from creating another mirror? No, they had to stop the hostilities at the source, and that meant destroying Nagato's ability to attack them at all. Minato intended to do precisely that, but if he wanted to win he needed to have every advantage he could get. "Shizune, begin the autopsy on this one, don't overlook any detail and report back to me as soon as you are done," Tsunade said, looking to her best and oldest apprentice. "Hi, Tsunadesima," Shizune nodded, already prepping herself for the autopsy. Turning to the door, Tsunade left to check on her other responsibilities, knowing Shizune would uncover whatever secrets the corpse held. Hopefully, it would be enough to give them a winning edge. XXXXX Naruto lay curled up asleep on Kakashi's bed, settled down for a much-needed nap after examining the entire room and specifically each of the seals painted on the walls, floor, and ceiling. Kakashi picked at the lunch left for him, less than happy about the bland food. Still, it was better than the emergency rations they were eating in his Konoha. He sighed, pushed the tray away and looked down at Naruto slowly taking over the pillows next to him. "Sensei has grown fond of Naruto, hasn't he?" Kakashi said, thinking back to the hug and smile. "It's not surprising, really." Jiraiya looked up at Kakashi, then down to Naruto. "Yes, they've grown fond of one another, very fond. The bond between parent and child is a difficult one to break." There was a long moment of silence before Jiraiya spoke again. "We're not going to give Naruto back." Kakashi shook his head, eyes staring at the distant wall, narrowed in thought. "I don't know how my Konoha will react to that. They're not going to want to let the Kyuubi go." Jiraiya snorted in disgust. "Don't want to lose their weapon, do they?" The derision in the older man's tone drew Kakashi's eye around. A sudden need to defend his home compelled him to explain, even if he didn't necessarily agree with them. You don't understand the situation we're in, he said in a rush. Over half the village has been destroyed. We have more dead than we can bury at the moment, many of them the younger and middle-ranked shinobi. Even if we manage to push out the enemy forces before long, the village is severely weakened. It'll take years before we can even hope to regain something of the strength we had before. So many of the young were killed. Kakashi trailed off, rubbing a hand over his face. Jiraiya remained silent and let Kakashi regain control. When the younger man spoke again, his voice was steady. They're going to need every advantage they can get to keep our enemies and scavengers at bay, and, as much as I hate to admit it, the Kyuubi is a powerful card. Minato's not going to give up his son, Jiraiya said, voice hard, but without the accusatory tone. And we can't afford to lose the Kyuubi. But we also can't afford another war. Kakashi slumped back into his bed. They were at an impasse and it was sapping what little energy of his energy he'd managed to regain. Silence fell over the room as each man ruminated on the problem. Kakashi's eyes drifted once again to Naruto's blonde head jammed halfway under a pillow, short limbs tossed akimbo in sleep. Part of Kakashi didn't want to give up Naruto, either, with or without the Kyuubi. Naruto was all he had left of his family, such as it had been, of Team Minato. Regret filled Kakashi with a sudden bite of pain. It was too much like the pain from losing his father and Obito, wishing he had done something differently, knowing he could and should have. He wished he'd taken the chance to know Naruto better instead of occasionally following the boy around in his ANBU mask. He should have shown Naruto that neither one of them had to be alone. Perhaps it would have given Naruto a reason to want to come back to their own Konoha. But it was too late now. Naruto had no one to care for in their home world, except perhaps the Sandaime. Kakashi heaved a sigh. He was always figuring things out just a little too late. Perhaps we can both get what we want, Jiraiya's voice cut through the silence. Kakashi forced himself out of his darkening thoughts. He refocused, blinking up at the older man on the other side of Naruto. What? Do both? Jiraiya glanced up at Kakashi and looked back down at Naruto. You can take the Kyuubi and we'll keep the little brat. Kakashi recoiled at the thought. He'd heard of what happened to the Jinchuriki that had their Biju removed. His arm tightened over Naruto at the thought, but Jiraiya just smiled at his with a smug and cunning twist of the lips. That's not what I'm thinking, the older man said, arms crossing tenderly over his still injured chest. I'm not talking about the Kyuubi itself, but about its chakra. How would your Konoha feel about becoming the proud owner of a whole bunch of latent Kyuubi chakra? Kakashi relaxed in a moment of relief as he realized Jiraiya wasn't proposing to rip the demon fox out of Naruto. Then, as the rest of the idea took hold, he could feel a smile curl up under his mask. That might just be the perfect solution. Jiraiya looked back to Naruto, expression turning serious. There is one catch, though. In order to collect all of that free-floating chakra, we're going to need some bait. XXXXX, so let me get this straight. Tsunade stood at the foot of Kakashi and Jiraiya's beds, one hand fisted on her hip, head tilted to the side as her narrow gaze passed from one man to the other. You want me to help you use Naruto as bait to catch the remaining portion of the Kyuubi's chakra to give to the other Konoha as compensation for us keeping Naruto? Yes, Jiraiya said with considerably less reluctance than Kakashi felt on the whole matter. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, sound asleep and faintly snoring on a temporary mattress between their two beds. It was lucky the kid slept so soundly. Tsunade glared at the old man, then swung the accusatory look to Kakashi. Were you going to inform Minato of this plan? Minato's got so much to take care of right now. We both thought it best not to worry him with trivial details. Jiraiya waved a dismissive hand at the idea. It's better if he's left to worry about the important things. Besides, he'd be happy to know that we found a way to deal with the loose Kyuubi chakra hanging around. Don't try to con me, old man, Tsunade said, crossing her arms. You don't want a very angry Hokage to beat you half to death. Jiraiya matched his colleague's frown. We need to give something to the other Konoha to make sure they don't come after Naruto. They wouldn't be able to fight against us anyway, not with how weak they must be now, Tsunade countered. Exactly, Kakashi said, finally pitching into the exchange. We're going to be weak, extremely so. We'll need something to defend ourselves with, or at least dissuade others from attacking us. You know how stupid people can get when they're backed into a corner. They make desperate decisions. We can avoid that by giving them something to grab onto right away. Naruto's not liked by the village, by the council or the villagers, but the council knows the Kyuubi acts as a counterbalance for the other villages' bijou. So we give them the Kyuubi, they'll leave Naruto alone. Tsunade leaned in just far enough to avoid giving Jiraiya a peep show, a movement practiced over years. She glanced at either man then down to the blonde boy wrapped around his pillow in sleep. Has Naruto agreed to this? Not yet, but he will, Kakashi said, a tired sigh accompanying the words. He'll want to do what he can to help. He's always been that way. Humph, the medical nin grunted. She eyed him with a narrowed gaze that made Kakashi feel half convicted for the village's treatment of the boy, intended or not. Turning to Jiraiya, do you have a plan? A real plan and not just a vague idea? The old man reared back in astonished offense. Of course I have a plan. Mostly. The medic cocked an eyebrow, thoroughly unimpressed. Tsunade, Jiraiya's voice dropped to that level tone of seriousness reserved only for a set of special topics. What other choice is there? What kind of life will Naruto lead? He'll be locked up protective seals, constantly wary of going outside? He can't live that way. There was a long silence. Tsunade's gaze drifted to Naruto's sleeping form, expression softening a moment before she drew herself back up. Fine, she growled, but we monitor his vitals at all times and we have a stopgap to counter the fox if it tries to take over. Of course, Jiraiya nodded. They'd gotten the master medic to agree, but Kakashi still felt uneasy about the entire plan. Perhaps it was the memory of finding Naruto on that rooftop, cornered and bleeding, a hair's breadth away from being captured by the invading forces. Naruto had already been through so much, now to add facing the Kyuubi to it. If only there was a way for Naruto himself to help, perhaps he would feel more in control in his own situation. How does Naruto protect himself from the Kyuubi's chakra normally? What? Evidently, the conversation had moved on while Kakashi was musing. Both Sannin were blinking at him, Tsunade looming over an unrepentant Jiraiya. You said the seal on Naruto purposefully allows some of the Kyuubi's chakra leak through to the boy's system, Kakashi said, damning the slow recovery that seemed to have equally slowed his mind. The fox's chakra is very dangerous, how does Naruto withstand it normally? He must have a natural defense, some kind of resistance to the Kyuubi's effects. Jiraiya and Tsunade turned thoughtful as Kakashi spoke. The medic spoke first, voicing her thoughts. Families pass on similar chakra traits. Kushina was always curiously resistant to the Kyuubi, it's why she was chosen to be the fox's container. It would stand to reason Naruto would inherit some of that resistance. Then add the fact that he's been in contact with the Kyuubi his entire life in one form or another. You want him to have some way to defend himself from the fox, Jiraiya said. Kakashi nodded, he's always been powerless about his situation. I think being able to do something will help. Jiraiya hummed to himself, nodding as he thought with one hand going to his chin. There's not much. Naruto's too young and untrained to be able to do something really effective. What point was he at in his schooling? Just molding chakra, Kakashi said. He didn't know Naruto's actual ranking in the class, probably somewhere near the bottom, but he knew the class itself was still on molding chakra. I don't expect much, not at Naruto's level, but if his chakra is naturally resistant to the Kyuubi's effects, perhaps just molding as much chakra as he can will act as a buffer. There's no harm in trying. Jiraiya shrugged even as Tsunade scoffed. TCH. We still don't fully understand the balance and relationship between Naruto, his chakra, and the Kyuubi. If he recycles some of the Kyuubi's chakra into his own regularly, he could end up attracting more of the latent chakra and only increase the danger of being overwhelmed. But if we can catch the incoming chakra quick enough, then that will only help us, Jiraiya argued. There's just no way to know unless we try. Tsunade glowered, arms crossed under her ample chest. You could make things worse. Or we could fix them almost entirely, Jiraiya countered. Either way, we have to do something. Why don't we let Naruto decide? Kakashi looked down to the blonde shifting in his sleep. They all glanced down at the 8-year-old. His mouth hung open, pouring out soft snores with each breath. His clothes sat crooked, shifted sideways in his turning. We still need to prepare the sealing mechanism for the Kyuubi's chakra, Jiraiya said, a flash of sentiment in his eye as he watched the boy sleep. There's no need to wake him till then, and he's going to need all the rest he can get before we try this. Do you have any ideas for just how we're going to capture and contain this chakra? An ordinary device won't work on it. Tsunade looked at her old teammate even as she silently began work on the problem herself. I was thinking we could modify your chakra-retaining crystals, Jiraiya said, fingering a spent one still hanging from his bed. If we can combine it with the proper seals, it could provide temporary storage at least. Then it'd be up to the other Konoha to figure out the rest. The medic nodded, letting out a sigh. I'll pull out my research notes from when I first created the things. In the meantime, you two try to get some rest as well, we're all going to need it. Then, muttered under her breath as she left the room, heaven help us if Minato finds out. When Naruto woke, the room was dimmed and he'd been moved to his own cot set up between the two beds. The only light in the room came from a bedside lamp next to Kakashi. The white-haired man was hunched over a book, so engrossed in his reading he failed to stir as Naruto climbed up on the bed next to him. Naruto squinted at the spine of the book. Porn. He glanced at the bedside table, eye-catching a stack of books, all from the same series. He vaguely wondered if the other Kakashi enjoyed smut as much as this one. Naruto leaned over to peer at the text, wondering what was so interesting about the book that it had commandeered all of Kakashi's attention. The motion finally drew Kakashi's notice. He snapped the book close before Naruto could get a look at any of the print. Oh, Naruto, you're awake. Kakashi pulled open the drawer of the end table and dumped the book inside, quickly sweeping the rest of the collection in behind it. Nodding, Naruto's eyes lingered on the now closed drawer. Interest peaked a little. The things adults didn't want kids to look at were usually more interesting. Well, sometimes the things adults kept hidden were just boring. Are you hungry? I could ask the nurse or guard to bring you some ramen, Kakashi said, instantly pulling Naruto's gaze away from the drawer and back to the white-haired man. Ramen? Naruto asked, eyes brightening. Yeah. That's my favorite. I know, Kakashi said with a chuckle. He eased himself out of bed, one leg at a time, and shuffled to the door with the frailty of an old man. Opening the door, he murmured to one of the guards just visible in the hall. After a few nods, the door was shut and Kakashi made the slow journey back to the bed. Naruto frowned at the slow progress, forehead wrinkling in concern and confusion. Should you really be walking around? You don't seem like you're better yet. Actually, I'm doing quite well considering. Usually I wouldn't even be able to move this soon after chakra exhaustion. It's only thanks to Tsunade that I can get out of bed. Despite the reassurance, Kakashi let out a relieved gasp as he partially collapsed back on the bed and dragged his feet back under the covers. Doesn't seem like it, Naruto muttered. He didn't intend for Kakashi to hear the comment, but the way the man ruffled his hair a moment later proved him wrong. Hey, he said, a thought suddenly occurring to him, how did you know ramen was my favorite? Kakashi shifted, then shrugged, crossing his arms over his chest before dropping them to his lap again. One of my duties before the invasion was to watch over you. You eat too much of the stuff, really you need more vegetables in your diet, but it's been a rough time for both of us, we deserve a treat. I don't understand, Naruto said as he eyed Kakashi, the other Kakashi. Well, he supposed this Kakashi was really his Kakashi since they both came from the same world, but he met the Kakashi from the new world first so that Kakashi felt more like his than this one. Naruto shook his head. Dealing with two worlds was confusing enough without throwing in duplicates of people. It just seemed to get more and more complicated. It was easy to tell the two Kakashis apart. The one sitting in front of him looked so much older than the one from this world, more worn, too, like the white hair belonged to him. The difficult part was trying to separate them when talking about them. Why didn't you talk to me before? Naruto asked, refocusing on his original question. Kakashi sagged a moment, looking down at his hands. The hesitation grew out longer as Kakashi made a few false starts at speaking. He drew in a deep breath and pushed his way through the words. Your father meant a lot to me. He was my sensei and all I had left besides the village. When he died. Kakashi fell still, brow furrowed. Naruto almost wished he hadn't asked. He thought about telling the man he didn't need to talk about it anymore, but a part of Naruto did need to know. It would have been so much less lonely in the village if he'd had just one other person to talk to be his friend. It was very difficult, the silver-haired man drew himself up around the words. And you've always looked so much like him. It was painful, to be reminded. The explanation didn't make Naruto's hurt at being so alone for so long go away, but it did make it more manageable when dealing with Kakashi. I'm sorry. Naruto, Kakashi said, if I could change how things were I would, but as it is. It's all right, Naruto said, plastering a smile on his face that was only partly forced. I mean, things will be better now and you won't have to miss Dad anymore, 'cause he's here. Kakashi frowned, eyes shifting away from Naruto. The silence stretched, thin and brittle, and Naruto had the distinct impression he was missing something important. Again. He was prevented, or perhaps saved, from asking by Jiraiya hobbling through the door, one arm slung around the shoulders of a very irate Tsunade. If you would just use the damn wheelchair, this would have been much easier, the medical expert growled. I can't been seen being pushed around in a wheelchair like some old and infirm geezer, Jiraiya said, panting as they moved across the room. Tsunade rolled her eyes. People already know you're old. You should be more concerned with healing yourself. As if you're one to talk, Jiraiya scoffed as he eased down onto the bed. Care to repeat that? Tsunade's eyes narrowed to slits. No. Why are you being so loud? I'm trying to rest. Jiraiya rolled over or tried to but stopped when he twisted his torso too much. Instead, he settled for draping one arm across his eyes. Tsunade turned away with a roll of her eyes. Her gaze fell onto Kakashi and Naruto sitting on Kakashi's bed. Awake, then? Did you explain to Naruto what we plan on doing? She asked Kakashi. Naruto swiveled his head back and forth between the two, curiosity sparking bright. What? Naruto asked, eager for something other than sitting in that room with nothing but the four walls and Kakashi's porn to entertain himself. What are we doing? No, Kakashi said, speaking over Naruto's head in question. I hadn't gotten around to it. Tsunade flipped her hair over her shoulder. Putting it off doesn't make it any easier. Kakashi nodded and turned to Naruto. What is it? Naruto asked again, getting up on his knees in his eagerness, fairly bouncing with renewed energy. What? 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 Settle down, Kakashi said, rolling his eyes and putting a hand on Naruto's blonde head. Naruto ceased his bouncing, sitting back on his heels expectantly. We have a plan that will let you go outside without having to worry about the Kyuubi. Really? Naruto bounced back up to his knees again, voice pitching loud as Jiraiya groaned and pulled a pillow over his head. How? When can we do it? I'll be able to go outside again. Could we go get ramen from Ichiraku's? Kakashi held up his hands, glancing quickly toward the door. Not so loud. This is something that has to remain between the four of us. Naruto's smile curled even wider with a touch of foxy mischief as he bit down on his lip. He was ready to die with boredom, and this was even better than pranks to relieve it. So it's a secret plan, like a mission? Yes, Kakashi nodded. We're going to trap the extra Kyuubi chakra floating around so it won't affect you anymore. Naruto tilted his head. How are we going to do that? They couldn't even see the chakra, how were they going to catch it? Kakashi opened his mouth to answer, but clamped it shut when the door opened and Rin stepped through bearing several bowls of ramen on a tray. The guards told me you wanted some ramen for dinner. She stopped, noticing each head turn to her as the tension doubled. Am I interrupting? You might as well stay, Tsunade said, crossing to the door and closing it with a reprimand to the guard not to be disturbed again. I'll feel better about the whole thing to have another medic handy anyway. Another medic handy for what? Rin said, setting down the tray on the nightstand and frowning at the rest of the room. We're going to trap the Kyuubi. Naruto said, fairly shouted in his eagerness to tell the secret. Keep it down. Tsunade scolded, bopping Naruto on the head, this is still a secret. Rin looked around the room with wide eyes. You're serious about this? Have you told Minato? The silence that answered the question was enough. You all have a death wish. The Kyuubi's chakra floating around outside is too much of a liability. Jiraiya said, pushing himself to a sitting position with a stifled groan. Tsunade wedged another pillow behind him before he eased back again. You saw what happened before, we can't afford for that situation to occur again, especially with a large audience. Rin's eyes drifted down to Naruto for a moment, then flashed away as she nodded her head. Naruto hunched into himself, specifically trying to not think of the bodies left from the Kyuubi's rage. How are we gonna do it? He asked again, desperate to change the subject. You see these chakra crystals? Kakashi pointed up to dimly glowing crystals strung around his bed. Naruto nodded. They're designed to hold chakra. We're going to make similar crystals that will be able to hold the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto nodded, expression serious as if Kakashi was consulting with Naruto what to do rather than explaining what they were going to do. And you're going to catch it. Then I'll be able to go outside. He beamed at the idea. Of course, they would think of a way to solve everything. With Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and now Rin, there wouldn't be any way they could fail. The only thing that could make it better would be if Minato joined their team. He glanced to the windows, brow furrowing. How are you going to get it all in one place to catch? Kakashi smiled a moment. Naruto could see the flash of it under the mask. Then the smile disappeared and seriousness replaced it. That's where you come in, Naruto. Naruto cocked his head to one side. He didn't understand how he could possibly help, but he wanted to do whatever he could. What can I do? Kakashi wrapped an arm around Naruto, squeezing him in a half-hug for a moment. The Kyuubi chakra is attracted to you, Kakashi said with only the barest hesitation. If you were to stand outside, very still, the chakra would gather around you and we'd be able to collect it. An icy hand wrapped around Naruto's heart and he pulled back away from Kakashi. His head swiveled back and forth at the others in the room. The only one who looked half as horrified as he felt was Rin. You can't be serious. Rin said through clenched teeth. Think of the risk, to the village and Naruto. How could you even consider this? Using him as bait? We won't do it unless Naruto agrees, Kakashi said, soft and sharp, eyes focused on Naruto. But there's no other way, not in the time we have. But Rin began only to be cut off by Tsunade. We've calculated the risk. If Naruto agrees, it's the best that we have. Silence fell as every eye turned to Naruto. Well kid, what's your decision? Naruto's voice was completely gone. He wanted to say no, but the words stuck in his throat, jammed in a roadblock of curses and exclamations at the thought of going outside with that red haze just waiting for him. What if he lost control like last time? What if he hurt someone like those enemy shinobi, only this time it wouldn't be enemies that got hurt, it would be Kakashi, Rin, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, his friends and his dad's friends. Minato would hate him if Naruto hurt them. What if I end up hurting you like I did those other guys? Naruto finally managed to choke out. He couldn't look at any of them, just kept his gaze hard on the bed, face scrunched up to prevent any tears from coming. This was a mission, his first mission, and he couldn't cry at the very beginning. You won't hurt us, kid, Kakashi said, landing a hand on top of Naruto's head again. Kakashi forced Naruto's head up, partly ducking to meet his eyes. All four of us are harder to hurt than that. We'll have safeguards in place and plenty of chakra seals on hand. Besides, you're stronger than the fox. You won't let him hurt us. Eyes wide, Naruto thought back to what Minato had said. I think you're stronger, that's what Minato had said about Naruto and the Kyuubi, and now Kakashi was saying the same thing. It couldn't be a coincidence. Kakashi and Minato were two of the strongest, smartest ninjas Naruto had ever known. They wouldn't be wrong about this, not with the village on the line. Naruto glanced back to the window, imagining the swirl of red mist he'd seen in his dreams and the iron grip of it he'd felt the first time the Kyuubi had shown itself. Somewhere in the back of his mind that same itch sat, that thought that he was supposed to be somewhere else doing something. Maybe this was the thing he was supposed to be doing. Okay, Naruto said with a nod and feeling more like a real ninja than he ever had before in his life, I'll do it. XXXXX Conan hung limp in her restraints, panting, heaving for air. She had long since stopped attempting to lift her head and now focused only on remaining conscious. Her interrogators had paused for a moment, conferring on the next stage in quiet voices somewhere across the room. The initial questioning stage had been short, a few demands for information that Conan responded to with silence before they moved on to more rigorous forms of questioning. Flicking her eyes up to the soft murmurs on the other end of the room, Conan forced some of her concentration away from breathing and focused on the papers she'd imbued with her chakra. They were in the room, she could feel them close by even if she couldn't focus enough to pinpoint their exact location. The pain flared in her wrists as she fought against the chakra restraints. She didn't need to make any new chakra to spy through the paper she'd already infused, so it should still be possible even in the restraints. It was simply extremely painful as her body strained to create the chakra out of habit and the restraints forced the power away. Eyes growing unfocused in the effort, she managed to catch just a portion of the conversation relayed through the papers like a radio. Not working, we can't go back to the Hokage without any answers. Forget Hokage-sama, I don't want to go to Ibiki and tell him we didn't get anything. He might decide we need to relearn the basics of interrogation all over again. Any word yet on when Inoichi will be healed enough to come in and try his jutsu? Last I heard was probably tomorrow, maybe the day after. This is our final chance to get anything from her before we lose her. Perhaps if the conversation faded as Conan's concentration stuttered. She doubted she would be able to withstand a direct attack to her mind as was Inoichi's specialty. She'd have enough reserves to protect some of her information, but the chances were they would eventually get something from her, willingly or not. It would entirely depend on what tactic they used to work their way into her memories. It really boiled down to two choices: Conan would need to escape before then, or render herself incapable of betraying Nagato. She would not betray the trust of her only remaining friend and family. Conan racked her brain, thinking of any possible way to tip the scales in her favor. The biggest problem was her inability to use jutsu, her lack of chakra. That had to be the first thing she remedied. Daydreaming, the voice of her interrogator drew Conan from her thoughts. Unless you answer our questions truthfully, that's going to be the only way you get out of here, understand? Now, where were we? Clenching her jaw, Conan braced herself. XXXXX, this isn't good enough. Minato said with a shake of his head as he looked up from the report just delivered to him. I want the medical facilities double-stocked with as much supplies as possible in the short notice. Move the civilian and walking wounded from the attack to the farthest reaching facilities away from the Hokage Tower. Hi, Hokage-sama, the Chunin said, then placed one final folder on the desk. The recent information we have from the Autopsy Division. Thank you, Minato, and dismissed the Chunin with a wave of his hand. The young shinobi departed with a bow. Shikaku stepped forward to fill the space in front of Minato's desk when the door to Minato's office closed and they were alone. His eye roved over the seal diagrams scattered across the surface with a marked lack of reaction. So you're going to do this? Yes, Minato said, not bothering to look up from the diagrams after he dropped the medical status report to the floor and set the autopsy report to the side on the desk. It's the best course of action we can take. We could just destroy the mirror, Shikaku said, shrugging away the issue. If they did discover how to rebuild it, it would potentially take years, and we would be more than ready for them. You'll be able to keep your son, and the village won't have to worry about an attack. Minato shifted, looking up from his seal work. There are other matters playing into the decision. May I ask what they are? Minato sat back, letting the brush he was using to sketch out seal designs and formula fall to the table. For a moment, he simply looked at Shikaku and considered how open he should be. The man was loyal and trustworthy, on that Minato would stake his life, but the situation was delicate. The boy's a Jinchuriki, isn't he? Shikaku said when Minato didn't speak. That's why you're concerned the other Konoha will come looking for him. Those burns on your arms, the injuries on the enemy soldiers that tried to take him. Naruto's the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I should know better by now than to underestimate your analytical skills, Minato chuckled, the stress of the situation coming up in the moment. Yes, he is the Kyuubi's container. It's the reason he was targeted. Minato hesitated only a moment before continuing. The Kakashi from the other Konoha also came through the mirror during the attack. I cannot cut him off from his village without his permission, and knowing Kakashi, I don't think he would give up on his village easily. No, he wouldn't, Shikaku agreed and pursed his lips. How do you want to defend the village during the counterattack? When you open that portal, will be as vulnerable to attack as they will be. Minato's mouth twitched in a smile before flattening out again. He could always count on Shikaku. You're going to be in charge of defense while I'm gone. I'll be taking our Kakashi, Itachi, and several ANBU with me when I go into the other world. Minato shuffled the scrolls and papers around on his desk till he found his map of the city. I want you to set up concentric barriers moving out from the Hokage Tower. Have reaction forces standing by in case the barriers are broken. We'll want to contain whatever fallout we can in the smallest section of the village as possible. I'll be going through the mirror after dark when everything's shut down for the night, so that should reduce the vast majority of civilians in the area. Keep others from wandering into the area as well. Shikaku nodded, looking over the layered defense Minato had sketched out on the map. We should strengthen the side of the barrier that borders the residential and civilian sectors. Very well, if you see any improvements, make them. I want to move as soon as possible. If anyone asks, this is a training exercise. If everything goes well, there will be no spillover and the general population will be none the wiser. Minato handed the map over to the ANBU leader and turned back to his seal diagrams. He was close to the right formula, he could feel it. Hi, Hokage-sama, Shikaku bowed, recognizing the dismissal. I'll send over the best ANBU agents I have for you invasion force after back briefing them. He turned to leave but paused before stepping away from the desk. Turning to peer over his shoulder, he broke protocol, hearkening back to when they were both jounin. Be careful, Minato. I know what it's like to be a father and want to do everything to protect your child, but you're also the Hokage and your first duty must be to the village. Minato stopped his writing and squeezed his eyes shut before looking up to face Shikaku. Thank you, but I'm very well aware of my duty to the village, and that includes that future generations that will inherit it. My son is a part of that future. What kind of village would we be? What would we teach him if we sacrificed him and the Kakashi from his own world simply because it was easier and safer? This is the right thing to do. The hint of a smile tugged at Shikaku's mouth before it fell back to his normal bored expression. He nodded and turned, disappearing through the door and leaving Minato to his seals. XXXXX, you'll like it here, Naruto rambled to the side, making a good if unconscious effort to distract Kakashi from the scroll we was studying. It's just like the old village but better, and we'll be able to spend time together, and you can teach me jutsu and learn from Dad again, and you'll be able to be twins with the other Kakashi. It's going to be great. Naruto, you're supposed to be molding chakra to prepare for fighting the Kyuubi, Kakashi reminded the boy. He glanced up at the door, hoping Tsunade would come back soon. They had a test chakra crystal they thought could hold the Kyuubi's power, but it would be difficult to test in earnest until they got out with an actual concentration to contain. Naruto grumbled a few choice words under his breath before fading silent as he closed his eyes. The silence helped Kakashi focus on the readings they had from the new crystal, but more importantly it helped him ignore the one thing they hadn't yet told Naruto, namely that Kakashi himself would not be staying in this world if all went well. The thought of staying was both tempting and painful, and Kakashi was tired of hearing Naruto babble on about the subject. The silence lasted for several minutes before Tsunade came in through the door, a whirl of blonde ponytails and green jacket. Rin followed closely behind carrying a bundle of cloth. Kakashi focused his gaze on Tsunade, trying his best to accept the ghost from his past. We have it, Tsunade said, gesturing to Rin to put the bundle down on the bed. Shaking Jiraiya awake, Tsunade continued. It's not perfect, but it will do so long as we have enough of them and are careful to keep the chakra flow steady. Rin pulled back the cloth revealing several heavy, pale yellow crystals. Kakashi picked one up, testing the weight in his hand. From the other bed he could hear Jiraiya sputtering about being woken from actual sleep, but he ignored the bickering between the two Sannin. If Tsunade and Rin were right, these crystals could save both Naruto and his Konoha. Unable to resist, he scraped together some of the little chakra he'd managed to gather with help of Tsunade's treatment and gave a gentle push toward the crystal in his hand. The reaction was immediate as the crystal latched onto the chakra and absorbed it as surely as a rock to the bottom of a pool. The small effort left him dizzy and slightly nauseous. What are you doing? Rin cried, snatching the crystal back. These are designed to absorb an extremely large quantity of high-density chakra. It could suck you dry if you give it the chance. Being in a war zone has made you reckless, Tsunade said as she abandoned her argument with Jiraiya and turned to Kakashi's bed. I can appreciate your need to see for yourself if they'll work, but try and set a good example for the children. There's no need to give either Naruto or Jiraiya any bad ideas. Naruto didn't seem to heed the mention of his name, instead reaching out to touch one of the crystals himself only to have Rin pull them away from his grasp. So those things are going to trap the Kyuubi? They're going to trap the Kyuubi's chakra, Tsunade corrected. The chakra outside doesn't quite have a complete conscious yet, that's why it's drawn to you. What do we do with it then? Naruto asked as he settled down on the edge of the bed. Tsunade shrugged, holding one of the crystals to the light to inspect its flawless interior. Then Kakashi will take it back to his own world when he goes home. Kakashi flinched. He hadn't meant to tell Naruto that until absolutely necessary. Glancing over he found Naruto's astonished gaze pinned on him. It's the only way, he said in an attempt to head off any arguments. The village is going to need every shinobi they can get to win the war and then afterwards to avoid invasion. I can't just abandon them. Naruto shook his head with fierce denial. Why can't Kakashi stay here, too? Naruto asked, looking at Jiraiya and completely ignoring Kakashi himself. I'm not old, Kakashi said, nose scrunching up underneath his mask. I'm the same age as the Kakashi in this world. There's no reason to call me Gigi. I'm not old at all. Jiraiya said, squinting at Kakashi's face. And hair. You do have gray hair like an old man. I had this same hair color when I was 8. Kakashi's one visible eye couldn't decide whether it was confused, exasperated, or annoyed. Yes, but now you have the wrinkles to match it, old man, Jiraiya said, delight lighting up his tone, older than me, even. You do look worn, Rin said in a subdued voice where she stood to the side, adding in a lowered voice, didn't help that you wasted some of your chakra testing the crystal. Kakashi shook his head, renewing some of the dizziness, but it passed a moment after he stopped. Listen Naruto, he said, pulling the blonde down in front of him. He cast about for a moment, trying to find some way to explain it to the 8-year-old. It had been so long since he had related to someone Naruto's age he wasn't sure if he could anymore, if he'd ever been able to even when he was Naruto's age. He'd deliberately avoided taking students by going into the ANBU and now he floundered. He promised himself when he got back to his own world and the war was won he'd cut back on the ANBU mission and take some students, make some attempt to rejoin the world. We all have to give up something, Kakashi began, more for something to say than anything else as he focused on that blue gaze peering up at him. For me, that's going to be the chance to be here with you, Rin, and Minato. For you, that's going to be the chance to see the Sandaime again, but we're ninja. We never stop trying and we endure what we must to make sure everyone we care about is safe. Do you understand? For a moment, Kakashi thought his words had made no impact. Naruto's eyes dropped down and away and his brow furrowed for a long, silent moment. Then he nodded. Yeah, I understand. Good. Tsunade said. Get back to molding chakra then. Someone will be in to replace your chakra crystals in a little bit. Minato's going to finish his preparations in another day or two. We're going to need more than this if we're going to try this when he launches his offensive through the mirror. Rin and I have to get back to making more of these, a lot more if we even hope to succeed. XXXXX Minato glanced to the two others on either side of him. Itachi and Kakashi stood with generic ANBU masks already in place and facing the mirror as they wait for Minato to open the portal. Then, he flicked his gaze to the 4 ANBUs standing behind them. Seeing their Hokage's glance, each nodded, signaling that they were ready. Minato looked back to the mirror, pulling his own mask down over his face. The mirror looked worse for the wear after everything it had gone through. The cracks had splintered out, distorting the once glass-smooth surface and fracturing the reflections of the room around it. A few of the cracks had worsened when Minato ran through his own tests after finding the foreign chakra present in the object, but some of the smaller cracks had receded, almost disappeared from the slow and constant input of chakra into the crystal. Minato had also lined the outer edges with seals to help hold the crystal together when he reopened the doorway and during the inevitable battle that would follow. 2 ANBU skilled in seals and chakra control stood behind the invasion force. Hopefully, the two would be able to maintain the integrity of the mirror during the battle. The possibility of something happening to the one and only connection to their own world in the Sunto battle weighed heavy in Minato's calculations. The risk, piled on with every other logical argument, was almost enough to make Mintao destroy the mirror as he had been tempted to do since the beginning of the whole affair. It was worth the risk, though, to be sure that Naruto wouldn't have to worry about some madman finding a way into their world as well as helping that other Konoha and giving Kakashi the chance to go home if he chose. Minato also couldn't help but put himself in the Sandaime's shoes, fighting a possibly losing battle for the village with no end or aid in sight. If Minato was in the same position, he'd hope the Sandaime would find it in his heart to at least attempt some kind of help. If all went according to plan, Kakashi and Itachi would distract Nagato while Minato destroyed any information concerning the mirror with 2 of the ANBU. The remaining 2 ANBU would guard their escape route. Depending on the state of the tower in the other world, it could just be easier to destroy the entire build and bury an information of the mirror along with whatever AIM forces were there, but Minato would make that determination when he saw the place. None of their party had any delusion that they would simply find all material on the mirror located in one easily destroyed location. Even if they did find it all, they would have to be concerned with anyone who had seen and remembered the information. Still, one of the easiest ways to limit the danger of the mirror was limit the people who had knowledge and understanding of it. The primary mission was damage control for the mirror as well as stopping Nagato from ever returning or sending anyone else to their world, and they would do whatever it took to accomplish those tasks. Glaring at the mirror, Minato gave one last reminder for the shinobi going with him. Remember, from what we've learned, each version of pain has a different ability. We don't know how many there are, but they will likely have red hair and piercings. At least one remaining on the other side has the ability to push and pull objects toward or away from himself with extremely short recovery time between each attack. The latest autopsy results indicated the piercings had the ability to receive chakra. We still don't know the exact purpose for them, but it may be an avenue to counteract their abilities. Be careful and stay at least in pairs at all times. A round of, "Hi, Hokage-sama," answered his instructions. Taking one last even breath in, Minato flashed through the signs. The mirror sputtered, blinking a bright powerful flash before the light rushed across its surface and a reluctant image of a different world appeared. Nagato knelt before the mirror on the other side, eyes a little widened from surprise as Minato pushed his arm through the glass, making cracks appear at the strain and threw several of his specialized kunai into the room. Conan gasped as the restraints holding her to the wall released. She didn't know how long they had kept questioning her after the overheard conversation. It felt like days, but probably fell short of that. Maybe another 10 or 12 hours. For a moment, there was the sweet sensation of chakra, the limited amount she had, coursing through her veins. It was short-lived, though, as another set of manacles clamped around her wrists and cut off the sensation. Her exhaustion and the pain from increasingly aggressive questioning methods dulled her reactions, and there was not time to infuse any other papers with her chakra. She would have to make do with the 5 papers from before she had in her control. Desperately, Conan cast out looking for them. If they weren't close by, they would be no use to her, but there, in the corner, she could feel the faint echo of her own chirka beyond the numbness caused by the restraints. Head hung down, guards gripping her arms on either side, Conan knew her options and opportunities for escape were dwindling fast. The next time they brought her out for questing, they'd be prying directly into her mind, attacking and pulling apart her memories. The chances of her resisting or escaping after that would only diminish. She had to do something now, otherwise even if the opportunity came she would not be in any condition to seize it. The small group turned another corner. In a few minutes they would be at her isolated cell. Initially, the isolation was probably meant to help keep her imprisoned as well as maintain the secrecy of her presence, but now Conan could use it to her advantage. There were 2 guards on either side of her and one of the interrogators escorting them to open the cell doors. They believed her too weak to cause any trouble and as a result had cut back the number of guards escorting her. Conan had been through this before, though, interrogations like this and worse. There was a reason Nagato was able to start a civil war so easily after Yahiko's death. Hanzo had become a cruel and vicious tyrant by the end of his regime, and his henchmen did merciless and unspeakable things to their enemies, women and children included. She could take the pain and the exhaustion, she could push past it. Closing her eyes and sagging into the guard's arms, she cast out for any sign of her papers. The interrogator had 3 of her chakra-infused papers with him. 3 papers. 3 guards. Paper folded tight enough and with the added strength of her chakra could puncture skin. Normally, she was very picky in her choice of paper to increase the strength and durability, but it would have to be enough for the moment. The two holding her arms staggered under her sudden dead weight and had to shift their hold to continue dragging Conan down the hall. One grumbled a few curses as they paused outside her cell door and waited for the interrogator to unlock it. "I think she's passed out on us. Hurry up with that door, she's heavier than she looks," the guard who'd cursed snapped at the interrogator. The interrogator grumbled a reply, fiddling with both hands to find the key and spilling his paperwork all over the floor. He looked down, momentarily distracted by the forms and notes fanned out around him, and Conan took her chance. She lurched to the side, throwing the guards off center. Then, bringing her fist up, she smashed it into one guard's face before quickly reversing directing and sending the fist into the other guard's gut. "What?" the interrogator exclaimed, dropping his keys before he launched himself to restrain her. Conan dodged back, pushed away from the two guards only to run into the wall. She dropped her feet out from under her and rolled to the other side of the corridor before diving toward the keys. With part of her attention focused on her paper, she wouldn't be able to keep up her evasion for long. There was only time to remove one of the cuffs before the interrogator was lunging at her again, hands forming seals as he took in a breath of air. The other two guards climbed to their feet and moved to block any escape back down the hall. The chakra restraint on her remaining wrist burned as Conan pulled the sheets out from the scattered papers and directed their form into tight spiraled points. She shot the paper spikes toward the guards as a ball of fire exploded from the interrogator's mouth. The man sputtered and coughed as the spike drove through his throat, hands clawing at the injury. The fireball shriveled and died, but not before it expanded out to fill Conan's deadened section of the hall. She dropped to the side and flattened herself to the floor. It was all she could manage without any more molded chakra to protect or maneuver herself. The fire rolled overhead, burned and singed her clothes, exposed skin, and hair before it fizzled into nothing. When Conan looked up, panting with the exertion and pain, the three guards were on the ground. The interrogator was dead, his body still with a growing pool of blood for the wound through his neck. She had put more effort into accuracy for him, partly due to the immediate threat he presented and partly due to the harsh interrogation she'd been subjected to at his direction. Both of the guards were not dead, but one was rapidly losing consciousness while the remaining was struggling to regain his feet, fury and pain etched into his face. He attempted a yell for help, but the cry only resulted in a gargle as blood welled up from his neck and saturated the paper. Conan unlocked the remaining cuff and dropped it to the ground. Dragging herself to her feet was more difficult than she expected. She had precious little chakra and those three darts had cost her, but even with aches, pain, burns, and chakra depletion she was still better off than the guard. His lifeblood was spreading down his front and across the floor. She hadn't severed the artery like she'd hoped, but she'd nicked it, at least. Steps slow and dragging, Conan made her way to the remaining man. He struggled to get up, fumbling at a kunai to strike back at her. Conan merely stepped out of range, then twitched her fingers to pull the paper dart loose. The steady stream of blood turned into a river and in a moment the guard was gasping. Another moment passed and the guard lay still. Dead or unconscious, it made no difference to Conan, so long as the man was no longer a threat and couldn't raise the alarm. She paused and sagged toward the wall, letting her breathing even out from the exertions of not just the fight but of however long she'd been interrogated this session. The adrenaline was ebbing back from her system, leaving her tired and hurting beyond measure. She had to move soon, though. Getting past the three escorting her was only the first step in her escape. Now, she needed to get out of the building, into the Hokage Tower, and back into her own world. Taken all together, the task seemed insurmountable, but she'd seen greater impossibilities preformed by her two friends over the course of their life. It was just a matter of surviving one step at a time. With the three guards unmoving on the ground, Conan knelt down next to the closest, a slow, painful motion that left her in doubt of being able to regain her feet, and went through their pockets. The interrogator didn't have much besides a small kunai and some note papers, but any form of paper could be useful to her. The other guards had an assortment of kunai and explosive tags as well as a blank scroll with sealing ink from one. She gathered the looted equipment as well as a hip pack to store it, then dragged the guards and locked them in the cell. When finished and after checking the hallway again, Conan took an extra moment to bind the worst of her injuries. There was no telling when the guards would be expected back. She needed to move and leave the building as quickly as possible. The next corridor over was equally deserted and the several beyond had a low number of guards. Conan fought down the urge to run, tempting though it was. Her injuries and situation required caution, patience, and stealth, but she had spent most of her life honing those exact traits. You didn't survive as a rebel group during the reign of Hanzo without them. She would make it out of the building, of that she had no doubt. The question of what to do when she did get away would be a little more difficult to solve. XXXXX were lucky the night's so dark, Kakashi thought to himself. It covered their movement to the high-level training grounds. It also helped that the defense set up for Minato's attack were focused on the Hokage Tower. Shikaku's seals and troops were geared toward stopping violent attacks and infiltration from the enemy resulting from Minato's counteroffensive, not toward detecting their own people moving slowly about the city. Looking over his shoulder as Rin pushed him along in his wheelchair, Kakashi spotted Jiraiya moving in his own chair with the help of Tsunade. Jiraiya initially objected to using the two wheelchairs, but common sense and Tsunade had won out in the end. The quicker they could move and the less they wore themselves out the better. Naruto hovered between them, glancing back and forth between the two pairs. The boy was almost completely covered in chakra suppression seals. He crinkled with every step he took and even in the deep shadows he seemed to reflect the smallest amount of light off the white paper. The seals were just a stop-gap till they could get to the training grounds and set the trap. After some debate they decided the high-level training grounds would be the ideal location for luring in the Kyuubi. The area was large and isolated without being outside of the village wall and defenses. There were permanent seals put in place to prevent chakra spillage going into the village and the ground was regularly being chewed and turned up thanks to the constant practice of high-level jutsu. If they were lucky, very lucky, they would be able to trap the Kyuubi with no one being the wiser, any disturbances being attributed to some late-night training. Kakashi estimated they had another 10 or 15 minutes before the Hokage opened the mirror and began his attack against Pain. Then another 20 or 30 minutes before anyone noticed they weren't at the hospital. That was the next time the nurse was scheduled to make her rounds. Before that Tsunade had put the fear of God into the guards not to disturb the resting patients. They would hopefully be set up by that time and already attracting the Kyuubi's chakra. There was some debate how much of a help Kakashi and Jiraiya would be in the endeavor, but both refused to be left behind. Kakashi flexed one hand, testing his strength. The chakra crystals did wonders but he was still far from recovered, any help he could give would be limited. He could do small things, though, draw out the seals, monitor the chakra, or plaster Naruto in suppressors if things got out of control. Jiraiya was at least better able to mold and control chakra. The old Sannin would be able to control some of the chakra flow into the crystals, at least in theory if any of this worked. Their progress was slower than Kakashi liked and from Tsunade's soft cursing behind him, he knew he wasn't the only one. However, if they wanted to do this as safely as possible, they needed the distance from the main village to act as a buffer for any spillover of the Kyuubi's chakra. The one benefit of their slow speed was when they finally made it to the training grounds it was too late for anyone to be present. It was a minor blessing, but Kakashi had learned to take anything he could get. Setting up the crystals by comparison was a much quicker process, even if the work itself was more delicate. Jiraiya and Tsunade directed the work instructing Kakashi and Rin as they set up the trap for the Kyuubi. Jiraiya drew out the seal they need with a thick paintbrush and large can of chakra-infused ink. His progress was as slow as their pace getting to the field and he winced every time he needed to shift and move, tight groans hastily quieted with each adjustment. Tsunade handed out the chakra crystals and with Kakashi and Rin planted them in the ground at regular, specific intervals around the seal. Naruto sat in the center of it all, scratching at the edges of the chakra-suppressing seals and bursting with questions trying to escape his frowning mouth. As they set the final crystals in place, Kakashi glanced up at the stars, much brighter here past the edge of the town. Minato-sensei and the others should have started the counterattack by now. If everything went according to plan, they should be in the other world. Tsunade nodded, moving around to the outer side of the seal. We should get this started. It will take time to attract all of the latent chakra. Kakashi, start removing the suppressants on Naruto while we activate the seal. Kakashi nodded, moving to Naruto. Don't worry, he said, eyeing Naruto's twitching hands and wide eyes. There's 4 of us to take care of it if something goes wrong. The crystals should absorb the chakra before it even gets to you. Naruto just nodded, attempting his 1000-watt smile but only managing a nervous few hundred watts. Ow, he exclaimed as Kakashi pulled of a chakra suppressant from Naruto's head. That hurt. Well, these are not meant to fall off easy, Kakashi grinned at the glaring 8-year-old in front of him. He patted Naruto on the head, eyes giving away the smile beneath his mask. It could be worse. Outside of the seal, Tsunade, Rin, and Jiraiya had positioned themselves around the seal and as one ran through the signs to activate the crystals. Kakashi pulled off the last sticker just before they finished and turned to watch. Looking through his normal eye, everything seemed normal. The night was dark and cool with just a touch of breeze ruffling the grass. Kakashi hesitated, knowing Tsunade and Rin would disapprove. He wasn't even sure if he could handle it, considering his condition, but he was much more recovered than he'd ever hoped to be so soon after his injuries. He could take one quick look to check if it was working. Stepping around to Naruto's side, as much to be ready with chakra suppressors as to hide the movement of his hand, Kakashi reached up and pushed his headband out of the way, exposing his Sharingan. With a deep breath, he directed his gaze to the area around them, looking for any sign that their plan was working. He forced down the gasp that tried to escape. The chakra suppressants hadn't been off for more than a moment or two and already the field was growing thick with red Kyuubi chakra. Kakashi didn't say anything, not wanting to further worry Naruto, who was already clutching onto Kakashi's pant leg, but for the first time since discussing this plan, Kakashi wondered if they hadn't bitten off more than they could chew. XXXXX. The kunai never made it far, pain deflected them almost immediately and they clattered against the walls. Minato could feel the pressure of pain's push, trying to force him back through the mirror, but he flashed to one of his kunai already in the room, throwing another 2 kunai before he fully materialized. The second attack came too quickly after the first and Pain was forced to dodge away, allowing Kakashi to slip through the mirror. Pain altered his tactics, pulling Kakashi forward, preparing to run him through with a long metal rod. Minato shot forward, colliding with Kakashi and moving them both to another kunai somewhere else in the room. Landing, both of them sent a series of kunai toward Pain. The timing was off for most of them though, and Pain managed to send the kunai shooting back toward Kakashi and Minato. Itachi reached through the mirror, but ran into the latest push from Pain, which stalled his momentum. Minato flashed to the mirror, grabbed Itachi's arm, and took them both to a kunai located deeper in the room. His kunai were scattered around the edges on the room now, growing in number with each attack. "We need to get Aburame through next," Minato murmured before flashing both of them behind some rubble as Pain pulled them toward him. Across the room, Kakashi threw a chain around one large piece of wall to keep him from being pulled toward Pain. He used the pulling force to send a kunai at Pain only to have it dodged. Having the mirror in the room and in such a fragile state was turning out to be an advantage. Pain was limited in how powerful he could use his technique for fear of destroying the mirror entirely. Even the reduced force Pain placed in his attacks caused new cracks to form on the edges of the black chakra glass. "Take care of the aim reinforcements coming up the corridor," Minato jerked his head toward the jagged remains of the door. Itachi nodded, waiting for Minato to send off another attack toward Pain before dodging around behind rubble and out the door. Beyond the mirror, Minato could see the next member in their invasion force coming through the glass. Pain's push forced them back. Minato kicked several pebbles out from his sheltered position behind the rubble. They moved back away from Pain as if swept up in a wave. The moment they slowed, Minato threw out a kunai, flashing to it in the instant between Pain's attacks. Materializing in close quarters with Pain, he dodged and grabbed the metal rod meant for his heart. He gasped, the strength of the chakra coming through the rod caught him by surprise, and his own Rasengan missed a direct hit. Instead, it clipped Pain in the shoulder but forced the man back a step. An explosion rocked the outer hall, causing dust to cascade down in the room. A large crack split across the ceiling. It spread in fits and spurts like slow-moving lightning and, for a moment, all occupants of the room seemed to hold their breath as it advanced. The room sat for an instant in unsteady silence before Minato made one last swipe with his kunai and Pain pulled him toward a metal rod. Minato flashed to where Kakashi and Aburame hid behind a section of ceiling that had fallen. The encounter had been brief but enough of a distraction to get the next member of their party through. None of us can fight to full power in this room, Minato thought, glancing up at the fractured ceiling, not if we don't want this place to come down on top of us. It only worked to their advantage. Kakashi, Minato said, keeping an eye on Pain with the reflection of a kunai. Pain was still positioned by the mirror, focusing chakra on keeping the object together, though his head turned toward where they sat behind their cover, mouth twisted in faint frustration. For the time being, the passageway between the two worlds was far too important for both of them. Pain wouldn't abandon his efforts at keeping the mirror together unless given no other choice. Keep him busy here while Aburame and I go search. The room and the mirror are both fragile, he won't risk using his full power and destroying it, so speed is your best weapon. Try and get the others through if you can. Hi, Kakashi nodded, then summoned Pakken, his tracker Ninken. Pakken, help them search, he ordered, leaving the details to Minato. Using his own hand mirror to check Pain's position, Kakashi sent out a clone while firing off a series of kunai in the same moment. Minato grabbed Aburame and the dog and flashed them both as close to the door as he could manage. Pain pulled, grabbing at them, and Minato just managed to embed a chain in the door, giving them something to hold on to. The pull wasn't as strong as Minato knew Pain could accomplish, but it was relentless, and the fight was reduced to tug-of-war as Pain attempted to draw them away from the door and Minato and Aburame held their ground. Minato glanced back in time to see Kakashi leap out from his anchor point and use the pull to attack Pain directly. The force stopped with the renewed clashing of metal on metal, and Minato used the opening to put a kunai outside of the room and flash himself, Aburame, and Pakken away. XXXXX Shizun increased the magnification on the microscope, eyes squinting to make out the faintest change in muscle tissue that could have come from chakra manipulation. The lab was quiet and at half-light, many of the other medics had left to catch some well-deserved sleep. They had hurried to get through the bulk of the autopsy in time for the Hokage's planned offensive into the other world, but the minor nuances that usually came out in delicate examinations had to be set aside for after. They'd already delivered the information they had on the chakra receivers and their likely purpose. The results were extremely preliminary, but better than nothing and all they had time for before the counterattack. Glancing at the clock, Shizun took note of the time. If everything had gone according to plan, the Hokage and the strike force had already begun their attack. It would be difficult to get any new information to them in the midst of the battle, particularly against one as dangerous as Pain. Still, even with the Hokage currently occupied, the conclusion needed to be verified, and every piece of information was potentially useful. Straightening from her hunched pose, Shizun arched her back to a series of cracks down her spine. She made a few notations on the paper next to her, describing her observations and possible causes. They had never studied the effect of using a dead body that had already been influenced by chakra use to perform ninjutsu. The result seemed to be a layering effect on the tissue and was complicating her attempts to understand the chakra paths. If she could understand it better, then perhaps there could be a way to interfere with the secondary chakra paths created by the conductors implanted after death. Shizun paused, half bent to the microscope. There was a sound, one of moving fabric, from somewhere in the lab. Without the others catching a much-needed break and the silence that had been her companion for the last half hour, she might have missed it. The noise was so faint, but she was sure she heard it. Sitting still with only her eyes sweeping the lap, she focused her senses on hearing the noise again. There was movement by the exam table. The sheet covering their specimen swayed, though there was no breeze in the room. A thought occurred to Shizun, coming to her from her earlier reflection on the Hokage's counterattack already underway. Her eyes darted to the pile of chakra receivers sitting on the exam table. They'd only removed the majority of chakra receptors from 2 of the bodies, and with the gateway open once again. Shizun snatched up a dissection scalpel sitting close to her on the desk, bring it up to help block an attack from one of the previously inert corpses. One of Pain's bodies had clambering to its feet. One arm hung loose where Shizun and her team had removed the chakra receivers. Another one of the bodies, the one that could summon creatures, twitched on its own examination table, but too many of its chakra transmitters had been removed to become a threat. Jumping away from the red-headed corpse, Shizun spared a moment of relief that they had completely removed the chakra receivers from the final corpse. Now they only really had to handle one of Pain's bodies. She dodged another lunge from Pain, quickly reviewing what had been reported about this particular body. According to the Hokage and the others who had fought this version, its particular ability involved absorbing chakra attacks. Using her own poison darts she kept with her at all times would also be useless, since the body itself was dead, merely manipulated by the chakra from the original Pain. That left her taijutsu. Shizun shifted her stance, moving her front leg back to gain distance as well and prepare for any defense she might need. With one of the invaders reanimated, her priority had to be alerting the village and keeping the body here where it could be contained. Alone, she doubted she could defeat the body, but if she could sound the alarm, then with the reinforcements, they could regain the situation. Taking her eyes off the intruder would be unwise, so Shizun thought back to what lay behind her in the lab. Naturally, there were tables, chairs, workstations, but she'd probably only get one chance for cover once the tense standoff between them broke, and she wasn't going to miss it. The distance and the nature of the object she took for cover were vital. If she could buy herself just a few seconds, she could set off the wards and alert reinforcements that something was amiss. A long moment stretched out before either one in the lab moved. It was one of those invisible signals that pushed both Shizun and Pain's body to react simultaneously, Shizun twisting and diving behind a thick lab station at the same moment Pain lunged forward. Shizun wove the signs and had only just begun setting off the alarm seals when she had to dodge again as the side of the desk close to her head crumpled under Pain's attack. He used the proximity to absorb what chakra she had released for the alarm. Shizun reached out with her scalpel and sliced deep into the body's arm down the side of a key chakra receptor. Then, she used the cut to yank out the black rod, tearing flesh and tendon with it. Pain's arm jerked, moving to grab her, but it was slower, clumsier if only by a little. The black rod sent an unpleasant buzzing sensation up Shizun's arm. It interfered with her own chakra, so she dropped it, tossing it aside so it skittered along the floor. There was no way to tell if the alarm had been noticed. Shizun didn't think she'd managed to fully activate it, but there was no time to reattempt because the body was lunging again. Though one of its arms were useless and the other less capable, its legs were just fine, and it used those legs to keep after her. Shizun dodged, using the full might of her medical training to keep herself from getting cornered or hit, but it was a small office. There was only so much space to move in before she ran out. According to the reports, Pain's bodies were able to see what the other saw, eliminating any blind spot when they worked together. True enough, though only one of the bodies could move fully, the other with its chakra receptors was watching. its eyes turned toward Shizune and the body fighting her. Still, she didn't dare taking the fight out into the open where they would be more likely to lose him, not until it became absolutely necessary. She was beginning to seriously worry about her ability to maintain both her safety and keep Pain in the lab when the windows and door blew inward with simultaneous explosions that scatter papers and lab equipment. Several ANBU members appeared through the holes. Their attack was almost instantaneous, engaging Pain with taijutsu and ninjutsu. Any chakra attack was immediately absorbed by the body, but they quickly adjusted. Even outnumbered, though, Pain was able to fend off their attacks. The other body lay on the exam table, unable to fight but watched everything that happened in the room. Chakra attacks were useless, physical attacks next to useless, and their attempts to recapture the remaining body of Pain were going nowhere. Shizune moved to the side, sheet in hand to block the paralyzed body of Pain from seeing the fight. Then, for no apparent reason, Pain paused, turning his head toward a window. Normally the gesture would warrant an attack as his guard was let down, but with the other body of Pain watching the room and all of its occupants, the distracted action was by no means a break in defense. A moment after looking toward the window, Pain moved. He bolted for the window, the most direct route to the outside world. There were 2 ANBU members in that direction, but he dodged past, defeating one as he evaded the other. Shizune and the others moved to block him, but by the time they made it outside he was gone into the night. "Find him," Shizune ordered. "Don't let him get into the main village. She picked out one of the closest ANBU members, "come with me to the hospital. We need to make sure Naruto and Jiraiya are secure." XXXXX. Dusk had fallen to darkness by the time Conan finally made it out of the compound into the sweet, fresh breeze. Conan paused to catch her breath, crouched out of sight in an alleyway. Around her the night remained quiet and tense. There were no alarms, no shouting and running guards. So far her escape had gone unnoticed, or if it had been noticed it was being kept quiet at the moment. It took a moment for Conan to get her bearings again. She found the direction she needed to go to get back to the mirror easily. If she wanted to escape, that was her best bet, before they fully sent out a search. Still, she hesitated, head turning in another direction, away from the lights of the village and toward the dark outskirts. She frowned. There was something going on out there, the hint of a powerful chakra lingering in the air. Conan closed her eyes, huddled in the darkest corner she could find as she slowed her heart and stilled the trembling in her limbs. She was exhausted, but doing better now that she'd spent some time out of the chakra restraints. Her reserves were still small, but she could work with what she had. She'd managed to steal some additional paper on her way out of the interrogation center. A few of the sheets were actual chakra paper, ready and able to take on her power with ease, but the rest was just normal paper forms, meant for filing and notes. It was more difficult to work with, but not impossible. Keeping in mind her control to preserve as much chakra as possible, Conan cast out, detecting that faint hint, seeking its origin, both location and source. Her eyes snapped open as she found it and realized whose chakra it was. The chakra belonged to the Kyubi, which meant the Kyubi and its vessel lay in that direction. It was insanity to think she would be able to capture the boy by herself. Undoubtedly there were guards there, standing over the boy and whatever it was he was doing out late at night. Plus, there would be reinforcements quick to hand from the village and none for her. Going after the Kyubi could be giving up the freedom she had only just attained by walking into a no-win situation. However, Nagato needed that chakra to fulfill his plan, to achieve his dream, and Conan had long ago sworn to do whatever was necessary, face whatever the risks to help Nagato achieve his dream. Face set in grim determination, Conan turned away from the Hokage Tower and toward the Kyubi's signature. At the very least she could take a look, see what opposition she would face and assess the situation. Then, if there was no hope for her retrieval of the Kyubi, she would have intelligence to report back to Nagato. She just had to make sure she was not captured again. Traveling to the source took longer than she wanted, but she was unwilling to waste any chakra moving quickly while still maintaining her cover. Conan slowed even farther as she reached the origin of the Kyuubi's chakra. Taking cover in the shadows, she focused on the small group before her. There were only 4 shinobi besides the Kyuubi vessel, Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and another kunoichi. Not the force she had expected when she had first felt the Kyuubi's chakra. She would have expected better security, but they seemed to be out here covertly. In the dark, a secluded part of the training grounds ready to begin some sort of sealing technique with the Kyuubi's container as a focal point and glowing chakra crystals around all sides, this could well be the perfect opportunity. Looking closer, Conan realized that 2 of the shinobi with them were injured. Kakashi she recognized from the battle for the other Konoha. Conan doubted he was this world's Kakashi by the sheer amount of injuries and exhaustion evident in his stance. Still, that begged the question, how did he arrive here? He must have fallen through during their attempt to get the Kyuubi. It was unlikely but possible. Their spy had sent a message that Kakashi was investigating intelligence leaks, so it was conceivable that he would have tracked the destination and purpose of the messages down to the Hokage Tower in the other world. One Kakashi or the other, what mattered was the Kapinin. Appeared injured. Kakashi stood in the center of the seal with the Kyuubi vessel, not even participating in controlling the seal. Jiraiya knelt on one side of the seal, appearing injured by the hospital clothes and the white bandages visible even in the darkness. Even injured, Jiraiya would be difficult to deal with, it would depend on how badly he had been hurt and how far recovered he was. Tsunade, however, would be impossible for Conan to handle on her own. Knelt on the other end of the seal, Tsunade appeared to be in perfect health, and even at her best Conan knew she would be little match for the Sannin medical expert. Conan didn't know the 4th and closest kunoichi. The woman's back was turned and her face hidden, but the back was unrecognizable. Judging by the company, though, Conan would work under supposition that the unknown woman was skilled, possibly a student of Tsunade. Conan settled into a more comfortable position, deliberating on her options. She was in no shape to fight 2 of the 3 Sannin, even if one of them was injured. Kakashi, too, could become a problem. Even though he was injured and worn from days of fighting, if he was the Kakashi from Conan's world, he was at least able to stand, which made him dangerous all the same. Then, there was the unknown kunoichi. Conan had no way to determine her skill or preferred type of attack. There was also the matter of her escape if she did manage to lay hands on the Kyuubi. The group would most likely alert the village to Conan's presence and make it nigh impossible to get to the Hokage Tower and through the glass. By all rights, she should head back, get home and report to Nagato. And yet, Conan honestly couldn't think of another time the Kyuubi would be so loosely guarded. 2 of the 4 shinobi currently guarding the Kyuubi were injured. Then, while Conan was also far from her best, the group before her seemed completely focused on the sealing technique they were attempting at the moment. The fact that they hadn't noticed or done anything about Conan yet meant that either their full attention was focused on the seal or they couldn't break away to deal with her. If that was true, then the only one she would have to worry about would be Kakashi. Taking into consideration their original strength and their respective injuries, they were probably evenly matched. Conan might even be a little better off. It was a gamble. With or without the advantage of surprise, if any one of the 3 focused on the seal was able to break away from the technique, Conan would be outmatched. She would be recaptured, or worse, killed, and any chance to relay information to Nagato would be lost. However, it could very well be the last chance to get the Kyuubi and the invaluable chakra it possessed. Without the Kyuubi, Nagato's plan would fail, it was as simple as that, and Conan was not willing to give up on Nagato's dream. So there was her answer, foolhardy or not, Conan was not willing to lose this chance for her friend. She took one last inventory of her supplies, a moment to prepare herself, then waited for the right moment to attack. XXXXX, we have definitely bitten off more than we can chew, Kakashi thought as he eyed the glowing chakra crystals around them. They had only been at it for 20 minutes, half an hour at most, and already several of the crystals glowed brighter with the contained power than they ever had, absorbing chakra from medics. So far none of the chakra had leaked through to Naruto. The barrier and the crystals had done a good job capturing the latent Kyuubi chakra and funneling it in the containers. Their trap was working. But, every time Kakashi snuck a peek at the red chakra hanging thick around the barrier, he could not find any sign that the amount of chakra was decreasing. If anything, the red cloud had increased, climbing up the walls of the barrier till they were almost buried in it. Kakashi reached down and absently rubbed circles into Naruto's back. It was a good thing the boy couldn't see the chakra. Naruto was nervous enough without seeing the red power clamoring to get at him from all sides. The boy looked up at Kakashi and grinned, though the expression lacked its usual sunny overtones, replaced by nervous cracks and shifting eyes. "It's working, right?" Naruto asked, his voice hushed, barely audible over the breeze. His eyes shifting from Kakashi to Tsunade's grim concentration, Rin's determined frown, and settled on Jiraiya's pale and panting focus. "It's working right now," Kakashi agreed, kneeling down on the grass next to Naruto. The movement was stiff and painful, but was worth the relief of not standing anymore. "But this is delicate, difficult work. We need to let them concentrate." Naruto nodded, turning back to the seal and the chakra crystals lying out along the grass. He fiddled with his hands, and squirmed on his feet, already tired of standing still. Kakashi smiled. Naruto was trying, but he was never one to sit still for long, too much energy trapped inside too small a body. Part of Kakashi was curious on how much it would affect Naruto's energy levels to have a whole second Kyuubi trapped inside him, but Kakashi recoiled at the thought even as it entered into his mind. One Kyuubi was strong enough. Who knew what it would do to the seal to have twice that much power trapped behind it? The outcome could very well be disastrous for both Naruto and the village. Kakashi eyed the outermost row of chakra crystals. They glowed bright enough to light the area like electric lights, like a beacon begging for attention. He just hoped no one came around asking awkward questions drawn by the light. Just to be sure no one had grown curious, he closed his eyes and checked the area around them. Eyes snapping open, Kakashi managed to throw himself in front of Naruto just as the kunoichi appeared, drawing a kunai in time to cross with hers. "You!" Kakashi snarled, recognizing the woman from the siege on Konoha. He struck back, hit air as she leapt away from him. "Conan!" Jiraiya exclaimed, half-surprised gasp, half-disappointed reprimand. "What are you doing? Why are you doing this?" The woman, Conan, ignored Jiraiya's questions, dodging around to get past Kakashi. He was slow, but so was she. They'd both been through an ordeal recently. He could see the injuries on her exposed limbs, the exhaustion in her panting breath. They were both low on chakra and physical strength. Kakashi had been in contests like this before. When this situation arose, it was always the one who wanted it more that prevailed, the first to give up that lost. Kakashi was not going to lose. "Kakashiniya-san." Naruto called. "Stay behind me," Kakashi ordered, cutting off anything Naruto had been gearing up to say, "and stay in the seal." Conan dodged around again, making Kakashi stumble as he lunged to block her. She was too tired to take advantage of Kakashi's exhausted footwork. Something collided into his side, making Kakashi glance down at the explosive tag that had stuck itself to him. He ripped the tag away, tossing it to the side as it exploded. The explosion moved several of the nearest chakra crystals out of position, causing their steady glow to waver at the force. The impact of an explosion so close pushed him several feet in the opposite way and lanced pain into his side, but he recovered to block her getting to Naruto. Sparing a glance at Jiraiya and Rin, Kakashi noted the extra strain the battle was putting on their ability to manage the seal properly. Jiraiya's ragged breath was flecked with blood as he leaned his entire body into the action of sealing the Kyuubi's chakra. "Kakashi! You have to get her out of here." Tsunade ordered, voice sharp and glare furious. She'll destabilize the crystals fighting inside the seal this way. Move her out of the seal. Naruto. Move those crystals back into place, but stay in the seal as you do so. Kakashi nodded, sucking in a deep breath. From his periphery he could see Naruto scrambling to his feet and over to the crystals, having been knocked to the edge of the seal by the explosion as well. Kakashi moved forward, striking as fast as he could push his tired, aching muscles, and then just a little bit faster than that as he repositioned himself and Conan to make sure he stayed between her and Naruto. His low chakra level made taijutsu his best option for attack, and in one corner of his mind he briefly thanked Guy for constantly insisting on sparring. Conan's initial use of chakra to control the explosive tag and then launching several paper shurikens at him during her counterattacks had drained more of her energy early in the fight, but the explosion that caught Kakashi had also done damage to him. Feinting to the left, then twisting right, Kakashi managed to catch Conan off guard, pushing his body into her and forcing her outside of the seal. He followed up by stabbing down with his kunai, catching his own leg but sinking most of it into hers. She responded by throwing another explosive tag between them and setting it off at close distance. The explosion threw both of them back, the momentum rolling Kakashi back several yards before he could regain his feet, panting and burned across his chest. He was bleeding as well. The blast had reopened the wound he'd gotten from pain during the last battle. Conan hadn't fared much better. She had a deep gash to the head and burns down her arms in addition to the stab wound to her leg. There was this wall of paper she used to protect her torso, but it was charred and crumbling after the blast, and the toll on her energy was clear in the drained white pallor of her face. They stared at one another for a moment, each trying to regain their breath and rally for the next exchange, when a figure dropped between them. Kakashi felt his stomach drop as he recognized the red hair and piercings, one of the members of the AIM invasion unit. The body must have reanimated and escaped from the lab when the portal was opened. The chakra receptors in one arm were gone, leaving the limb dangling and useless, but the rest of the body seemed to work fine. Cursing, Kakashi scrambled to place himself between the two AIM shinobi and the seal. He had no hope of holding them off without help. Fighting an exhausted Conan was one thing, fighting one of those bodies pain-controlled? Kakashi would lose, and quickly. Kakashi was fortunate he didn't have to, because even as he moved to his defensive position, Jiraiya spoke up. "Well, Nagato, I guess this is where I find out how far you've really fallen." Jiraiya's voice was harsh, muted by his heavy panting and bitter disappointment, but still loud in the now quiet training field. "Our reinforcements are on their way. You can try to take Naruto, but you won't manage it before they get here, and Conan is in no shape to escape on her own. So the question is, what's more important to you? The Kyuubi? Or your friend?" Pain took one last look at Naruto before spinning to Conan, lifting her with his one good arm, and disappearing toward the tower. Kakashi sagged in relief. More figures dropped in the clearing, but they were Konoha Anbu with Shikaku in the lead. "Pain just left with Conan," Kakashi said, letting the three others focus on the sealing effort. "They're heading for the mirror." Shikaku nodded, gesturing to the rest of his group, after them. He stepped closer as the Anbu scattered into the shadows, eyeing the seal, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Rin around it, and Naruto inside. "I'm going to assume the Hokage doesn't know what you're doing right now." Kakashi sighed, expression turning into a grimace as his pains began to reawaken with the adrenaline draining from his system. "No, he doesn't, but it is necessary, I can assure you of that." The cat was out of the bag, not that Minato wasn't going to find out anyway. "And related to the Kyuubi," Shikaku added, calculating expression roving. "The clearing." Of course Shikaku would know about the Kyuubi and Naruto's being a Jinchuriki, and the Kyuubi's chakra was so thick in the clearing even a civilian would notice. Kakashi shook his head, then stopped the motion as it only made his head ache worse and the dizziness increase. "We'll explain everything when Minato-sensei returns." Kakashi held up his hands in entreaty, "Just let us finish this." Shikaku passed one last measuring glance from Jiraiya to Tsunade and finally on Naruto standing wide-eyed in the center of the seal. Alright, but I'm sending someone over skilled in sealing chakra in case anything goes wrong. Thank you, Kakashi said, giving a final nod as Shikaku followed the ANBU unit to the tower. Limping back to the seal, Kakashi managed a reassuring smile for Naruto. He was about to tell Naruto that things would likely be fine now, as long as the sealing went well when the first crystal cracked then shattered. Minato barely had time to land before he had to dodge to the side to avoid an attack from the black-robed figure, dragging Pakken and Aburame with him. The figure was missing the red hair being completely bald, but the metal spikes in the head, piercings, and rippling pattern in the eyes marked it as one of Pain's bodies. Even as Minato landed in his new position, a long, tail-like metal razor appeared from under the cloak, tearing the cloak to pieces. Aburame dodged left and Minato, still holding Pakken, dodged right. With the cloak gone, 2 additional sets of arms were visible in addition to 2 other faces that appeared. The mechanical alterations made this body look more like a puppet than the others. Minato leapt again, landing next to Itachi. How do you assess his abilities so far? Minato asked, eyes fixed on the 6-armed opponent. He threw a test kunai aiming for the other side of the room only to have it immediately blocked by the long metal tail. Not just blocked, Minato noted, but sliced in half, the cut severing the handle, destroying the seal and rendering the kunai useless for Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. He appears to focus on physical attacks. He hasn't used any chakra-based attacks yet, Itachi replied. I believe he will be susceptible to genjutsu. Then you're well matched. Minato slipped several of his kunai to the Uchiha. On my signal. Itachi nodded, splitting from Minato as the razor tail lashed out, cracking the floor where they stood seconds earlier. Minato flashed to Aburame as the bug expert stopped Pain's extended arm from reaching him with a wall of insects. When Pain withdrew the limb, scores of the insects remained on the arm, clogging the joints and limiting its mobility. For a moment, the insects slowed the movement to that limb and Minato charged. Itachi and Aburame were less than half a step behind, coming at Pain from 3 sides. Minato threw out a dozen kunai, a mix of regular and sealed weapons, all directed past Pain. Itachi followed suit, throwing another dozen toward Pain. That dozen doubled again as the kunai seemed to split in 2, then in 2 again. Pain moved to block them, tail and arms whirling through the air, focused on Minato's sealed kunai above all else. A large number fell to the floor, split in half like the first kunai, and still others vanished as Pain touched them, wasting time and movement. However, several flew past Pain, skidding on the ground along the hall, almost ignored for being normal kunai. Minato reached back and grabbed Aburame just as Pain realized his error. Minato flashed to the sealed kunai hidden among the normal and took off running as soon as he and Aburame had landed, Aburame right beside him. Glancing behind, Minato saw Pain pull away his hand, revealing missiles embedded in his arm. Watch it, he muttered to Aburame as the missiles launched, exploding around them. They dodged the few that made it to them, but it was much less than Minato had heard detonate. Itachi had taken care of the rest, then. They turned the corner and were away from the battle. The sounds of Itachi's battle faded into the distance as Minato, Aburame, and Pakken dashed through the destroyed halls of the Hokage Tower. Lumps of rubble lay in the hallways, holes and cracks revealed the night sky lit orange with distant fires in the city under siege. The tower might not be salvageable, Mintoa briefly thought, considering the amount of damage to the walls and structure. If they had to switch to Plan B and destroy the building, it would probably save the Sandaime the effort of doing it later on after the battle for Konoha was decided. Aburame, Minato said as he turned toward the S-class records room, a prime candidate for hold any information on the mirror. Have your bugs check for any documents bearing the Sandaime's chakra signature, especially large collections of them in one place. The masked bug master keeping pace next to him nodded, and for a moment a swarm of bugs became visible before dissipating as they traveled along the corridors and through the cracks. With the Sandame still alive, there will be far more objects bearing his signature in the building, perhaps more than we can destroy in time. Minato nodded, fully aware of the problem. Any note, order, memo, any paper at all that the Hokage had touched would have a trace of his signature on it. However, the tower was a mess. Many of those ordinary papers were scattered, gone, or destroyed. Pain in his efforts to learn about the mirror would have collected any information in one place to conduct his research. We'll need to cover all of the possibilities, Minato said, rounding the corner. The three of us will focus on the most likely locations: the class records room, the Hokage's office, the experiment rooms, but we'll need to know if there's a collection of the Sandame's papers somewhere else, especially if it's an abnormal location. Aburame nodded, slowing with Minato when they reached the records room. Aburame's bugs had already reached the room, and there was a notable number of them crawling over surfaces and papers scattered over the floor. The room itself, however, clearly held little if anything of interest to them. It was half stripped bare, half burned out. The only remaining papers in the room were partially burned scraps on the edges of a heap of ash in the center of the room. From the looks of the debris, Minato would say Konoha Shinobi had cleared much of the room, then burned the remaining documents that could not be removed in time. Burning, though, if not done thoroughly, could leave remnants. Pakken sniffing through the ruins confirmed Minato's suspicions. The Aimnin were in this room, searching through the remains. That guy from the mirror room, Pain, was here looking through the ashes. Minato nodded. It wasn't what they were looking for, but he was certain Pain had accumulated everything he had found in one location. Burn it all, make sure it's all destroyed. Retreating from the room, the three were followed by a small cloud of bugs fleeing the impending destruction. With a short nod from Aburame, Minato, and he let loose 2 fireballs into the room, incinerating the remaining paper and furniture in a whirlwind of flame. They turned and sped off toward the next possible location, the experiment rooms used by Anbu and the Hokage alike to create and store experimental techniques, when Aburame cocked his head listening to his insects. "What is it?" Minato asked. Finding the information could not be as easy as this. "There is something on the uppermost floor," Aburame said, slowing just slightly as he focused on his insects. "A large concentration of chakra, Pain's chakra according to my tracking insects." "Pain's chakra?" Minato repeated, mind already running through the possible explanations. To control his body's pain used metal chakra receptors, according to what they had discovered so far. Pain would need a place to transmit them from, and the higher the location the better for maximum range. "Change of plan," Minato said, picking up speed again. Aburame hurried to increase his pace, Pakken on both their heels. "Continue searching the likely areas the Sandame would store information on the mirror. Then any concentrations your insects discover. Destroy anything that seems suspicious, however unlikely it is connected. I'm going to check out the chakra concentration." "Hi, Hokage-sama," Aburame nodded. At the next intersection they split, Minato bounding up a smashed stairwell while Aburame turned into the darker recesses of the innermost tower. If Minato was right, that chakra concentration was Pain, the real Pain, or Nagato as Jiraiya had called him. While Pain's bodies posed formidable opponents more powerful than any normal puppet, they would still follow the same rules as all puppet masters. Take out the one controlling them and the puppets became harmless. XXXXX Hokage-sama, the Chunin burst into the room, bouncing the door off the wall and nearly receiving several kunai through his skull. "Hold!" Sarutobi barked, harsh gaze sweeping the room, resting finally on the messenger. The Chunin, whether by fatigue, haste, or simple lack of experience, didn't seem to notice how close he came to harm, hurrying instead to where Sarutobi stood near the map table. "Sir, we've had indications of an increase in chakra in the Hokage Tower. All intelligence points toward some sort of battle taking place inside the tower. Shikaku's gaze cut to Sarutobi, sharp and calculating despite the fatigue they all bore. It could be Kakashi. That was the area we lost contact with him, and we have no evidence that he's been killed besides the lack of contact. Sarutobi nodded, a deep frown on his face. It could be Kakashi, or it could be the others. From the look in Shikaku's eyes, Sarutobi knew he did not have to elaborate on who the others could be. Minato had had more than enough time to figure out a way back through the portal. There was also the large possibility that Pain had pieced together how to open the portal and had attempted to retrieve Naruto. The chakra signals they'd received from the tower earlier indicated something had happened there, and the most likely explanation was that the mirror had been activated again. Whichever was the case, this was an opportunity they could not waste. What is the status of the IWA front lines? Sarutobi asked, checking his map for the most recent location of their forces. They've been stable for the past 48 hours, Shikaku said. He'd only recently returned from surveilling the ground situation. Our push between the IWA and AIM lines has successfully driven a wedge between them. There's only a small area that connects their two forces. The IWA seem to be setting up defensive positions, and all indications show that they are suffering from heavy casualties and limited supplies. Sarutobi nodded. A third of our forces from that operation will stay and maintain the division between the IWA and AIM lines. The rest will turn and focus on the AIM forces. Shikaku, you know the situation, focus on their weaknesses but head for the Hokage Tower as much as possible. Bring up as many reserves as you dare to aid in the attack. Hi, Hokage-sama, Shikaku said. He turned and left the room shouting orders before he fully exited the door. XXXXX. Despite his efforts, Jiraiya knew it was no use, the crystals were failing. The balance of power being thrust into them was already precarious when they began, and with the interruption from Conan it was now impossible. Perhaps if they could get another crystal from somewhere they could salvage the situation, but that was about as likely as Jiraiya waking from this nightmare in his bed. The cracking and shattering of another crystal rose above the night. Jiraiya grit his teeth, narrowing his focus on the rest of the crystals, but the sheer immensity of power was already straining the chakra containers. Losing one of the crystals only increased the burden on the rest, and they hadn't even sealed half of the Kyuubi's chakra away yet. Another crystal cracked, then shattered, releasing the Kyuubi's chakra it contained out to the others. This wasn't going to work. It's no good, Jiraiya said, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead as he fought with his lingering injuries and the immense concentration required to successfully direct the Kyuubi's chakra. With those crystals gone, the others will never be able to handle the rest of the Kyuubi's power. If they even could handle it to begin with, Tsunade said through gritted teeth as she sat across from Jiraiya managing her third of the monstrous chakra. Then, a little louder, it's too late to stop now. We need something that can hold the remaining chakra. There isn't anything. The only other thing we have are sealing scrolls, and the Kyuubi's chakra is too powerful, too corrosive for that type of binding, Kakashi said, panting from where he knelt down pale and shaking next to Naruto inside the seal. The short battle with Conan had done more harm than he anticipated, taking away what little progress he'd made in regaining his strength. Still, he kept his eyes on Naruto, Sharingan eye cracked open and ready to counter the demon fox should it try to break free using Naruto. He already had a handful of chakra suppressants ready to slap on the kid if necessary. Don't you dare, Tsunade growled, not even sparing a glance at Kakashi. You are in no shape to be fighting Conan, even if it was necessary, and you're definitely in no shape to be using your Sharingan. With your low levels of chakra at the moment it could kill you. Kakashi made no move to either take his eyes off Naruto or cover his Sharingan. Unfortunately, Tsunade-sama, we are extremely low on alternative options at the moment. The following silence seemed to grow heavier in the moments just before Rin spoke. There's one other option, she said from her own place at the perimeter of the seal. Her voice was more serious, more devoid of emotion than Jiraiya had ever heard it, the strain of managing her side of the seal clear. A long moment stretched out when Rin failed to continue. There was no need to say it out loud, everyone in the small gathering knew what the other option was, but Jiraiya gave it name anyway. "We're not creating another Jinchuriki," he said, voice hard and final. "None of us are in any condition to handle it at the moment." "I can handle it," Rin said through clenched teeth. "The seal we're using to force the chakra into the crystals isn't incredibly different from some seals used on people I've seen. We just need to modify it and you'll be able to seal the chakra inside me." "No!" Kakashi snarled, startling Naruto and making him flinch away from the ferocity in Kakashi's tone. Kakashi reached out a shaking hand and gently pulled Naruto back to his side, rubbing circles into the boy's back. "Jiraiya has already said we're not creating another Jinchuriki. We'll think of another solution." Another 2 crystals shattered into thousands of sparkling shards, disappearing into the dark grass. Jiraiya tried to calculate how long it would take the chakra sealer Shikaku had mentioned to get to their location, too long if the crystals kept failing at the present rate. The crystal immediately to Jiraiya's left split in 2, then shattered like the others. Jiraiya heaved a breath only to cough, feeling it come out wet and tasting of copper. "We might not have any other options," Tsunade said, her eyes narrowed at Jiraiya. "The crystals are only going to fail faster as each one shatters." She fell silent, then cursed, shaking her head. "Rin, lay down on the seal." "Tsunade, what will Minato say when he comes back only to find that we turned one of his students into a Jinchuriki?" Jiraiya could feel the sinking weight that preceded every choice he made that he later regretted, even if he knew it was necessary. He'd done similar things before, made sacrifices in the past, Tsunade said, eyes flickering to Naruto as she carefully avoided saying what Jiraiya knew she meant. Minato had turned his own son into a Jinchuriki. He'll understand. Tsunade, hands still clasped as she began making her way around the circle to where Rin was doing her best to position herself in the seal without disturbing the already strained crystals or her taxed concentration. Jiraiya thought back to the horror Minato had expressed upon his discovery that in another world he had turned his son into the container for one of the beasts. He wasn't so sure Minato would be as understanding as Tsunade believed, not initially at least. "You won't like it," Naruto said, drawing everyone's gaze to his hunched form. He stared at Rin with wide eyes, hands clenched in 2 small fists wrapped around his middle. "It's lonely." Rin stared at him surprised for a moment. Then, her expression softened to one that Jiraiya had rarely seen in the past 10 years. It was the same expression so full of compassion that made him initially doubt if she would make it in the shinobi world, back before the heartaches and losses that came with this life built a hard shell around her. "It'll be all right," she said, with that soft smile she used to give to Obito. "You're not alone anymore. You've got Minato and Kakashi and Tsunade and Jiraiya and me. And Itachi has a younger brother you'll be able to play with, and you'll make plenty of friends at school." She took a shaky breath. "Neither one of us is alone, all right?" Naruto nodded, eyes falling to the grass. "Rin," Kakashi said, but he choked, unable to continue, and Jiraiya wondered what had happened in the other world to the other Rin. Several more crystals failed and broke. "It's all right," Rin repeated, though the smile she gave Kakashi held more sorrow and more pity. "It'll be all right." Tsunade had made it around to Rin, who positioned as much of herself on the seal as possible. "Jiraiya, you're going to have to manage the whole seal for a few moments." Kakashi put some of the chakra suppressors on Naruto, not all of them, just enough to slow the buildup of the Kyuubi's chakra, and don't let him look when I start. No one protested, though Jiraiya had to bit his tongue. The crystals were failing and they were out of options. He could feel the moment Rin and Tsunade released their control of the seal and gasped at the pressure of the Kyuubi chakra around them. They didn't need Naruto as bait anymore, there was enough of the latent chakra here to act as its own lure. With each crystal that broke, the pressure increased. There were few crystals still undamaged, and he didn't know how long he could manage the seal with the full weight of Kyuubi's chakra behind it trying to escape. Even now, he could tell there was a small flow of Kyuubi chakra making it past the seal to Naruto. Thankfully, it wasn't enough to trigger Naruto to lose control, not yet, at least. Jiraiya could also tell the exact moment Tsunade began the sealing. Rin gasped, then bit back the sound with a pained moan. He looked at Kakashi, caught the other man's eye and dipped his head toward Naruto. Kakashi nodded, turned Naruto away, tucking the boy under his arm and covering Naruto's ears. Not too soon either, since shortly after that Rin began to scream. XXXXX. Pain grit his teeth as he dodged another attack from the other world's Kakashi. The mirror proved to be a hindrance to both their powers, but more so to Pain than to the famous Kopinin. Pain had the additional burden of splitting his concentration 3, soon to be 4, ways. Besides Kakashi, Pain had another battle with Itachi occurring, then also moving the injured Conan back through the mirror Konoha without detection. To top it off, the Yondaime was headed in his direction, would probably arrive soon with little or no warning from the protection and surveillance seals if the Hokage's reputed skill as a seal master was true. Retrieving Conan was priority. Pain made that decision when he turned from his chance to take the Kyuubi during the ceremony Jiraiya Sensei was conducting. That meant protecting the mirror so she would have a way back and giving her the opportunity to slip through while surrounded by Konoha Anbu. He would probably lose Gakudo Path, but that was a minor price after losing the Kyuubi. He could always re-establish the paths at a later date. Regaining a lost friend, however, was not as easily done. Conan flickered out of consciousness for a moment, distracting Pain's concentration from his 2 battles and resulted in the loss of one of Azura Path's arms. Pain's expression did not twitch as the body fighting Itachi lost an arm. The Azura Path was most likely lost as well, or would need significant repairing when everything was over. He was running out of time for his friend, but she was close, entering the Mirror Hokage Tower in the next few moments. Focusing on Kakashi and the other Anbu that slipped through, Pain left the hint of an opening, pushing away at an attack earlier than necessary. The Anbu, younger and less experienced, took the bait and was immediately drawn into one of Pain's metal rods as they underestimated the recovery time for the minor push. Kakashi was not so easily fooled, avoiding the double bluff with ease of experience. However, Pain pushed the struggling body of the Anbu away, still alive but injured enough to require medical treatment. Kakashi would not leave a teammate to bleed to death, and for several moments the Kopinin was occupied with retrieving his injured comrade. In that brief pause, Pain's other body appeared with Conan on the other side of the mirror. The Anbu were not expecting the threat to come from the corridor and for a moment were caught off guard. The opening was small, Kakashi distracted by a seriously injured comrade and the Anbu focused on the enemy to the rear, but Nagato knew it was enough for Conan, injured though she was. The Gakudo Path maneuvered between the Anbu and the mirror, then spun Conan toward the mirror, blocking the ninjutsu thrown at it by the Anbu. Conan stumbled, barely able to remain on her feet, but she used the momentum, throwing herself closer to the mirror. Abandoning his position, Pain reached through the portal and pulled Conan toward him, latching onto her arm as she came in reach. Kakashi saw the opening, a true opening, a fraction of a second before it happened, lunging out from his cover where the injured Anbu lay wrapped in a hasty field dressing. The kunai slipped through Nagato's defense, slicing deep into Nagato's arm as he blocked it from embedding into his body. Nagato only just managed to recover and push Kakashi away before yanking Conan back through the mirror to their home world. On the other side of the mirror, the Anbu had switched to taijutsu and were joined by the Anbu forces giving chase to the Gakudo Path. Even with the additional eyes he'd gained with Gakudo Path and distraction on the other side of the mirror, with the additional Anbu forces newly arrived, Nagato judged the odds of the fight were against him. He'd have to abandon the position. Wrapping and around his friend, still alive if injured, Nagato could not bring himself to care. The mirror held little meaning, now that Nagato had Conan back on the proper side. At best it could work as a distraction, giving himself and Conan a chance to get away. Nagato adjusted his arm more securely around Conan. Then he held out a hand toward the door and pushed. The rubble, so far untouched by Pain's weaker attacks, shifted instantly to the side. Behind him several ANBU cried in alarm as more large cracks appeared in the mirror, immediately abandoning their part in fighting the Gakudo path to stabilize the crystal. Kakashi moved to shield himself and the injured ANBU from the flying debris being pushed away, leaving the exit open. Nagato dashed out of the exit, pulling the debris behind him as he passed through the gaping hole in the wall. Out in the hall, Itachi flung a series of fireballs at Nagato and Conan, masking the attack behind a separate one aimed toward the Azura path. The Azura path extended an arm, pulling Pain and Conan out of the way and flung them further along the corridor. Nagato ran until the sounds of battle between Azura and Itachi died to faint sounds of explosions every few minutes. He slowed, setting Conan on the ground to examine her wounds. "How serious are your wounds?" he asked, examining the largest and newest blood stains marring her clothes as he spoke. Conan winced, panting against the pain and exhaustion as Nagato probed her injuries. "I'll survive," she said through gritted teeth. "A little rest and I'll be back on my feet, don't worry. It's more chakra exhaustion than anything." She fell silent, avoiding his gaze for several minutes before continuing in a quiet voice, "I failed to retrieve the Kyuubi and we won't get a second chance." Nagato shook his head. "We'll find another way. The Kyuubi isn't worth your life." Conan sighed, shaking her head, and Nagato was certain her assessment of the situation different from his. "What's our next move?" she asked, pushing and scraping her way to her feet. She made it without any help from Nagato but had to lean on the wall for support. "I'm getting you out of the village," Nagato said. "The Konoha Shinobi, both those from the other world and from this, are occupied in separate battles. We have a chance to get you out." Conan shook her head. "I'm not leaving without you." "You don't have a choice in the matter," Nagato said, face impassive as he turned down the hall away from the battles. "The Yondaime is currently headed toward the control room. There isn't time to get my original body out, and even if there was, I need to maintain control of the remaining paths to hold off the Konoha Shinobi." "No," Conan said, and Nagato turned to her. She had not moved at all, leaning against the wall with a fierce expression on her face. She turned and stumbled in the opposite direction, a bloody hand on the wall holding her up as she shuffled along. "I'm not abandoning you here." Nagato hurried back to his friend, pulling her around again. "Conan, you can't do anything here, you're too injured." "I'm not losing you." "And neither am I." Conan spat, wrenching her arm out of Nagato's hold. The movement over-tipped her balance and she fell against the wall, gasping for air. "We didn't leave each other when we were children growing up in that hell of constant war, and we didn't leave each other when Jiraiya Sensei had to return to Konoha. We stayed together through all the years of fighting to make Amigakure a safe place to live, and we stuck together after Hanzo's betrayal and Yahiko's death. I'm not abandoning you now." By the end of her speech, what remained of her stoic expression had cracked and tears streamed down her cheeks. Conan turned, moving back down the hall toward the stairs. "The Yondaime only cares about protecting his Konoha and his son. The Kyuubi is beyond our reach, but there are other options. We can strike a deal, survive to find those other options. I'm not going to let you stop me in this." Nagato knew the stiff set in Conan's shoulders. He had seen it many times during practice, battle, and in the everyday struggle to survive in a war-torn country. Conan had always been the more conciliatory one of their group, always trying to reconcile differences, end arguments, and heal hurt feelings, however, that just made the rare times when she dug her heels in on an issue that much more pronounced. She would not give way on this even if she had to fight Deva Path to achieve it. Nagato stood for a long, agonizing moment and watched his oldest and best friend limping along the corridor. He moved to her side, scooping her arm over his shoulder. If the yondaime shows any indication he is not willing to talk or is preparing to attack, I'm taking you out of there and out of the city. Conan smiled through the bruises, renewing a trickle of blood from her split lip, a small broken expression. Fine. Whatever happened, they would still have each other. Nagato could see she would make sure of it. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure to like and subscribe, and don't forget to share this video with your friends. Guys, make sure to help the author by visiting the link in the description. This is Fox Sage, and I'm signing off.